welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
But this... ¡Ah!
Uy, uy, uy.
Ah, gas.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Right?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel the wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rid the pain, wash it away, and stand again.
Won't be able to get that wave crash, so doesn't even opportunity for Wonder to reset for bot lane.
It's so dangerous, especially with concussive blows up against all. It's rough. The dive gets messy though. Isma's gonna die. It's a double over to Flucket and he survived it.
Guys, if they take this, I wanna
No
go.
flash bomb.
I wanna go Varus. I wanna go Varus. Okay.
Okay, stop side.
I ult him.
Bomb the flash, blah, blah. Okay, cool, come now. I'm on bomb. Okay, cool, come now. Okay. Well played, boys. Set play. Okay, stop side if you didn't show bot, okay, guys?
I ult a sack, it was. Maybe it's... Okay, maybe it's okay, maybe it's okay. I'm on shit. There's a tower, there's a tower. They can't go into the tower. I'm live. Kalista, look, Kalista. Okay, go Nash. Nice.
I'm tryharding. I'm angry.
I'm angry as well.
I'm angry as man. What was that shit gameplay?
No flash.
No ult.
You reach?
Azir? No ult.
Really good, guys. Nice.
What the f***?
Driving less. Go Drake.
Go Drake now.
But is he really? He's got Amelia by the side. The fire's out. He flashes out. Change the corruption. He tries to fight it, but he doesn't for perks. Flies on in. X-Kick though. They'll finally do it. Man, a big shutdown. But the range finally comes through. X-Kick gets a kill. Niski comes over the wall. Perks is out. But why did Niski do that? He had flash available too. And the ulti. SK are botching it up, Dagda. No. Jesus.
I mean, someone's getting a shellacking after this game.
There's Irrelevant is running down Wonder.
Oh, no.
The Team Heretic top laner trying to get out, but he gets killed. Name him Relevant already. It's been so every single day.
He's going to get stormed up, but the root on Patrick's enough for Senna to secure the kill. A super shot there.
I know Miss Fortune. No flash Miss Fortune. Cansante. Okay, I'm taking the kills.
Okay.
No flash on him. Nice.
I played this so good, but guys.
Would
love to see Ignar making his way.
Ignite. Nodo's dead. Yeah, he's just dead.
Oh, the shield.
No, I think Ignite still gets him. It's enough for Merwin. Blasting one enough to take down the Rumble.
I'm going.
You're winning.
Nice.
Stay with me.
Good job, Fresh. Holy.
Nice, do the Nash.
Sweden.
Okay, do nice.
Nice. GG.
Let's
go!
Nice. And welcome to the final day of week 2 here in the LEC Winter Playoffs. SK Gaming and Mad Lion Scouts managed to advance on Saturday, but they are fighting for their lives once again as we decide the last 2 teams for the final week. We see Mad Lions entering the studio. Vitality is ready as well. And guys, we got a nice refresher reminder of what happened on day 1 this week.
Absolutely. It was quite chaotic as well, wasn't it? As
chaotic
we saw a bit
is the term,
from
yeah.
Swiffer's coaching reactions. But either way, I was entertained. It's sad. But I don't know if it set a good foundation, but it certainly set a foundation for something for team to improve on.
It set an interesting foundation for sure, especially for an eliminating round, Jamada. No fighting for survival after this one.
Yeah, like you guys say, a bar was definitely set. And in all fairness, I feel like the rest of the weekend so far, there's been a much better gameplay to maybe feast your eyes on.
Interesting League of Legends gameplay for sure. Yesterday, G2 advanced to the grand final once again, 3-0 GB over BDS. I don't even want to blame the preparation from BDS here because G2 just outclassed them on every step of the way.
No, absolutely. This was the G2 that we were promised coming into the season and the one that we all expected. We didn't get that, but we saw what it looked like yesterday. BDS had been phenomenal throughout the entire regular season and even up towards playoffs, but going up against G2, you just start seeing a difference between what a great team in Europe looks like and what a good team looks like. And G2 is looking unstoppable right now.
What did it come down to, Jamada?
I mean, first and foremost, you know, I think the phrase was thrown around yesterday, was it Macromaniacs?
Macromaniacs, yeah, that was the one.
Macromaniacs was the one thrown around. And I mean, yeah, G2, for the first time it felt like this year, just looked locked in and they were actually focused on playing a wider game as opposed to kind of just looking at directly what's in front of them. I kind of feel a little bit bad for BDS because like you guys say, the preparation wasn't necessarily bad. I wouldn't even necessarily critique the gameplay too harshly. I just feel like G2 were on another level yesterday that BDS simply couldn't keep up with.
Any leads of improvement on the side of BDS GB coming into next week? Of course, it's a heartbreaking defeat against G2, but there's some learnings to take from this, I guess.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I still think that they're finding out a lot of their own mid-game by playing up against teams like G2 as well. I think that team fighting is still solid, but I think they have learned that the preparation from the start of the game into some of these team fights, what learnings come for that. And I think specifically when they had to play side lanes, because that is purely just where Caps and his individuality started showing, whereas Nuke has been phenomenal as a team player. We're still lacking that side lane carry aspect potentially.
A lot can change within a week. We'll see them next week, of course, but first things first, Vitality today, the first team we're gonna have in our first best of 3. And they played BDS last week, actually. It didn't go quite well for them. What are the takeaways of the series they had when it comes to the preparation? Because Vitality, I still don't know what to make of this team.
I mean, Vitality clearly came in with a pretty clear plan in mind, right? It was trying to aggress BDS in the early game, try and get a very solid counter pick through the Akali twice, which obviously in hindsight didn't look so great, didn't work out. But it was all about trying to kind of pick on Nuke's what's typically a very passive set of 3 champions he's played. I mentioned it yesterday. It's the Orianna, the Azir, and the Nico. So Akali theoretically great, and then you try and pair that up with Douglas on an aggressive jungler early on, as opposed to something like a hard farmer like we saw previously via the brand. The plan unfortunately didn't work out, though the idea definitely, you can understand it.
And I think that's why they lost some of the flexibility that we saw from them, because they're willing to bust out the Yone, they're willing to bust out the Lee Sin, they're willing to bust out, no matter how well they work, they are willing to experiment and have adaptations ready, but they set themselves in stone here. I also think that they disrespected the enemy quite heavily in terms of the approach they took to the game itself once we made it in-game. But I still have high hopes for this to be a team that can bounce back, because I think they have a high ceiling, but unfortunately I also think they have very low lows.
And that's the thing. Pad and VTO on stream last week said we exceeded the expectations we have. We feel like we're progressing much faster than what we thought. But when I look at the draft they're trying right now, I appreciate creativity, Jamada, but do they have a solid enough basis to pull this kind of draft?
I think a roster like this for me will still need a little bit more time to really stick together. And even this Vitality project, I see more kind of in a longer term as opposed to, you know, delivering results right now. So I think it's good that they're getting, you know, some of these more creative draft plans into specific teams out now, because it probably then spurs internal discussion that actually produces a little more positive trajectory in terms of growth later on down the year.
Yeah, and I think from a drafting perspective, it's clear that they have things that they already love way more than the others. I think Douglas on brand last week was a great shining light on this as well, and what this guy can do when he finally gets on a champion that has agency and can be the carry as well. Because it's been a bit on and off. We've seen him on facilitators, but it looked like he was on leash when he got a champion like Brand. But to be fair, I don't think we're going to see him get this again, because he was as good as he was on it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be permaban. And I mean, I've been following Douglas for almost 2 years now, since he was in the EMEA Masters back in like 2022. And he made his bread and butter on things like Kane, on things like Graves. He is a predominantly carry-focused jungler, so it was nice to see him be unleashed. I do anticipate Mad, like Gorball's kind of alluding to, won't let him have his hands on this. But it does make me wonder if Vitality are going to have another carry jungler in mind, perhaps, to try and go toe-to-toe with Elyoya in that jungle matchup 1-to-1.
And I think this jungle matchup especially is going to be really interesting because when you look at Elyoya, Belveth, Ram, we see a lot of Ivern as well. He has been really creative in the jungle. What can we expect from Douglas when it comes to his matchup against Yoya today?
Well, I think he needs to read the map pretty good, but I also think that against a team like MDK, quite often it's already telegraphed what they want to do. They want to go bot lane. Yeah. We see it so often. They want to get Super Elvira ahead, and I think that's where the battle of today is going to be fought, not just between, obviously, the bot laners, but between the two junglers, because there's going to be a lot of cover down there, and it wouldn't surprise me if even our series today would be entirely dominated off whoever gets that bot lane ahead.
Yeah, and when it comes to Mad Lions Koi, we've talked to them on the first day. They expect a bloodbath today versus Vitality, but what are the takeaways of the series they played against Giant X? Because it was so one-sided that I didn't learn much from them, really.
Yeah, that's kind of the tricky thing. When you see series like this that are so lopsided, the takeaways tend to just be, wow, they look great, and that's kind of it. I think there's a couple of things maybe from draft, but aside from that, I think it's just one of those things where Mad Lions have progressively kind of been increasing the level of consistency. Giants unfortunately didn't show up, so it's hard to take much away, and I think most of what we will learn from Mad will actually be about what prep they have ready for Vitality, as opposed to what we actually got to see out of them versus Giants.
And they always bring new elements to the table, whether it's in draft, in the way they approach the game, and we know that their coach that we see right now on screen trusts them a lot, actually. If they feel something in the moment, even if it was not planned, that's something that they can play in draft. So Vitality has to be ready for everything here. And when we look at the bot lane especially, for me, this is going to be a central point this series for the aggressivity that both bot lanes have shown so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hilly and Kasi has had some high highs, but also very low lows. I think we saw some really low lows against the series of BDS, where in general, they're just quite greedy in terms of the way they're setting themselves up for the laning phase. They weren't respecting when enemies were sweeping bushes around and the jungler was just coming straight on in to gank them. And I feel like that was a very sloppy mistake to make, something that they shouldn't be doing today. They should have a high respect for Elyoya. He should continue to be tracked. And then isolated in the 2v2, I do have high hopes for them.
Yeah, I think in the isolated 2v2, they should hold out fine. What I'm kind of looking at is more of a fundamental thing from Vitality, almost a little bit more holistically, where it's play through mid first, unlock VTO, or subsequently unlock Douglas to actually have more freedom to move down there and kind of just, whether it's shadowing or directly influencing the lane to ensure that Kazi and Hylissang do have a good time in that 2v2.
And Hylissang, we mentioned it, always made it to the bracket stage. GB was not the most stable player we had in Vitality, but honestly, a good look on him. Since the start of the season, I do not want to see the same mistakes he made last week, though.
No, absolutely not, because it feels like it's a domino effect. The first in comes through, and then it's the second one, then it's the third, and it just keeps going. But if he manages to find that perfect balance on the line between a great play and an in-play, that's when he's the scariest. And I know that's what people come to know Hilly by, but that's the way he's made it to these stages every single time.
Well, Vitality's head coach is also back. We saw him on camera earlier. Mac is here in the studio today, and Trouble checked in with him ahead of this series. Let's see what he had to say.
Thank you, Laure. Mac, thank you so much for joining me ahead of your team's game versus Mad Koi. How are you feeling? It's the first time in studio for you this split.
Yeah, it is, and I mean it's pretty cool here. Actually, it's really cool. I'm just happy to be back. I'm just happy to be here. It's crazy to think that I've literally not seen the boys on stage. You know, obviously you can listen after the fact, but like being there and seeing, kind of experiencing the emotion and the way they're communicating and the way they're preparing and this type of thing is. It's a whole different ball game, right? So I'm really looking forward to that.
Would you say it's a little frustrating just looking at them behind the glass?
Yes. I think it's also been a great opportunity for me to step back and kind of be happy with giving over some control, right? And
Become the viewer?
Sure, and it's been a really great exercise for Pad and Carter in terms of their development as leaders. Obviously, Carter already had a lot of experience as a head coach, and Pad had just come back from being a head coach at Worlds. So it's a very easy situation in which to trust them, right? Because they're both excellent coaches in their own right. So from that perspective, it was really good. And I think our relationship as a trio is also very good. So I'm happy.
It's great to see your trust to your staff that is here watching the team and basically is feeding you all the information back to you. Now, I want to ask you about your prospects moving into today because you guys had a fantastic end to the regular split. 3-0 last weekend into 2-0 versus Kane, your first best of series. A little bit of a fumble versus BDS. So what do you take away from that to apply to today's series?
Honestly, I think that this team is still like a very young team. I know we have like very experienced players, but I feel like the extent to which we still have so far to go in order for us to really come together as a team is very great. So the results have been very up and down when you just look from results. But actually, from my perspective, our losses are usually just great examples of teams highlighting some of our weaknesses or punishing us for gaps in our gameplay that are great opportunities for us to go and learn. And then usually we go away and learn and fix it the next week, right? And I think that was my takeaway coming into SK. Was like, wow, all the things we worked on in scrims this week, all the new concepts we learned, all the things that we didn't do last week, we did them this week. Nice, awesome. And then I think BDS had a really good read on us and they punished us really well. So win-win, that's great. That's a win and it's an opportunity, right?
Always good to hear from Mac. Welcome to the Cash Race. I'm Dracos. That's Dagda. We'll be bringing you this first best of 3. And as Mac highlighted, you know, lose is improve, which I feel like is a coach interview classic.
Oh, yeah.
Mac delivered it in a much more compelling way than that, but I think that was the core of that kind of final.
All I'm learning is that they're going to be unstoppable because they have now been defeated, which means they've now learned everything.
Yeah, they're just slowly absorbing the lessons that their enemies are teaching them.
Yeah.
I have to feel like some lessons aren't going to come through in a single week of scrims, or in this case, 2 days of scrims, because I don't know really what they're going to have learned from Saturday to now Monday. It is still, of course, an elimination best of 3. The winner will move on to the top 4 to the best of 5 portion of our playoffs to face up against the winner of today's second best of 3. The loser will head home, watch the rest of the festivities from their couch. But on the opposite side, Mad Lions Koi looking terrifying. And this feels like the closer of our 2 best of 3s today in terms of parity, where both these teams absolutely ready to fight fire with fire. Vitality have been a bit all over the place, but based on what we saw against SK, I'm optimistic that they can really bring the thunder today.
Yeah, I think these are 2 of the most aggressive bot lanes that we have in the league at the moment, so I'm very excited to see how they're going to face up against each other. And also, I mean, this is a barn burner. It's such an exciting matchup when you look at, like, hey, you know, we've got ex-Mad Lions players and coaches going up against Mad Lions Koi. I want to try and see if they can put them in their spot.
Oh, I see.
Again?
You like that? You like that TMZ spice.
Oh yeah, but
you
also
like that rivalries.
Yeah,
kinks.
but
all right.
They kind of got beaten the last time these 2 teams faced up. So now you got like a little bit of like, all right, come on, lads, get over the line.
And I think that like it's going to be pretty natural for most people to assume that while there's a ton of interesting points to focus on the map, I think for us, bot lane is where we naturally
100%.
want to go because Supa and Alvaro are players who want to push their limits 2v2. Karzi and Hylissang are the exact same. So if junglers don't come down to bot lane, they're going in no matter who's there. Like fights are happening. So hopefully you can jump up onto it. So Cassante has been banned, but he prefers to be banned in the middle of the ban pool. That's why I actually don't know why he's there. I'll keep you posted as we get more information here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good ban regardless. Yeah, it looks like we're having some problems. But, like, I think it's a good ban anyway against Photon. It has been Photon's most played. And when you talk about the bot lane, it's like, hey, if we put Cassante in the top lane, he's going to be a menace regardless of what you do. So you can just leave him to his own devices, and you go, cool, we're hyper-focused on bot lane, which has been something that Vitality, I think, have started to do a little bit more. Especially when Douglas can get his hands on things like the brand. But we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is coming forward as, yeah, a little bit of a funky situation. There we go.
Oh, it's gone. All right, debates on what the pick is going to be. I believe picks and bans are continuing. We'll keep you guys updated. Hopefully get the correct bans in front of you in a moment. There we go. Okay, no one missed a ban. We just were keeping you guessing. Props to anyone who followed along at home and managed to guess correctly that the missing bans were Callista, Maokai, Karma, and Ivern. Don't know how you did that or why you wrote those 4 particular things down, but you would have been correct. Senna now has been locked in. Makes sense when we saw what Supa was able to do with it earlier in the week. The pretty quick and easy response for Vitality, locking in the flex pick of the Rel as well as the Varus.
I feel like you can just go Ashe Varus here is silly though, right? And you're pretty happy. I do think though, when we look at like Mad Lions Koi last series, the fact that they went for the Senna did not mean that this was a non-aggressive matchup. They were actually very handily taking on GX with the Nautilus in the support role as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this is still a matchup that you want to try try and play quite aggressive on. You're going to go for the buy as well, which obviously has a lot of synergy with hey, you want to try and get in your face in the early stages and a lot of crowd control for that later point, which will help out in trying to pick out things like the Varus or the Akali in the backline. I did think it would be the Ashe though that they went for, but prioritizing the Video's Akali, this is something that Vitality have gone for over and over again, even in these blind pick scenarios. So curious to see if they try to like ban away things like a Talia and that kind of stuff to make things just a little bit more difficult. Nico, another example of how you can just make things more comfortable for Video here.
Well, in the Ashe respect ban now coming out, not wanting to give Team Vitality the luxury of playing double range bot lane. Wouldn't be surprised with that Ashe ban coming through if Vitality just want to put the Rel now on the bottom side, match tank support for tank support, but we'll see what the adaptation looks like. Setting BTO up for success here. Could just ban another mid laner. Like giving BTO an edge in any Akali matchup, obviously very comfortable on it individually. And Fresskowy, not usually a player who's going to get a ton of early game attention, usually much more about either Mirwin or the bottom lane of Mad Lions Koi. So Azir now going away as well.
Yeah, I'm curious what Fresskowy wants to go for, because he still has a lot of him in his pool that he could try and go for. Like, he's played a ton of stuff.
This entire team refuses to play champions. Not a single person on this team other than Alvaro has played a champion 4 times.
Which is kind of insane.
Which is nuts, right? Like 3 is the most that any of them are hitting. And usually it's only on a single pick. So Fresskowy, yeah, his highest picks are Akali, Azir, and Nico, but that does not mean a lot. Set. That's for Hilly. I'm sorry, that has to be for Hilly.
Yeah, I think it is, because it's like you can actually do really well against an Nautilus. Nautilus walks up to try and look for the hook. You can pull him back in. You got good opportunity to look for turnarounds with the Haymaker as well. Very, very aggressive bot lane, and this is a bot lane that you now hyper need to focus on. We kind of expected it coming into this matchup, but like that's a bell ringing in that bot lane to say we're going to go down. But Talia is going to be taking the mid lane. I think this should have been the ban over the Azir. At least the Akali can survive the matchup into the Azir and then come alive later on. But I think against the Talia, you get so much push power, you get great side lane ability, and it makes it really difficult to try and play these fights as like a Rel or an Akali when the Talia is able to throw down those unraveled earth.
All right. So we got what appears to be a Talia mid now paired with a Twisted Fate top lane from Mirwin. Saw it yesterday in the hands of Broken Blade. Can be this obnoxious split pushing threat.
Just the 11th champion for Mirwin casually.
Just casual 11th.
LEC yeah.
Is that all we're at? Really, 11? It's those 3 Gwen picks that are holding him back from a deeper champion pool. Speaking of, Photon now going to lock in the Gwen. So can mitigate, obviously, the gold card. And if you go the full AP route for Gwen, she just does so much damage as we get into those later team fights.
Yeah, I think it does give you a lot of opportunity to try and play sides as well. But I mean, into the TF, a huge amount of it's going to be trying to use your Shroud to try and dodge away from like a stun card or some of the empowered auto attacks and that kind of stuff, and seeing if you can play on the edge of range, because that's kind of where Gwen can come alive, especially when you look towards these team fights, right? Like Talia, TF, Senna, all going to struggle to deal damage to her if she's belongs to that front of the fight. So I think this is where it could be very interesting to see how these fights pay off, but I do think if you end up getting a lead as Mad Lions Koi here, you can very quickly start to run away with this game. So it's going to be very interesting to see how like both the solo laners on Vitality approach fights and how Mad Lions Koi approach the map now with this ADTF.
ADTF, the double semi-globals with the Talia as well as the Twisted Fate. Something that Vitality are going to have to respect. Vitality certainly much better diving tools overall. A lot more people who are going to get to that back line a bit more effortlessly. And Mad Lions Koi with an interesting variety of, you know, not really your traditional scaling hyper carries. I think Senna obviously is that scaling threat, but isn't a Jinx. Twisted Fate, not your traditional scaling AD threat. You know what I mean? Talia definitely not the strongest in the department of like traditional control mages. You've got 3 champions who offer something a little bit different here. Just gonna have to see what Mad Lions Koi can do with them.
And I think it's mostly for Mad Lions Koi, it's like looking for those picks, right? So you're like, hey, we have a Talia Weaver's Wall. We can try and like separate and look for a pick, play off of side lane control, work with that Twisted Fate. You got point and click CC with Oyoya, and then even Senna, just from downtown, providing a bit of damage, a bit of shielding to make sure you can turn that around. So I think you've got very clear ways for Mad Lions Koi to try and play it out. It's just that if Vitality start to get leads and Photon and Video, it becomes a little bit more difficult to pan out. So it's kind of interesting to see that, yes, we've got a lot of attention in the bot lane because of the, well, set that's going to come through. But I do think that the solo laners are going to have to work cut out from here as well, and already trying to get some vision here.
Top side, face checking into the brush, set with the setup. Elioya now running. Elioya is just dead. He knows his fate. Just going to walk away and hope it saves the rest of his team. Mirwin making it out safety by burning the Ghost. Nice start, nice read on the early level 1 play coming in from Vitality. Called out there. And of course, if you're enjoying the Times New Roman top bar, we are working on it at the moment. Those PNGs will load eventually.
And we will get Comic Sans to
We will
replace
get
this.
Comic Sans or Papyrus. You can vote now in the chat to let us know what you... I'm kidding.
It's called Avatar, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry, it's the Avatar font now. I have to forget. Papyrus not famous enough on its own. Anywho, we'll update that stuff as we go. A lot of the information's still correct. Going to revert briefly to the old school HUD. It's an oldie but a goodie. As Mad Lions kind of kick off the laning phase here. Positive early start. First blood going to Varus in bot lane for Carzzy. Nice. Extra longsword. Hilly already aggressive. Didn't really burn any sums. Should be much stronger in the early 2v2. Vitality know it. They're just going to walk forward and try to be as aggressive as humanly possible.
It didn't go for the pullback, didn't have a minion that he's going to be able to actually get the stun onto, and you kind of need that if you want to be able to follow up with a double auto attack from Hilly, so going to play that nice and safe. But I think it's a good read from Vitality at the get-go. You want the vision control there so you can
Flash in, instant pullback on a Supa. Going to get the cleanse out as well. Ignite coming in, Ignite traded. Alvaro lays his down.
It's a bit of a weird trade though, because Hilly, the lower you get a set, the higher your regen, so you will actually get a lot of this health back very, very quickly.
Yeah.
But it's kind of counteracted a little bit by Supa's healing, as you can see coming through there. So even though it looked a little bit funky, and you end up with a summoner spell blown on Hilly, he still has his Hex Flash, still should be able to try and play aggressive, but both flashes still on Supa and Alvaro make it a bit of an even-ish trade.
Yeah. And if you've never seen Hilly play set support, if you weren't around when this was a much more conventional pick, this is classic Hilly. Play level 1 as aggressively as humanly possible. Use your flash aggressively, generally trying to get enemy 80 carry flash, knowing you have the Hex Flash, knowing your next all-in, is an easy kill once you do. Supa at least very confident, very comfortable, does just cleanse and walk away. So gives up a sum, but luckily not the flash in that context. Svitio suffering a bit here. Creep block there and just going to eat a ton of damage. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, oh yeah. Rounding in. Saying level 2. Should have the Haymaker available. Gonna be tough. Level 3 now coming in as well. Alvaro getting level 3. That's a nice follow-up. Haymaker coming out. Good damage, but just not nearly enough. Carzzy continuing to free fire. Wants to finish off Alvaro. Is he ready to burn the flash? In comes Rel. Oh, he has to be careful here. Daglas doesn't want to overcommit. Mad Lions Koi, they get the kill, they walk away essentially scot-free.
Daglas just a little late, and I think nice timing there from Mad Lions Koi. They were trying to bait the level 3, so they did overextend, and they ended up being able to turn that back around. So unfortunate for Vitality, but this is exactly what you expect. Vitality are a team in that bot lane that want to play hyper aggressive. They want to use every advantage, and they kind of turned that around there against Hylissang.
They definitely do, and I think overconfidence from Hylissang most certainly. Daglas not quite close enough, and a good but brief window of opportunity there capitalized on by Mad Lions Koi. So getting that killer to LEO is going to feel pretty solid. See how much further ahead he can get. Right now the jungle CS at least is dead even, just the kill separating him and Daglas. And I think the struggle for Daglas has been, it feels like when he's on those fast clearing champions like Brand, you highlighted this to me, Dagda, he's kind of always where he needs to be because his clear speed is just so damn quick, but sometimes can lag behind a little bit when it comes to picks like Darrell.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to make his presence known on that top side. Elyoya is there, so maybe have to turn this around. There is
One. Goes back up. Elyoya follow through, stun card there as well. Elyoya just going to finish that one. Daglas just hand delivering a bag of gold to the Mad Lions Koi top side.
And it's just not working for Daglas at the moment. Doesn't get to play on bot side, then goes top. And Elyoya there to respond. Nice jungle pathing from Elyoya as well, because that was actually the first time he killed his Gromp. He'd gone from blue Raptors into bot side, didn't do Krogs at the initial time, so he was there slightly quicker on the bot side, then came back up and around, and only gone for reset at the moment as well to pick up his Phage and Longsword. So really nice pathing to just make sure he was in touch with Daglas on a lot of those plays. Actually, sorry, I think you've reset after bot side, but still, I mean, Elyoya keeping track on Daglas and in the right places every single time thus far.
Really consistent there. Nice hook onto Hylissang. Good follow-up coming in as well. Hylissang should just be dead here. The shield's starting to fade. Nah, not quite the damage that they need to finish it again. The set regeneration on that passive, incredibly deceptive.
Yeah.
This champion is not tanky, and then he haymakers you. He's down to 5% HP, and he's got 150 health regen, and you cannot kill him.
It's so frustrating when you're just trying to finish off the last little bit, especially if you're trying to like pass a kill off to Supa or anything. You're just like, wait, no, he's not dying. Why is he not dying? And then suddenly
there's a couple
you
champions you can't walk away from. You know what I mean? You just have to finish the kill if you're given the opportunity, and Set is absolutely one of those picks. But Hilly playing on the edge there, which is again classic Hilly. Overall, though, relatively composed early game. Mad Lions Koi, small but pretty tangible advantages. Early Swifties and a recurve for Mirwin on the top side of the map. Going to make a lot of that laning phase just much, much easier. Played some 80 Twisted Fate earlier today. Atrociously low base move speed. Really love that Swifties early purchase. It's just fantastic to have. Obviously gets you in range when you shoot your rapid fire cannon for the gold card easier, but in general, you need boots as quick as you can on this guy.
It's also just super nice because a huge amount of your damage is based on your blue card, but Video gonna need a red card to get out of here.
Connecting, nice flick back there, good burst, has to dash back through Alvaro. Good angle of escape. Respecting the potential to get locked up there again. So we'll just R2 back out to safety, perfect execution. Just gonna be an okay escape out of that one. But anytime they get the ult out of Vito, it means all of his kill pressure is gone in mid lane. Really frees up Frescowi to push in and be aggressive.
It's a nice roam from Alvaro, though, because with Dragon being there, Video thought he was safe to lean to that bottom side, but just wasn't. And Alvaro kind of skirting around a lot of the vision, but now Mirwin in trouble as Hilly.
About to find a set, walking in, pull back. Not going to come through, instant flash.
I just like the not a hope. I'm not doing anything to deal with this. Thank you.
I'm good.
But
Thank you.
bot lane. Just going to see Karzi is on his own. No one, Elyoy is still on that top half of the map, so it won't be a full dive. That's why you just see Douglas covering here, because they haven't really been able to track where Elyoy is, but Karzi's still going to be fine to pick up all this CS. As Alvaro just going to move in and just get some vision control down. Spotting that this bottom side is clear. We'll give a little bit of information over to Elyoy.
Yeah, we take stock of that play as a whole. Of course, Infernal Drake does go down for the side of Vitality. A plate goes over to the side of Mad Lions Koi, but they do also give up Mirwin's flash. So in the grand scheme of things, you know, flash traded for a plate and a Drake. Vitality, I feel like, in that last, at least, small sequence, certainly favored. It's really hard for Mad Lions Koi to push advantages any further in the bot lane. I think one of the big disadvantages for a long time for Senna in the actual carry position is she's just trash at pushing. Now, pullback is there, though. Karzi coming in. Nice little rain of arrows. Good follow-up. Level 6, not enough! Hillisang getting the kill credit. Haymaker coming through, but now Elyoy on the bottom side, desperate to get something back. And this Mad Lions Koi picking a fight they should not have.
I mean, that was it. It was just the amount of damage that you end up stacking up in that Haymaker when it's fully stacked is obscene. True damage coming through. Super just wasn't expecting it. Stood right behind Alvaro, thought he was safe, but as that shot came in, felt the worst of it. And Elyoy was trying to get down here to help out, but a nice pick up there for the bot lane of Karzi and Hilly. And if you end up with this Varus getting a lead, that's a big team fight victory for you, because when you look at it, you've got a strong front line coming through in Hilly and Douglas. You've got good target selection that you can shot down, but going to try and respond.
There, going straight back onto Karzi. Karzi has cleanse and flash up and available. He's just going to try to walk away. Good pullback from Hilly. Should have another Haymaker available. A nice shield. Goes for the ultimate as well, but not much of a show to be stopped there. Super, however, going to be in trouble here. 3 blight marks on him. Flash in for a quick Q. Instant follow-up from Douglas to lock down the Senna. Vitality keeping the play going. Frescowi just going to try to disengage and dissuade any further action. 3-3 the overall kill score, but that's just another quick pick on the Supa in the bot lane.
Again, though, it's Karzi getting those leads, managing to get that push in. He has the CS lead, has the kill advantage, now sitting about 600 gold ahead. This is going to be a major issue for Mad Lions Koi as we get towards the rest of these, because one of the things you'd be able to do as Vitality is continue to put pressure bot, look to pick up the tower here, then rotate in towards mid, and you can use a lot of that pressure then in the mid game to go, cool, let's rotate Hilly and Douglas down to a side lane to support Video if they want to try and look for an opportunity to Frescowi or move up and try and punish Mirwin. And you can see there, right, like the second there is even a hint of any sort of pressure up there, he has to pop the ghost, because a slow from that ultimate from Photon will set up perfectly for that play. Oh, I don't think they saw each other actually there. Hilly, the spot to the top side is up, but I think he should just back away here.
He's fine. Most likely can just Hex Flash out as well. A good bit of vision laid down there as Mad Lions Koi are going to commit 3 members to the mid lane. Good wave clear from Frescowi means first push and first access here. They're going to start to move down to the bottom side. Looks like recognizing that Karzi might just be on his lonesome and really wanting to punish, wanting to go for this dive.
Yeah, there's no real pressure elsewhere. Photon just reset as well, so Mad Lions Koi kind of know they have this opportunity in the map where you're not going to lose out by investing onto this bot side with no one in the area. So everyone on Vitality just moving down here to ensure that you're going to be fine to move up and, well, try and get some of the CS, but the tower plates are gone and the majority of that wave is gone. So nice timing there from Mad Lions Koi to punish Vitality, who just weren't on the map at the right time.
Definitely looking good thus far. Check in on Supa Senna stacks here in a few minutes as we get closer to the 14-minute mark once tower plays fall. Update you on what the range difference is going to be. Grub's up and available. Elyoy going back for the respawn here. Has already picked up 2. Could look to make it 5. which would be a pretty big boon. And you can see, based on mid lane, that BTO is really the only one who could try to match there.
Yeah, they're basically going to try and roam down onto this bottom side here. Wave is pushed in. You can already see the movement from BTO. They're going to try and look for the counter push on what was just happening from Mad Lions Koi. So we'll give up point grubs, but they would really like to get something here. Alvaro might give it to them.
4 members bot side. Alvaro just going to hook out to safety. Supa invisible in the shroud. Kali can't just RM, can't just go for the initial click there. So they just walk away. Not really a lot to be done. Elyoya in the meantime finishing off 2, looking to make the 3rd Void Grub go down. Hylissang though wants to kick things off in isolation. Supa caught out here, but no haymaker to come through. Alvaro gonna hit him with a thumbs up. Hylissang, bit of a questionable play here. TP now to follow up to maybe hope to block it. It's successful. Frescowi, that's a clean setup. Flick back onto Carzzy is nasty. And Mad Lions Koi instantly say, nah, bro, not today. Fast punish on the bottom side. They want to keep the train rolling. Elyoya looking for the setup. They might just back away there. And I can see the vision in Hylissang's eyes, but I think he thought he was tankier.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to like wipe your eyes a little bit to see the vision a little bit better. And that was nailed it. But Hilly, he's not dissuaded. He's like, cool, let's go again.
He's role playing. He is the boss. That said, the boss is broke and doesn't do damage unless people hit him. So he's just going to walk away there. So Drake over to the side of Mad Lions Koi, evening up 1-1 in Drake's, getting all 5 grubs in terms of the buff, and now a 1.5k gold lead. That's pretty big.
Sorry. This is very strange. I coughed. This is very strange here coming through from Hilly, because you're like, where's your follow-up? Like, even if Douglas gets in onto that, like a 2-man jungle support doesn't have the damage here as a rel. And then Carzzy isn't really in a position, and it just sets up beautifully here, because not only does Frescowi get in to get the kills, your whole trade here was either you could push them off bot wave and go for Dragon, which I think was the correct call here, or you could try and look for the kills, and once they overextend like that too far, Mad Lions Koi just kind of get to take everything on the map. So this is a massive swing now in favor of Mad Lions Koi. Like you can see, the Senna still a little bit behind, but the rest of the map is very quickly starting to succeed in favor of Mad Lions Koi.
Yeah, and it's so easy for Mad Lions Koi once they get into an advantageous state to just move their members across the map, because they get first push in mid pretty easily with the Taliyah at this point in the game. First push for Mirwin is going to be there until Photon has a lot more all-in threat than he does currently. So Mad Lions Koi push out mid, instantly start taking control of enemy jungle. BTO now going to be forced to respond, but Mad Lions Koi have the choice. They can go bot, they can go mid, they can even shift their focus to top side if they so choose, and it's really Vitality who are going to be forced to kind of play on the back foot.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get tough to try and match Video into Frescowi, because Frescowi, as you can see, can easily shove the wave now that he's got his tier stacked. Not going to really be an issue.
Pull back there from Hylissang. Excellent combo. Nice showstopper. Hylissang to the back line. He's dead again. There's no time for a haymaker. Can't even get another blow down. It's on VTO to try to turn this fight back. Frescowi lays down the unraveled Earth. There's VTO can't dash. He's instantly flipped back as well. VTO needs to dash through and try to find another kill. Elyoya locked up. VTO going out. He cannot go back in. However, the shuriken flip marking a dead target. Supa now locked up. And Carzzy just going absolutely god mode. Still standing. Body block big there. Carzzy needs to get the hell out. Frescowi, nice big rock there. A second one. Back to back. This man is tough. He doesn't even need to see him. He just lines him up and knocks him down.
The boulder toss is real, and it's Carzzy gone flying after that one. Vitality tried desperately to force the play, but again, it's over-forcing the play. They're trying so hard to get the kills on towards Video, see if he can then be a threat in the side lanes. But here, like, there's 4 members here, and Akali isn't in position, so Haley again, no haymaker, no opportunity to follow up. Yes, they get Alvaro, but you're chasing into Frescowi, who's going to be able to set up again this unraveled Earth, making it hard for Douglas to do anything. Good flick back means that then Video gets stunned. And then again, you're overextending to try and find these plays, but they're just not quite enough. And nice from Carzzy here to follow up and get the kill on Supa, but that was just way too much from Vitality.
Frescowi just hits him with a big rock twice. Nothing to be done there. Coach and staff feeling good on that play. This time Hylissang completely caught out, not on a play he initiated. Easy gold card follow-up. We'll get the opportunity to throw out the haymaker if he so chooses. He does! But he is no longer a laning set at 5 minutes. He is a 1-5 support set, and that does not do enough damage.
And this again is like Vitality over pushing the play. They tried to go for the setup on towards Rift Tower, but Akali was already in the bot side taking the tower, but nobody really there to defend it. They should have known that there was multiple members in the vicinity, but Hilly overextending there gets caught out, and Mad Lions Koi are just punishing mistake after mistake from Vitality.
And Dagda, this is such a hard game now for Vitality to play. It was already difficult. The only saving grace that Vitality have is that their mid lane tower is up, but that's not going to be the case for much longer because Elyoya now has the Rift Herald. And at this stage, with their massive individual leads, they can just group and force a lot of these major objectives, and Vitality don't really have the tools to get in. Photon hasn't been present in the fights, and I think the gold lead top is a bit deceptive. The Gwen still will be really impactful in the full-on, 5v5. But we're in a situation that we were in the G2 series yesterday where Mad Lions Koi never have to 5v5 if they don't want to. And when they do, it will be with first setup on every objective because they're just so far ahead.
Yeah, and I think a huge amount of that is going to come down to getting this mid lane tower. Once, as you can see, Mad Lions Koi group up here, you use the Rift Tower, you get that mid lane tower down, and it becomes very easy to shove mid and then play out four sides. Like Oyoya and Alvaro linking up with either the TF or Frescow is going to guarantee a kill, and there's the tower gone.
Hylissang stepping forward to threaten, but Celestial opposition already taken out. Hylissang just disappeared. Now BTO going in, he's going to be able to take out Alvaro, but the instant response coming through as well. That's Daglas' ultimate taken down. Frescow again, just uncontested. Photon trying to ghost in, trying to get a little bit more done. BTO stepping forward, wants to get some more damage on Supa. Photon knows that he has to turn this entire play around. The Gwen, here she is, the shutdown for Carzzy, and finally, Vitality find a winning fight.
Yeah, Mirwin didn't commit the ultimate to actually get into the play, so Photon getting in with the ghost. Nice timing to move down here and able to finish off this play, because this could have been an absolute disaster. Again, you get that little bit of an overextension here from Hilly as the tower goes down, nobody there to follow up, he gets deleted immediately. Douglas then is just trying his best to set up for Video, who does get the kill, and they manage to keep Oyoya in check as well, but Douglas just skirting away barely, thanks to that crash down shield. But the fact that Photon is here with the ghost, Supa, good call here. Finish off the Akali to make sure you get a kill, because with that ghosted Gwen, you were never escaping away from that.
Definitely a tough fight to watch on the side of Mad Lions Koi, or excuse me, on the side of Vitality, because you get some of the kills that you wanted. You do manage to find the shutdown. It does go to Carzzy, which accelerates him to 2 items, but you know you have to keep that ball rolling. You cannot stop, and that means that they have started Drake. Hilly again fishing for the setup. Mirwin on the backside, laying down the gold card. Elyoya over the wall. The Dragon already down. Mad Lions Koi do not need to commit anything else, and they will not.
Watch Carzzy though, he's starting to step in toward Talia territory. Trying to be very safe here. Mad Lions Koi not dissuaded. They still feel like they can get something here, but I think everyone should just back away. There's no, especially for Vitality, no reason to try and force this. Just try and look for your, try and look for your waves. But Vitality have shown that they don't really care. They like to be aggressive.
Certainly do. And I think the good news is you're at 2 items on the Akali, 2 items on the Varus, so you're powerful if you can set them up for success. But you can see on the top side, Twisted Fate, courtesy of the passive, courtesy of the pressure advantage, the plates, etc. Mirwin building an individual gold lead of 2K. Looks like Wit's End coming in next, a bit of tenacity, attack speed, damage on hit, not going to feel too bad.
Yeah, especially against the Gwen, works out very, very well for you. Having that little bit of extra magic resist means you're not capable of being just one-shot with that ultimate.
But I do feel at a certain point, you know what I mean? Like, Gwen will just do Gwen things.
Yeah.
And you will just find yourself hopefully sidestepping the last charge of her ultimate, and if you don't, dying in one shot.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because we used to see 2 different builds for the Gwen. There was always the Nashor's Tooth after the Riftmaker, which was, I'm going to be a side lane threat and have a little bit more in team fights, versus what was the Shadow Flame. But not that anymore, as Hilly.
Done. Celestial opposition mitigating some of the upfront damage, and he's dead again. He's gone.
Not giving set support's a good look now.
And the problem is, okay, to be clear, like even when set support was good but not broken, because there was a small period of time where he was probably just overtuned. This was a champion where you essentially, it was a very Hilly champion in the sense that you had to build an advantage and you had to keep forcing with that advantage, because the only thing that set does mid-late game, as we've seen, I think even Huhi brought it out at Worlds for a single game last year, is like you find good flanks with your ult, you get 1 combo off and you die. So you're just a worse Nautilus once you get out of the laning phase. VTO forced to flash away there. Positive exchange for Mad Lions Koi, most certainly. Frescow now can come down. Bit of a slow Baron take without Mirwin there. So don't think they're going to go for any early force here, as Vitality seem keen to make a fight happen. Hylissang going back in, but Carzzy's been locked up. Knockup now coming in as well. Carzzy locked up as well. The interrupt coming in for Elyoya, but only buys a brief moment. Carzzy still standing though. Carzzy continuing to auto attack, generating so much space. Vitality clean team fighting to keep that 80 carry standing. Mirwin with the gold card. I don't think it's going to be enough. The Gwen already on top of him. Varus just keeps hitting. Somebody kill Carzzy, but they don't have the tools. They don't have the space. Supa now stepping forward. This is his chance to turn the fight back. The slows now coming in. One more Q might just do it. Step forward. Q auto, he gets it done. Supa finally taking Carzzy out of the equation, but a messy exchange for Mad Lions Koi.
Exactly. I mean, the fact that Mad Lions Koi lost more numbers in that fight when they were the ones that tried to start it off is a bit of a disaster. And it started off looking well. for Mad Lions Koi, where Douglas doesn't really get the engage. He's looking for Alvaro's able to get that interrupt. We'll see it as we get back into the replay here. But it's the fact that you just can't get this backline into position to deal with Karzi. So the wall comes through, but the front line for Vitality is there. Supa's trying to get in range, has to then flash away as Photon comes in. And this is what I was talking about, is that if Karzi's able to get ahead, there's so many members on Vitality that can deal with the backline of Mad Lions Koi. It becomes very difficult to deal with the dive, but Hilly...
Well, that you might think that you've seen this episode before, but you have not. This is not a replay, it's live.
No, it's a rerun.
It is, well, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's like an episode of Seinfeld. You know, the plot hasn't progressed. You're kind of just watching the same thing over and over again. It's just, you know, it's just episodic. You're not getting the greater narrative of a Breaking Bad.
It's like the Dragon Ball Z, where it takes like 3 or 4 episodes for him to level up for the fight. And then Hilly's just going to have this big ultimate in one of these fights where we're just like, clearly it's a great pick.
That's a generous narrative. We'll see if that turns out to be the case. Nice pick here on the side onto Photon. Fantastic use of the Twisted Fate Destiny there. VTO now trying to make his way out of the fight. Frescowi again just uncontested on the back line here. Hex Flash from Hilly. Looking for the angle as he does. Celestial opposition going to fade away. The Unraveled Earth laid down. Mad Lions Koi just going to be able to back off.
Great pick from Mad Lions Koi. Don't feel confident to try and go over towards the Baron, but I think this is exactly how you want to try and play this composition. Look for those moments where you can get the waves in your favor and just quick pick. Then you get to push in sideways. You start to build that gold lead again. You just make it very difficult for Vitality to try and play at the fights. But with 30 seconds until Dragon, you won't have TP for Photon. It's a question of if Mad Lions Koi can try and find that quick pick again, because otherwise Vitality will just get back on the map and contest them.
Yep. Just an update on optimization. We talked about Wit's End in the top lane for Mirwin. It might be his 3rd item, but for now he's just sitting on the Negatron Cloak. Instead opted for the Ginsus here. Mad Lions Koi continuing to step up. Edge of Night for Supa means he can play quite aggressive, and Elyoya, interestingly, going for the Abyssal Mask. So setting up not himself, not Supa, a little bit Mirwin, but mostly Frescowi. Looking hopefully to one-shot someone on the opposing team with that combination there.
Video's in a good spot. Did spot on a ward though, so Mad Lions Koi trying to play up more towards mid lane. But this is where it gets a bit weird for Vitality. They want to try and pull this Dragon down to the bottom side. I was going to say if Hilly could be where Karzi is, that would be fantastic, but them kind of stepping forward in the front line is not the best of positions. Video trying to maneuver around again to get these flank builds.
VTO looking for the edge, looking for the angle here. Mad Lions Koi stepping up. Could be 3rd Drake for Vitality. Good wall coming in from the side from Frescowi. He has kept Karzi out of the fight. Karzi throwing the ult, and that's not about all he's going to be able to contribute. But Photon staying in the Shroud can deal so much more damage back. Frescowi looking for the solo coming in. Managing to get the double with support from Elyoya. Vitality getting absolutely routed in the fight. Vitality caught by the wall. Could not find the angle to fight on their terms.
Monster play from Frescowi. So gets the wall to separate Karzi. But also realizes he has no flash. So he's able to just wander around, move past the vision that Vitality have set up, and one-shot Karzi essentially alongside Elyoya. So really nice job in it. Mad Lions Koi, they got the Dragon, and they're going to be able to move over towards this Baron. And there's no one really there for Vitality to try and answer for this. Maybe Douglas can get there in time to look for a steal, but it's going to be a close one.
It will be tough. One person who is going to get there first is Hillisang. Can he disrupt? Can he buy enough time? No, there's just no way. This is already gone. Close, a few seconds difference, but Mad Lions Koi just powerful enough to shred through that. Mirwin, that on-hit Twisted Fate does a ton of damage if he's just allowed to free hit.
Yeah, I think this one is starting to get tougher and tougher for Vitality now. I mean, 6 kills on towards first gaming, the Talia, and I want you to keep your eyes on it here as well, because as we start to look at Frescowi's pro view, you'll see he's able to just get the pick on towards Karzi. Then Elyoya is like, fantastic, I'm just going to immediately move back onto him. And it means that then everyone on Vitality is drawn towards trying to protect Karzi, which opens up space then for Supa and for Mirwin on that top side to just finish off the last remaining members. So really great job probably for Frescowi there to play on that flank angle and disrupt everything Vitality wanted to set up.
Yeah, good peace of mind. And you can see Frescowi and VTO pitching for very similar flanks. The difference is VTO just disrupting on the backline, whereas the wall already impacting the team fight very positively. And then Frescowi's individual contributions with the rest of his kit, massive. Not only taking Karzi out of the fight with the wall, but also shutting him down, and that's huge damage going in. VTO going out of the rift, sent packing back to the fountain. Perfect way to start this push in. Wave clear on the side of Vitality is awful. 96 souls on Senna, so almost 100 extra range. Should hit 100 here shortly. You cannot stop this siege. That's a Twisted Fate with a gold card. If you try to make anything happen, he will kill you, and if you step any further forward, Frescowi will wall you off. Mad Lions Koi are taking their time here, but Vitality are getting choked out. They got a little bit of air left in these lungs, but they got to make it count.
Vitality have a moment here. TP topside from Frescowi, so if they were going to go for a play, that could have been their moment, but with video down, they don't feel confident to take the 4v4, had the Talia wall to get back into position, so they decide to just back away. So mid lane turret goes down, top lane will surely follow as well, and with the amount of vision the Mad Lions Koi having this bottom part, the jungle, they won't be able to go, but what?
Hylissang gone. Hylissang's out. He tried for the angle, but again, he's just dying mid-animation, so he just cannot get anything else done. Mad Lions Koi. Now the wall is coming through. They've actually lighted them in. They're bringing them back. A flick back hitting onto VTO. Supa managing to throw the ult across the entire remaining team. Photon the only one doing any damage, but it's just not enough at all. Mad Lions Koi, it was close. It was back and forth for a little bit of the early game, but once they took control, they have not let go. Once they put their foot on the gas, they have not stopped. Hylissang will go for one last desperate maneuver, but he's just adding to the death count. Mad Lions Koi drawing first blood in the best of 3, 1 win away from the best of 5 portion of our playoffs.
It was close until it wasn't. Mad Lions Koi taking a very swift mid-game in their favor and just not letting up, constantly finding picks, constantly finding those opportunities to play off of, having that strength with the Twisted Fate on the map as well. And yes, Photon tried at one point to get something back from Vitality, but it just felt like it was nothing to write home about.
Yeah, and I mean, a little bit of desperation there, certainly, on the side of Vitality. We'll see how they recover as we get closer to game 2. For now, we're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, the next match.
Red Bull gives you wings.
is she's just trashed at pushing. Now, pullback is there, though. Carzy coming in. Nice little rain of arrows. Good follow-up. Level 6, not enough. TP now to follow up to maybe hope to block it. It's successful. Frescowi, that's a clean setup. Flick back onto Carzy is nasty.
I think Fred wins this.
Yes, he does. Nice, Tres.
Back, a flick back hitting onto VTO. Super managing to throw the ult across the entire remaining team. Photon the only one doing any damage, but it's just not enough at all.
And welcome back to the LEC as Mad Lions Koi take game 1 here against some sad bees, I want to say. Didn't make the plan they had work in the end. And another convincing victory on the side of Mad Lions Koi, guys. We set the stage for bot lane, Jamara, ahead of today's show. I want to say the early game was mostly centered around bot lane, but that's where the action happened.
Yeah. It's where all of the action happened, right? We had Hylissang come out on this set, something we haven't seen. Gosh, I can't even remember the last time we saw a set in the support role. It's been a pretty damn long time. And from the off, as soon as we saw that, Mad Lions were like, okay, we have to try to shut this down. They were the first of the punch there down in the bottom lane. Could have even worked out if Hylissang had actually W'd towards Super in this instance, but regardless of that gank, it was just constant aggression from both sides. It was mostly Elyoya who was down there to the punch, but eventually Douglas did start getting involved, and it started getting very, very messy.
And I have to say, it was pretty surprising that Douglas was able to match Elyoya on a lot of these fights towards the bot side of the map. It is the only lane that Rel can play through due to the priority in the other lanes for the side of Mad Koi, and he did this pretty well, but there were a few overextensions here and there in their tries to get Carzy ahead, get some kills onto their Varus. That cost them, for example, here on your screen, that cost them the Dragon to come on later on, and a lot of the fights to come.
It is one of the issues we identified when it comes to the Vitality bot lane here is the over-aggression, taking too many risks, costing them the game maybe here, although I don't think it played through bot lane for what they could have done, but Trouble, we have to start seeing some discipline on this side of the Vitality bot lane, I think.
Oh, I mean, I don't want to sit here and hit on Hylissang, but we did see a few overextensions over in the bot lane. You said we haven't seen Zed for a while. Maybe he played a little bit too over-aggressive to the point where if your Varus cannot step up anymore because you lost a bunch of summoners in these aggressive plays, then later on teamfights become really difficult, especially when you add an Akali that is not necessarily in the best scenario picked to shine in these teamfights.
Yeah, Hilly is what I like to call a habitual line stepper. And this was a pretty good example of him towing the line and then basically just getting bit because he didn't really know when to stop, unfortunately. It hindered a lot of Vitality's ability to actually team fight once we got out of that bottom lane skirmishing phase. And to Mad Lions, the rest of the composition kind of falls apart if bottom lane isn't really ahead. If Carzy isn't always a threat, then you've got answers for the Akali via the Taliyah, via the Vi, via the Twisted Fate. And Gwen is kind of going to struggle if she doesn't have a diving buddy in this instance. And Douglas wasn't really able to get backline access consistently because Mad Lions were typically in a very solid formation when it comes to defending against those players.
And this is where the Akali pick becomes an issue here, Trouble. When you cannot access this backline, you know that you're not going to be able to do anything with the champion. Side lane also is going to become an issue if you want to play on this side, but here, Akali, VTO, I want to see another champion. We've talked about this in Reddit check. Maybe defaulting to Akali in any situation is really not what they need.
I commend him for his courage to be like, you know what, coach, pick me blind Akali right here on 3. I'm just gonna go all in. But we saw it was so difficult to play into the Nautilus, the Senna E as well. So difficult to play over the Taliyah rocks as well that stop all the dashes when you want to get into the backline. We saw him do make his way into the backline and still get one shot because he feels so alone right there. Gwen wasn't able to find her way, as you mentioned as well, Jamada. So maybe that blind Akali might not be it. He has a plethora of champions he can pick, I agree with.
And that's what it bothers me with VTO is the fact that he defaults to Akali when on the other side you have rookie mid laner Frescovi who's innovating every pick he's played in playoffs so far, has been a unique champion, Jamada, and he shined once again on Taliyah today. Yeah,
it's frustrating on the Vitality side, but for Frescovi, I mean, he sees the Akali, he's like, well, I've already got a Vi. Sure, why not?
I can make it work.
It's just going to work, isn't it? And there's a lot of other champions that typically Taliyah does really well into on that composition. Really great at stopping divers as a whole. It's not just about the mid lane matchup in isolation. It's shutting down Gwen's ability to get into the back line. It's slowing down picks like the set in terms of you know, when you go through that the padding on the floor, you stun yourself regardless, so you don't get to instantly immediately throw out the haymaker. So it was just all out a very strong pick and a good angle for him, and again opened out onto the map very early on. That was one of the things we spoke about in the pregame as well, for Vitality's point of view, actually trying to shut down Mad Lions by giving them the opportunity to move first on the map. Taliyah obviously thrives at that, and that's what we saw in this game.
Let's take a look at the map to see what kind of improvements and innovation we can expect on the side of Vitality here, Trouble, because as we said, maybe the wrong draft priorities or a not solid enough game plan for the Mad Lions squad we have today. What do you want to see in game 2?
I feel like I want to see the Akali removed here. Either removed or picked in a space where you know you're safe to get into the backline, you have a diving buddy with you, and you can get that help over. But right here, I have to commend Mad because they always pick that Vi in spaces where it just works. Having 2 lanes of priority, you have the TF over in the top lane that's going to run over that Gwen in terms of priority. You've got the Taliyah that's holding Akali at bay as well. It's a pretty free Vi from the side of Mad. And knowing this, I feel like they should have more in mind to try and shut down the priority lanes so that the Vi doesn't become as much of a danger as it was for Mad in this early game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And my biggest question as well beyond that is also, what are we going to do about the Senna as well? Because whilst, you know, we can definitely hit on picks like the Taliyah and just things like the Vi as well, these are very strong picks that obviously Mad Lions have demonstrated a very high capability of playing. Super's shown a very large tendency recently to kind of just sit on the center and be very happy in his lane matchup. So I'm curious about whether or not Vitality also considered this an issue. I feel like the 2v2 bot lane was pretty close, and I think on a mechanical level, had Vitality played out differently in a couple of those very fine scenarios, very easily could have won out this 2v2. So we'll see exactly what the priorities are as we head into draft here for game number 2 of the series. Cassante, Kalista, Maokai all banned away. They will remove the Senna, so that is something that they're going to shake the tree and kind of see what Mad Lions will go towards, and they're just going to take away the Varus.
So Bram is open this time around, though.
Exactly.
And we've pointed this as a champion that both junglers should be careful about. Maybe it's going to be big here. What do you want to see on the side of both Mad Lions Sky and Vitality in the first rotations, Trouble?
I want to see Douglas with a little bit more priority on the map in general. I feel like the brand is a great pick because you get to clear really quickly, and then you can follow it up with many ganks. And also it's a pretty safe jungler as well. You walk into the jungle, Brand is able to one-shot you now, especially with the ultimate being able to bounce through you as well. So maybe giving a little bit more free movement on Douglas instead of trying to lock down Elyoya, you give him more free movement on the map yourself.
Yeah, exactly. You want to have a little bit of a front line as well to kind of work with. We will get confirmation very soon on what that is locked.
We're going to do this again.
We'll do it again. Even, yeah.
Again.
That might be what happens. But yeah, I imagine, honestly, if it's not Brand, I'll kind of be surprised. But at the same time, for Mad Lions, this could have been a bait. This could be okay, we're going to leave Brand up. We're not going to first pick it. And we'll leave it to you. And it's Vitality that go towards the Rakan. Xayah, so the Lovers duo in the bottom lane, we haven't seen for a little while. And Elyoya will get his hands on Brand. To me, for Vitality to leave the Brand, they must have an answer for it, surely.
I want to put a small asterisk right here, because Fresskowy has played so many champions that it wouldn't surprise me to even see Fresskowy on the Brand in the mid lane. It's a very fast clearing champion versus the things like Azir that could show up on the side of Vitality. It could be a pretty good pick.
Yeah, I think there's always angles for stuff that's pretty creative like that. And the only real issue that Brand has ever had is he's an immobile mage, so he does kind of struggle in terms of getting picked on by ganks. But obviously with the terrain changes, mid lane's a lot wider. We don't tend to see a heavy mid lane focus in ganks these days in pro, and it's normally the bottom lane that does take up a lot of that pressure. But for now, second phase of bans, it was the rail that was locked in, so that should be going over to Douglas. No carry jungle answer here today.
Seeing the way here being banned from Mad Lions, it screams a little bit of Azir to me. Generally, Azir wants to avoid these mages that do shove really quickly and from a distance, like the Xerath, like the Hui that has been popping up. So seeing the Hui ban here, it makes me think more and more that this Brand is going to go in towards Elyoya, and maybe we'll see Fresskowy on something like the Azir.
I do agree. And for Vitality now, I'm wondering, I mean, if Mad don't ban away the Azir, they can just kind of default to it for VTO. They'll have strong peel, pretty strong engage between the Rakan and the Rel. I think the composition will be relatively rounded out well, but for Mad Lions, I think their answers are pretty decent into it when you've got Varus who can go poke and very easily bully out champions like Xayah, champions like Azir, and Brand can put out so much poke damage. I think the Azir could be a bit of a bait, and I wonder if VTO just kind of relies on this Akali again. I think this would be a much better spot for it than last game, but this also kind of works as a very similar avenue of hypermobility, very annoying, a lot less about the all-in per se, and a lot more about the poke and trying to ensure that Mad Lions never have the health bar resource to actually work around in dealing with Vitality's composition.
And we've seen the Kaisa answer sometimes to the LeBlanc. We know that usually it's Vitio who likes this kind of approach, but again, Mad Lions innovating. I like it. Let's see if they lock it in, and
you need to keep in mind, Rakia, that this LeBlanc can also move on a side lane, so Mad Lions need to keep in mind that they need somebody to match that LeBlanc later on when it comes to LeBlanc going on a side. 1v1 is very possible right here for Vitality. You have your R5 for your top lane as well, so Mad Lions need to make sure that they have something to match that with. Potentially, maybe even a blind pick towards the Gnar or something. It's going to be the Jace.
Okay, so
that's the most Mad Lions composition I've seen, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, Mad Lions are pretty all on. They're all on brand though. This is likely going to be a on brand. Haha. They're all going to be.
Nice.
It should be a poke composition, is what I'm aiming at here. For me, this is a monster angle for something like Malphite, something like an Ornn. You want to go in as Photon. You want to start fights.
What?
It's the complete opposite direction though, and he's answering it with an action.
I actually love this. This is a very potentially 1-3-1 composition coming from Vitality. You're going to have the LeBlanc on the side lane. You're going to have the action on the side lane. Somebody needs to stop both of them. That Kaisa steps up on the side lane. He's going to get instantly punished. I'm loving what I see right here for Vitality.
I see range. I see poke. I want to see a lot of space in the early game on the side of both teams, Shamada.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for Vitality, going towards this action now, it turns this composition into a lot more of a, like, yeah, we have to play space. We have to really make sure we're not allowing ourselves to take free damage. I do understand the worry. If you go full dive and you go something like a Malphite, Ornn, whatever, then you run the risk of getting absolutely torn to shreds by the brand. I still feel like this is maybe not the answer, but hey, Photon bringing out something really special here. Maybe he's cooking.
Well, let's see if Mad Lions Koi can advance to the next round as we leave it to Dracos and Dagda for game 2.
Thank you very much, Laura. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know if we want it. Some of these picks are a little bit suspect. I think you guys can have this one back. Enjoy casting it. I am concerned. This action in a Jace matchup makes me nervous.
I agree with Shamada on the desk. I was like, Malphite. This is the perfect angle.
Keep it simple.
Just go in, slap them down, kill them. Cool, you got Renata, but who really cares? Just murder them. Hold another 25% win rate on this action. I'm not convinced by this action.
I'm not convinced either. I'm just saying we're caught between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, God.
Just be the rock, and then you're good. You're out. You know what I mean? You're half of the conundrum. All right, here we go. Level 1, line of scrimmage. 5 members top. If you've been playing URF recently, you'll recognize that sequence of play coming in. But the challenge has been refused, neither side finding their respective opponents for their full-on 5v5, 1v1. 5v5 level 1 is what I was trying to say there. 5v5, 1v1 does not make any sense.
That would be sick, though. Could you imagine watching the Renata versus Rakan?
You just walk up and you take turns, form a circle, start a fight club. That would be hard. I don't know how we would cast that. The rules of that make it very technically difficult.
Calist is cheating because you get level 6, you can bring him in and out and get more CC,
true.
you know,
Calista banned in the fight club for sure.
Jarvan can't plant his
That's
E.
rule 0. Before we even get to rule 1, Calista's banned, rule 0. All right, Mad Lions Koi will finally return. So I think our concerns from the draft with something as volatile as the Action is that while it will certainly give Photon more agency than he had perhaps in the previous game, if you start to lose it all, this lane is impossible. The same is, however, true for Mirwin. While he will have the luxury of falling back on Jace poke, perhaps Photon will just not let him play the game, which so far is the story. His controller has been unplugged. His little brother says, don't worry, you are playing the game. But he's not, I assure you. We aren't going to put attached sound for that. It was 2BM with the sound. We'll get that up momentarily.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of trading very heavily. I mean, Photon, nice job to get the level 1 advantage and keep, well, now Mirren has the TP in, and honestly, you can kind of go for a rinse and repeat here if you want to as Photon. You got level 2, try and push Mirren off the wave again. Bot lane as well. Hilly already burning the Ignite to try and get that advantage against Supa. But when you look at where Douglas is on the map, it looks like he might be going for a topside play instead of actually moving down towards that bottom half of the map. So maybe looking for something sneaky on towards Mirren.
Douglas showing his face on the top side of the map. In a matchup that I was really ready to be all about the bot lane. There's a surprising amount of topside focus, but when you have an Akshan, it does make a certain amount of sense. Mirwin hasn't seen a creep in months. Forgot what the face of a minion looks like. Not allowed to approach the wave anymore. Oh, Elyoya here to cover, though, is big. It's now a 2v2 topside. Elyoya gonna back away here. Photon gonna wander through, and now it's Elyoya who's the target, forced to flash back to safety. Good play from Vitality. Nice bit of incremental advantage there. We're not able to dive Mirwin. We're not able to kill him while he was trapped on level 1, but can now move in, take a bit of this jungle.
Yeah, I'm curious now to see what the game plan is for Mad Lions Koi, because I think if you're Elyoya, you immediately sprint into this bot side jungle to try and get some of the back, especially with Supa and Alvaro having push here, but I think Supa would like to go for a reset, but good poke onto Karzi and Hilly. Maybe they feel fine to stay.
Could be all right. Of course, you expect the Renata Varus to take over in the early landing phase, especially when you see the Hail of Blades picked up by the Varus, indicating a lethality build path. I said Karzi opting for a longsword early on. You know, in theory gives him a lot more upfront sustain, because triple pots are pretty easily just going to outvalue the pretty minuscule lifesteal of Adorans. That said, he's already burned through, I would assume, 3 of them, but I didn't see the start, so...
Yeah, I mean, I think it was 3, and it's also the Biscuit there as well. And I think a lot of this is just to try and, I was going to say get control of the wave. Nice job from Hilly to burn the flash there. So as long as they can keep pressure on this bot side, you can see that Elyoya is already on the Grump. Douglas going to try and steal, did smite, but I'm not sure if he got them. I didn't see there.
Alrighty. Douglas. Wandering in again, just fishing for these setups, looking for the angle into the bot side of the map. Scuttle will be picked up here. At this point, Elyoya just clearing through. However, no setup going to come through. And you know what I'll say is quiet early game. Neither support has died yet, which is very uncharacteristic of what I come to understand from this matchup.
Yeah, I think that's where, I think that's a bit of a BM, but I think as well the fact that like you have the opportunity there to burn the flash on towards Supa means you've got the setup you can look for. Douglas will have the flash that he can try and look for, which would be wonderful, but I think a lot of pressure up towards this top side, because I think Photon will need help on this pick, and it's kind of the downside is that like Karzi and Hilly, I think, will have to try and fish for their own advantages in that, especially as it looks like the wave going to crash again. Elyoya, is he going to drop camps here to try and get up there? Will be spotted, so Elyoya may already feel the need, because you can see, look at Video, look at Hilly. They're starting to move more members up here. May just be a Void Grub's angle, but they're really trying to put Mirwin behind here.
Operation Bully Mirwin. Fully committed, but he's just going to try to go in and smack Photon. Tower aggro take by Douglas, luckily. VTO on the way in as well. Elyoya going to stun and stop the LeBlanc from getting in there. Mirwin flash out from the knockup. Hylissang now stepping out. TP committed to the top side here, but Mirwin gives up his flash. That's TP from Frescowy. Overall, well played from Mad Lions Koi to weather the storm there, but isn't going to hurt too much for Vitality at all.
Douglas can't stick around here. There he goes, crash down over the wall. So Frescowy having the level 6 and also with Alvaro here, you do have to be careful of just the all-in potential that could come through, but they're just going to end up backing away. Nicely done there by Mirwin to survive that, because that was a lot of pressure. Douglas tried to predict the flash away from Mirwin on the Q, but doesn't end up landing it, and then Mirwin able to survive a huge amount of that. So will actually be Douglas now going back towards the Void Grubs, trying to pick it up, but on the bottom lane.
He's getting run down here, flash in, excellent setup now coming in from Karzi, trade back from Zuba, big damage, Hail of Blades! He just maths better!
Mate, he didn't even use it! He still got the heal! He was just like, I don't care! Show me what you got, Supa! That was steal. That man was not worried in the slightest on that play.
Damn. Can we get it again? Can we? One more time.
For the people in the back.
For the people in the... What? Yeah, here we go. Okay. What? Okay, so auto, 1 stack, 2 stack, 3 stack, full charge melee range kill. Just Varus damage. Yeah. There's nothing fancy. This man, this like furious bird woman is clawing his eyes out. And he's like, all right, well, there's 1, and then there's like 2, and then there's like 3, and he just boom.
But that was the thing. I think with the way that Supa was positioning, you only got 3 of the pullback feathers from Karzi, so didn't actually get a huge amount of the damage off that up front. And I think that's why Supa was like, cool, I'm just going to go aggressive on this, because after that, you don't have a huge amount left in the tank. It's just pure auto attack. So nicely done there by Supa.
Which, yeah, I mean, to be fair, I would have expected that Carzzy would win, but he only has the Noon Quiver, which to the time was versus the Serrated Dirk. And just a reminder of why Varus is such a high priority to pick. One of the viable builds with him is this lethality build. And you hit so damn hard. Usually I'm watching, you know, the fadeaway arrows, not the melee range 3-stack empowered blighted quiver piercing arrow.
Yeah, it does a lot. When you get those blighted stacks, it's absolutely insane. Yeah. Plus as well, like, the fact you get your rotation up quicker as well, so for every blight stack you get cooldown on your abilities. Like, it's such a nice feedback loop on those abilities.
Yeah,
nice
Varus,
done by Supa.
Great. You know, Varus to me is like Kaisa before Kaisa in a lot of ways. Just has that nice synergy in the kit that makes everything feel so good together. And now it's pretty impossible for Carzzy to do anything. He burned his flash, but BTO now going in. Mirwin, again, being bullied. This is comeuppance, but it doesn't feel fair. The name doesn't feel fair. Fresskowy isolated off to the side. Elio, you're not going to be able to find much. So as good as bot lane is going, as much as Supa was just outplaying individually 1v1, Operation Make Mirwin's life miserable so far has been successful. That's a 1K gold lead. Mirwin's back, but so was Daglet. That's a Q flash into an ult. More damage now coming in. Akshan throwing down. Mirwin desperate to get a kill back. One last tower shot not going to come in. Photon can't overextend here. He's just instantly going to flash out. He gets another. Fresskowy on the way up. Is he willing to ult in? He is. Trying to follow it up, but the stun is there. BTO going to go in to try to get the damage down. Roots now coming through. Photon does a lot of work here. Red buff for Elioya. How much damage can the brand do? Trying to get away. Passive ticking away. The Blaze not quite enough to finish him. Elioya now going to be in trouble. BTO playing on the edge here. That's one quick kill. Fresskowy running. W. Ooh, Dagless. On the edge. What happened between game 1 and game 2? Clearly they identified going to bot was the problem. Going top is working fantastically. Supa just continuing to throw down damage. Hylissang's dead. That looks more like game 1.
And he still has heal. So Supa still going to be fine off the back of that. So again, bot lane, Supa and Alvaro doing a great job here. As you say, fully Mirwin. He tries to stay in the creep line here, but just barely pushes forward. So ends up taking a little bit more damage. He would have gone down anyway, but might have been able to get a little bit more damage off. And then what are you going to do here? Dagler's already in position. Elioya just wasn't quite there. Fresskowy's trying to move up here to get the follow-up, but just a bit slow on the play. And then again, you go in hyper aggressive here. Dagler, good turnaround, has the shield. Or doesn't get the shield, sorry, because it's the whatever it is, knock up. So you're able to get out of that. And then Elioya tries to get the kill onto Photon, but Photon just ends up waiting it out, doesn't end up dying. And then the AP LeBlanc here, getting work here with the spells. And look, I mean, I gotta see how much health Dagler has. Like, that looks like nothing. But here we go on picture-in-picture.
Picture-in-picture, Hylissang again committing for the fight. VTO getting chunked out there. Mirwin now looking to knock back here. Desperate to get the 1v1 back. Oh! Oh! Now that you're on your lonesome, you're not so tough! Mirwin, unfazed, I take it back. He did not give a damn. He does not mind being bullied and shut down. Still a massive lead for Photon. But nice turnaround on that play for Mirwin.
And Supa now, trying to finish with Elioya. Was trying to see if he could get the ultimate there, but now Carzzy kind of left on his own. So a lot of this here is going to be trying to get pop push in towards Dragon. But it'd be Vitality trying to pressure Fresskowy in the mid lane so then they can try and answer to a lot of that pressure. But both teams just backing away here. Nobody really feeling comfortable to immediately start. Although as I say that, looks like Dagler's moving in.
On the way in, as you highlighted, Supa, good bit of poke on the Carzzy. Carzzy's going to have a tough time staying here. Might be forced to use the ultimate just to survive.
I think Vitality should be okay. Look at where Video's position. Good ward there from Alvaro to try and spot that out. Level 6 not hit by Alvaro yet is actually a pretty big win for Vitality. So I think they're just trying to play off that with Illy having that access to the ultimate and Photon being.
Definitely are. Vitality first setup, and of course, when Photon is there, it's hard to walk up. You know, Blade of the Rune King, it's not the burstiest item in the game, but if you come in and you fail your engage at all, Akshan will take over a fight, and just clean play.
Yep.
From Mirwin. Jump over, knock back into the tower, body block to stop, you know, the
swing.
Action hero escape, the heroic swing. And that 500 gold shutdown, big. Look at him! How can you not love him? Oh, I respect to Photon for getting that lead, but respect to Mirwin for finding it back. Ult flash back to safety. Super gonna follow up with an ult of his own. That should just be one dead jungler. Now trying to follow up on Carzzy as well. Carzzy laying down the feathers, but nothing to come from it. Mad Lions Koi still holding on to a 1K gold lead.
And in the grand scheme of things, look, Photon, yes, he has a lead in top side, but it's not really much to write home about. Carzzy about to die on box.
Okay, feathers are gonna fly. Carzzy's gonna go right back down, and I don't think there's really anything he could do here. Hylissang gonna come and try to save him, but it might just set up for 2 deaths there. Alvaro still standing for a brief moment. BTO now dashing out to safety. Chains fully connecting. Come up, it's coming in, but not finishing the job. Photon getting the extra movement speed from the Blade of the Rune King, going invisible. This happened to me once. Lore stole a Kit Kat. Now Photon going in, looking to steal a little bit more than that. BTO already finding a kill. That's a shutdown.
He's still fishing.
You're trying to get out. The extra movement speed now coming in. Hylissang, that's a nice knockup to start it off. Vitality. And these extended plays, another action swing. Photon will not be stopped. Will now make it out to safety as well. This game is absolute chaos.
But that's what happens when you get a draft like this. I mean, you want to be able to try and find these early skirmishes with BDO, so you're trying to play for this, which they've successfully done on Vitality, so BDO is huge. But you've also got like, okay, let's try and get Photon in. Let's see if we can try and use that invisibility to get some plays. But as Mad Lions Koi, if you try to make a fight happen and it doesn't work out, you're so squishy. You've so little when it comes to like opportunities for cooldowns to come back up that you're able to turn around. So Alvaro, this ultimate needs to be massive when it gets to these fights, and unfortunately here, it only connects onto Douglas. And now that is your only tool to stop some of the engage that comes through. Now look, don't get me wrong, I think this was a good play. I think Mad Lions Koi, if they kind of just called it here, should have been fine. You push in, you look for the tower, look for more plates, but trying to keep Carzzy out of commission here doesn't quite end up working out, thanks to that nice ultimate for Scowy. Doesn't feel comfortable go in, but now he's underneath the tower. BDO's here, and you've kind of used everything with Photon coming down as well. There's just more members of Vitality in the picture to make sure they're able to chase you down slowly but sure.
Yep. You see the picture as well.
Didn't catch that.
Pressure on top side coming in, and VTO is so strong. He was strong before the shutdown. He's even stronger now. He's got about a 2K individual gold lead you'll see coming out of this play. And once you fall behind in a play, for either of these teams, to be honest with you, the chase potential of these lineups is a terrifying prospect with these picks like LeBlanc and the Action.
But now like 4 kills onto this LeBlanc. Like she goes through side lanes, 9 stacks in the Dark Seal. She one-shots pretty much everyone on Mad Lions Koi. So very quickly you're gonna have to start looking for opportunities to get some magic resist into your kit so you can survive those side lanes. And then as well, like I'm surprised kind of not to see some early threads coming through here to try and help you out in that regard. But honestly, I think BDO at this stage is just gonna be too big of a threat now from Mad Lions Koi, even though you got this early aggression for Supa. Trying to contest on towards objectives with the amount of side lane control BDO has is going to make it very hard, as long as the rest of Vitality play it safe.
And the big thing here is that your counter pick into the LeBlanc mid lane, while it hasn't fared that well, we've seen that it can be good. But you put yourself in a position now where you're playing against the LeBlanc with no reliable hard CC. As long as LeBlanc has one distortion up at all times, no one on this team can lock her down ever, right? And that makes her a very terrifying prospect to try and deal with. And certainly it would have been frustrating. You know, in an even game state, she just would have been an annoyance. But at 4-0-1, VTO is impossible to deal with unless you just outplay him, unless you just predict his movement.
But with no vision, we don't even know he's there. And that's where you're going to see a lot of this threat now from Vitality, like bringing BDO into these moments where here, you can pop over a wall, quick Q, or Q, and then your E to pop everything, and you just one-shot someone and just distortion back, safe as sound. So this is where Mad Lions Koi are going to struggle to get vision. And you can see slowly checking, using what tools they have available with like the Void Seeker to just make sure no one's in a bush as they start to move in. Now the video shows a bot wave, they'll be a little bit more cognizant of, hey, we can actually push in and clear out this vision control.
And of course, the gold is very close. The big thing to keep in mind here is that VTO on the LeBlanc is a much easier champion to kind of build leads and to extend leads with than I think Supa on this Varus is going to be, just because of how many champions there are that can get on top of that lethality Varus, and Akshan can come from the flank. And so the pressure is on Mad Lions Koi to try and leverage this lead for Supa to buy themselves time and to get them back in the game. Because you take a look at Frescowi, he is so far behind. He is just not a threat on his own. Mirwan's been put so far behind. You saw the super focused effort to put him down in the dirt. Of course, he brought some of that back, but it's just a tricky game for Mad Lions Koi to navigate now. They can't afford to pick any more bad fights. It's 2 Drakes for Vitality, 6, of course, with the Grub buff as well. And Vitality set up now. Take over more and more of the map as they'll knock down the spot lane tower pretty effortlessly.
Kind of surprised to see the Profane Hydra here for mirroring in the top side, just to help with added like wave clear and stuff. But traditionally you'd see like the Yomus and Opportunity, and you go for that full poke build. So I mean, you will get a little bit of like pushing power, as you can see here, which helps out. And I think that's a lot of the idea here against Photon. But yeah, just interested to see it.
You also, while you don't get the sustain of something like Ravenous, you get a lot of burst with Profane. If you activate it when they're actually under the health threshold, it does do a lot of damage. And of course, the all-in burst of Jace on a flank late game isn't the bigger portion of what people think about. People mostly think about empowered shock blasts. So it is odd. I see what you're saying, because you have to be in melee range, right, to get the Hydra active.
I think it's against Photon, right? It's like, hey, I can potentially one-shot you if I find you. Oh yeah, it doesn't find him as Photon manages to skedaddle, but yeah, I think that's probably where a lot of that is coming from, like push plus one-shot potential.
And I believe he did it last time we saw him play Jace as well. Really does seem to like this item. Smooth build path as well. Brutalizer is a little bit awkward, obviously, with the glowing moat in it, but Tiamat a very easy item to pick up, and opponents do gel together nicely. I will say, I feel like no one misses old Eclipse with Omnivamp more than Jace. It's just like with the loss of Eclipse with Omnivamp and then Divine Sunderer, there's so many top laners who are like, what do I build?
Who am I?
I had 2 perfect items, depending on what I wanted to do.
GB is silently crying for Shyvana somewhere.
Yeah. He's gonna be like, oh nah guys, it's fine. I built Triforce and Hullbreaker still, and it's not as good. I go 0-9 and I split push, and I've learned from the boss and just make it work. It's fine, guys. We're not traumatized. Goldberg just loves Shyvana. You can check his solo queue history and make your own judgments.
They're probably not going to be favorable.
Well, no, I mean, we're just making assumptions here, Rob. We shouldn't impart our biases onto the audience. Maybe they really like Goldberg's feed for success Shyvana strategy. The opposing top laners definitely do. All right. We're almost to 20 minutes. Baron, of course, going to be on the table. The big thing for both of these lineups is that there isn't necessarily the best really beefy frontliner. The good news for Vitality is they do have Daglas, the tankiest person in this entire game. So someone can eat at least a little bit of Baron damage, but while both sides will burst Baron down incredibly quickly, they're going to be very vulnerable in the process.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is going to come down to like how you manage your side waves here. So for Vitality, you've got the opportunity here to like video to push in. Eventually this is going to crash onto the tier 2, and they're kind of moving Photon as this unseen threat between both mid and top. But I see you will have to deal with that bot wave at some stage, and I think that's why you're seeing by the rest of Madeline Square not going towards that top side. They're like, look, we don't see Photon on the map. There's nobody pressuring that bot wave, so there is definitely a 5-man stack here for Vitality. And you see Madeline's kind of reading this correctly, but do need to back it on up just a smidge and let Jace clear at that top side.
Yeah. And it's really hard because, again, VTO on his own is so difficult to match. The unknown element of Photon makes it so tricky.
Really? Not a good flank position here. I don't know, though. Again, I think you're better off trying to push mid with Karzi here and actually keep VTO on the side lane, because as long as you can keep a lot of threat up, you can actually shift Hilly into the jungle with Daglas, and then you've got the opportunity for like VTO to pop over wall, one shot, try and play off of that, push out Madeline's Koi of their jungle, and like establishing vision control on this top side is massive to allowing VTO to do their thing. But they're not really getting that opportunity, and they're not really, like, as you can see now, Photon has to go and push out bot wave, which means then top side of the map needs to reset because they can't be overextended with Madeline's Koi having top side pressure. 50 seconds now until the dragon as well means that realistically we're more on like all gather mid to contest mid wave before we push out. So I think you're kind of missing windows here as Vitality to extend your lead.
It definitely feels like we're lockstep into the turn-based portion of League of Legends that we often see in the mid game. Get mid push, Baron vision, enemy team does the same, they clear your vision, you kind of just do that ad nauseum until someone can find a greater edge. But in the defense of Vitality here, VTO did just back. He bought Shadow Flame. So there's an argument to say this is their setup, they push, they get vision, he backs, gets his second item. Maybe now we see them start to play more aggressively around these objectives. Or maybe they just don't feel like they're in a position to try and force a greater edge here, to risk Baron, to go for anything more crazy, and instead are just going to wait for the dragon respawn in 15 seconds.
Yeah, I do think for Madeline's Koi, waiting as like second entry has its benefits, but also it's like null factors. Because if you try to face check a lot of what Vitality have, not the best of times, right? But if you can sit at the back of the pit and just free fire with all this poke, you're going to be in a great spot. So I think it's kind of like Madeline's Koi taking it somewhat slow, and especially with, you can see the amount of blue trinkets that they have. It's just a case of, all right, blue trinket our way through to make sure we're going to be safe. But Vitality have already burst this out. It looks like Madeline's Koi not really going to check it. They're just going to move their vision towards the top side and try and fish for Baron opportunities.
No. Would be an aggressive call, but Mad Lions Koi love aggressive calls. Super trying to clear the wave as quickly as possible with the piercing arrow. Generally favored over Carzzy when it comes to wave clear, just because of usually having first access. But Hylissang now going to try to kick the fight off. Supa locked up, but that was not it. Supa's going to punish him for it. Goodbye, Hilly. Now VTO can come over the wall, but they're investing in a lost play. Vitality overcommitting resources, and before I think it might have been crazy for Mad Lions Core to try and force the Baron. It's getting less crazy, Dagda.
As long as this poke lands, yeah, 100%. Video will have the TP to come back in though, so again, I think you play off this frontline vision as Vitality try to clear it. Oh, where is
over
this?
the wall, immediate stun. That's one squishy man, easy target. Ezio Auditore just gone. Mad Lions Koi now just focus on the objective here. Douglas can try to get into the pit, but they should be able to burst him out. VTO is the big threat, though. Eyes on the LeBlanc. How much damage can she get down? Vitality waiting, hovering around the edge here. Merwin just trying to keep eyes on Douglas. Maybe hoping for the pit. 4K getting lower. Mad Lions Core, are they willing to go for the 50-50 here? Douglas committing. Q-Flash not going to connect. Now getting knocked back to the pit. It's getting lower and lower. VTO going in. He just bursts down enemy mid laner. Boris Q going to try to finish the job off. Baron secured by the side of Mad Lions Koi. Vitality managed to get one, but Carzzy now backstepping. Ooh, Feather's not going to connect there. Arrows flying in. Mirwin flying in. Mad Lions Koi get the Baron. They find some kills, but there's a TP behind. Akshan on the way in. Photon going invisible. If he kills Mirwin, he'll get his teammates back. Now he's trying to kill Supa, but the body block should just come in. Not that much damage. So the play is going to fizzle. Nothing else left on the map. Mad Lions Koi will recall, tempering their own aggression. Thought about going back in, and that's huge. That's a big gold lead. Yes, there's a concern about Soul in 3 minutes, but Mad Lions Koi now finally in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, there was multiple different parts that started to move in that. So as Hilly went for that initial engage, it looked a little bit funky, but Alvaro actually got a great ultimate back over towards Video. So a lot of that was Hilly goes in, sets up for Video, pop, one-shot someone and come on out. Video now, though, will need to try and escape with Hylissang, which they should be able to do here. But it meant that as we start to maybe get a replay, no, this is going to be after, you still end up with Hilly dying, and then Mad Lions Koi feel comfortable enough to go for this. Yes, Video will get the one shot on towards Fresco on the top side. We can see Mad Lions Koi trying to play off Mirren's pressure, and Douglas just tries to play this too quickly. Should have just waited for Hilly, should have waited for like a double setup where you're able to actually set up for Carzzy here, but again, with the threat of Mirren off to the side, Carzzy can't really get into this fight, so you end up with Douglas overextended. Hilly's trying to keep Carzzy in check. Baron goes the way of Mad Lions Koi, and Video's just waiting on cooldowns before he can really start to play this. And then Mad Lions Koi eventually decides, you know what, we can actually just play off to the bot side away from Video and a lot of that threat that Vitality had.
Yep. Credit to Mad Lions Koi. I mean, Elioya winning the 50-50 is big there.
Massive.
You know, at the end of the day, outside of the Baron, the play was already favoring Mad Lions Koi, but if you had lost 50-50, it certainly would have fallen apart. Supa has overstepped for a brief moment, but the instant follow-up is there! Who's getting the comeuppance now? Good damage from Supa on the backline again, uncontested. Oh, hostile takeover, going to connect on the Carzzy as he lands, and the cleanse already gone. Frescowi coming in from the backside, a killer instinct for the shutdown. Carzzy at least managing to take Supa out of the equation. Frescowi still in touch, Hylissang running. It's a slaughter in the mid lane, only VTO left standing. Triple kill for Frescowi.
Nice idea, but they cannot kill Supa. The Alvaro was there, you get the heal from Supa to keep Elioya alive as well. And Mad Lions Koi, what looked like a poor position for them to be in, now suddenly find themselves with a massive advantage in this game.
Definitely do. I mean, think back to earlier in this game, almost 1K at like 10 minutes for the Akshan. Mirwin unplayable. He was level 1 for the first 5 minutes of the game, but now he's the one with the massive lead. And you see the start of the play here, it looks pretty good, but the follow-up is so delayed from the rest of the team.
Massively so, and even like Carzzy, you can see playing very far back because they just have no vision in that jungle as to where Mad Lions Koi are. So the second they see that Mad Lions Koi are willing to fight, there's kind of that hesitation there and leaves the opportunity for Mad Lions Koi to move members into position. Alvaro gets that great ultimate coming over the sides, and Frescowi repositioning to get access to Carzzy. Just perfect. And Video, look, yes, he is trying his damnedest to get some sort of pressure onto this, but it's kind of a little bit too little too late at this stage. Like, you're not finding those windows to push inside lane so you can threaten with Video for a one-shot, to work with Photon by over stacking in the side lane. Now Mad Lions Koi control the map. They're the ones that can get down the vision. They can look for picks onto Hilly again, and he's going to be gone.
Damage. Nowhere for him to go, bouncing back and forth between he and Elioya. The shock blast to finish the job.
The actual comeuppance in this game.
Oh.
Oh.
Pause there. Something maybe not working as intended for Hylissang. We'll find out as we get more information. Flash, it appears, was up and available. Maybe he had tried to use it. I don't know.
Because that's pretty big. Like, if Hylissang dies there, you're like, well, we're going to get bot tower. Makes it very, very difficult for you to try and make any sort of other play, because Douglas doesn't have his flash up just yet. Maybe he could try and threaten, but he's also in that bot side jungle trying to support Photon. Sorry, in the top end of the map. And if that's kind of the position you're in, it feels very, very quick for Mad Lions Koi with the amount of damage they have to just rip through these structures. So I have to see exactly what happens. But honestly, I think this is kind of, it's turning into a bit of a lost cause for Vitality. They had their opportunity to try and play through video, but unable to get control over the wave states the way that they wanted, trying to rush plays.
Yeah, it's really tough because I think that they were in a position where they felt so favored and their path to success felt so clear, with Photon kind of having this huge edge on the top side, the scaling of the Jace delayed, with VTO then on the back of a lot of those early fights getting really, really strong. But credit to Mad Lions Koi, and a bit of a discredit to Vitality here, but VTO really just wasn't set up to take over in a lot of those fights. And yes, it was some excellent disengages, some excellent use of CC from Mad Lions Koi, and specifically Alvaro in the play that you highlighted, where Hylissang goes in and the follow-up is denied, that allowed Mad Lions Koi to get the Baron, to really take over. And now there's just, in a composition where everyone is so squishy and there's such limited access to CC, deficits are really deadly.
Big time. And I think this is where the fact that Supa was able to get that lead against Kars in the bot lane is just mounting more and more for Mad Lions Koi. Like, Supa's getting a ton of pressure over the mid lane, which makes it very difficult for VDO to try and play at those side lanes. You're opening up opportunities for Poke to come through. I mean, even the burst damage that he has is absolutely insane. So it's been a bit of an insane one here for Mad Lions Koi. It just... It's been so back and forth, but they just feel like they have the better understanding of how to play out their mid game.
Yeah. Refs are reviewing the shadow play footage, and we'll kind of keep you posted on everything else that's happening, but have at least a little bit longer. Yeah, I'll be honest, it's tricky. I think the big thing for me here is that Vitality's bot lane, almost as a whole, it feels like sometimes just over-forcing in ways that they maybe don't need to. And while I respect sometimes when you're in a losing position that you have to make a play to try and win. You know, you have to make the play that wins you the game instead of stops you from losing, you know, to try to turn the things in your favor. Sometimes they're making those plays when they don't need to, and you saw that from Carzzy on the bottom side against Supa. And credit to Supa, he played the Arlen really well, but Carzzy clearly just not respecting the damage of that lethality Varus, because that was an advantage that was not significant really until that point where Carzzy tried to push for more.
Yeah, I mean, even the fact that Supa didn't have to burn the heal in that one kind of showed you the misread that Carzzy had on that play, trying to play heavily for that. But I don't know what the thought process really was from Vitality, because it feels like both games here, they've tried to play hyper aggressive on the bot side. I think Supa and Alvaro, credit to them, like the two new guys coming into the league, they have been incredibly good at outplaying a lot of aggression that we've seen from teams that try to put pressure there. And even then in the 2v2, they've been exceptional. And this is a bot lane that has really stamped their name on the LEC as a bot lane you have to fear, and Vitality just didn't come in with the respect that they needed to.
Yeah. Of course, refs are currently reviewing a specific interaction that was reported as an issue. Don't have the interaction for you, but we'll keep you updated as I learn more. So in the meantime, we're vibing.
It's a bit heartbreaking if you are on the Vitality side, because a pause at this stage where this game is starting to slip away from you. This is the game that you need to win if you want to try and keep yourself in our winter playoffs. And to be in the position where a potential pause here disrupts the like trying to keep your head up as this goes through and the refs are reviewing is going to be very tough. So I feel for Vitality in this one.
Yeah, and it was a reported issue with the blast cone interaction.
Okay.
Maybe if we get a chance, we could look at the replay of the sequence, see if we see anything. Of course, we're not refs. We're not league officials. We'll trust their judgment on the problem. Yeah, I mean, this is a high stakes game, right? We are on the last day of best of threes. Both, you know, we've got 4 teams playing today. 2 teams are going to make it through to best of 5s. 2 teams are going to get knocked out. Cadril can't start the game, guys. I'm sorry, he does not have that power. But the analyst desk can talk about the game, and that's going to have to do it for us for here on the caster desk. Go ahead, gang.
Pedro. Always stopping the game, man. He can't help it. Sucks to be in this situation when you're on the verge of being eliminated here. That's the word.
Sorry, I can't, I can't take you
serious.
I'm sorry.
They should keep on going. Pedro, start the game, please.
Please.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate situation, honestly, when you're facing elimination. I have audio issues, but you can fix this. Of course, no problem.
I have them as well.
Yeah, you said that you had an idea on what the bug might be.
Yeah, and they were mentioning it there on cast as well. It's to do with Hylissang going up in the air on the blast cone.
Well, he's supposed to go up in the air, but
he's
straight up in the air.
He's definitely supposed to go up in the air, but obviously he went up in place.
A bit too much, okay.
And as we were leaving to come here to the desk, Medic said, as Medic is our resident
He's a
Rakan
Rakan
expert,
master, yeah.
Yeah, that because Rakan's auto attack range is so specific on blast cones, if you don't walk in a little bit before you auto attack a blast cone, it will just send you up in the air. Now, whatever whatever happens from the result of this pause, we'll have to see.
We'll see what the refs have to say
Exactly,
about this.
because at the end of the day, it's about their decision. But yeah, it's definitely a bit of an awkward one, especially in a situation like this where you're potentially about to be eliminated, tensions are high. It's worth the pause, right? You have to be like, okay, is this intended? Is this not intended? It's better to actually get out of the way instead of just letting it slide and then you find out after it is a bug.
I'm looking at the goal diff, at the kills and everything, the state of the map right now. If you guys want to see on my iPad, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Come over here.
I'm coming, brother.
It is a close game.
Yeah.
It is a close game, and I would like to point out yeah, let's group up here. We were talking about how Vitio has to be the clutch factor in this Vitality lineup with his LeBlanc pick. What do you think of this and the way he's been playing?
Yeah, I mean, I was already setting it up for the post-game out there where it's like, well, the only hope I'm really looking at right now is Vitio. I thought Photon had the chance for it in the beginning with how much pressure had been giving to the top side until, well, he got outplayed and then he also, well, no, straight up outplayed in top lane when he went for the dive and Rowan actually killed him. And then slowly but surely, they just managed to make sure he wasn't a threat anymore on the side lane. So we are at a point in the game right now that Vitio is the only threat on Vitality. Everyone else is pretty much falling behind and it is looking very dire for them.
And for me, the main issue I have with poke composition when I look at this side of Mad Lions is that you need to get ahead. You need to always have the right vision setups. And usually when you have this kind of setup, it's pretty weird to fall behind in game. And I don't know, when I look at the situation here for them, if they keep on going like this, advancing the vision lines, it's going to be hard for Vitio to find these skirmishes that he's looking for.
Yeah, and that's
why
you
can still play side lane.
Yeah, you can still play side lane, but when you're behind, you're always going to be down trading, right? That's kind of the trade-off you make in a situation like this.
Yeah.
And it's kind of why, for me, I was calling for an engage tank from the top lane ahead of the action which we landed on. Not that it's been doing too poorly, but more in the sense of the one thing poke compositions have, it's like that old triangle that we used to talk about where it's like poke comps would get beaten typically by engage compositions, and you had all of the tools already there. You had the Rakan, you had the Rel off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure that's what it was for Douglas this game.
Yeah.
If you stack another engage tool on top of it, then it gets very, very difficult to play out.
Thank you, GB.
Thank you, GB.
With that information, the league officials have confirmed, of course, the bug, and we are offering Vitality a chrono break, and they have accepted. So we're getting there.
Yeah, I think we have the Pro View as well actually available for Hylissang.
Okay.
So you can have a look at what it currently looks like right now. So as we all know with blast cones, sometimes you will go straight up in the air, but that is only if you're standing in the middle of it and you hit it, right? So as a range champion there, being on the edge of it while hitting it, he went up in the air. And I will say, this has happened to me as well, and I can't chrono break my solo queue games.
Exactly.
That's
there's no indicator as well.
Sorry.
there's no indicator here, and I think this is probably the crux of the decision. With there being no indicator, he doesn't know where he's gonna go either.
No.
So yeah, definitely makes sense that we've reached this decision.
So Medic was right in the back.
Medic was right in the green room.
I mean, he knows he's champion.
He does.
He does. It's like the one champion he knows.
Do you want to talk about
Do you want to talk about it, Jimmy?
No, I'm just calling it out when he's not able to make an argument against me.
Me not
That's
being
how
an
you
OTP
win.
at all?
Excuse me?
I can criticize
I have
your
two
champion.
different accounts at Masters on two different roles.
I have two different champions.
But I have to defend myself when I'm getting attacked.
Sure.
Yeah.
How much do you think this kind of event can weigh in the players' heads when again they're facing elimination on the side of Vitality? Even though they get a chrono break here, you have a rookie jungler. they're down one game here. I'm just wondering what kind of impact it can have on them.
I mean, fortunately, this pause wasn't particularly long. I think we've only been paused for maybe 10 minutes or so. So it's not one of the long Fnatic pauses, thankfully.
That's next series.
That's next
Shout out
series.
Shout out to
Fnatic. One of the fans
shout
has the
out to that
sign
one fan
ready.
with the sign,
already,
exactly. But hopefully their head should still be in the game, right? They've still got VTO to play around. It's still going to be very difficult no matter what. This is a hard game state to outplay your way out of. The onus really is on Mad Lions to continue to push that vision line forward, like you were saying, and make it very difficult to be engaged on by Vitality here this game.
A bit of context if you guys are joining us right now. We are working on initiating a chrono break in Game 2 of Mad Lions Koi versus Vitality, and we'll be chrono breaking to 26 minutes 54. That's precise. What happened exactly?
That was very dramatic.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, we will resume shortly once we take care of this. Who is in the best position to take the game?
I mean, right now it's Mad Lions, I would argue.
I
think that...
I see Drake stacking up on the side of Vitality. Yeah, I don't know, they're not too far behind.
That's
6K
true,
gold.
but I also kind of see them kind of slipping away just a little bit, and I think that the bot lane's quite far behind, and I see that playing into Jace as well, and Avaris, that kind of creates a lot of space in terms of setting up, and I think it becomes difficult for VTO to find these angles. I think you're right with the vision coverage. I think VTO really will have to 1v9 in this game, find some good vision lines where he'll actually be able to come from fog of war, poke a little bit, not necessarily go for full all-in, but slowly but surely chipping away at them. That's how we usually see LeBlanc works in pro play. The problem is, once again, you're playing against the Jace, you're playing against Advaris, it's going to be difficult dealing with.
I will challenge you with the Carzzy comfort zone, starting usually between 30 and 35 minutes in game. Does he have the kind of champions to make magic happen here? Because we've seen him with late game champions.
I'm looking at you, Jamada.
It's Xayah into poke.
Which is, if you don't know, not the greatest.
Yeah, which, as GB has just very plainly put it, it's not fantastic. It's really, really hard to actually get the space into auto attack. And I feel like Mad Lions have played out their range quite well. And even when they have been aggressed on, they've done a fantastic job at picking out their targets very, very quickly, defending whoever's been actually jumped on. There was that one particular fight right in the mid lane between the chicken camp and the mid lane wall, where I want to say it was El Yoya just wasn't dying himself, just kept on going back up because of all of the shielding and all of the peel available. So yeah, to me, Mad Lions, they've done a really good job of basically shutting down Carzzy, but at the same time, it's a lot more to do with the comp, and that's why I'm very worried about what options Vitality actually have. It's just VTO on that very Fed LeBlanc. Carzzy's going to struggle to get his damage out. Photon could be a wild card, but I mean, it's really difficult to make Akshan work when the rest of your team perhaps doesn't necessarily have the best avenues to really get aggressive and find damage output.
I think it's really impressive when you look at the journey for Mad Lions Koi so far this year. And I know we say it all the time, and Yoya said it in an interview 2 days ago, he's getting tired of the narrative of them being rookie and underestimated. But from losing 2-0 to Fnatic to finally maybe advancing to the next round against a Hylissang who never missed a bracket stage, I don't know, I think this bunch of rookies, and again, they don't like to be called rookies, have been performing phenomenally and innovating in the league as well.
They don't like to be called, do they not want to be voted for Rookie of the Split later on?
Yoya in the interview 2 days ago was like, I'm sick of these rookie narratives because for me, it sets expectations for failure for the players and for them. If they underperform, it's going to be completely fine. And he didn't like being called this way. What are we looking at here?
So he has high expectations as well.
Yeah.
Well, currently we're looking at a map state right now of what I believe we're going out of the pause right now. So this is where we're going to when we're coming out of the chrono break. I don't think that right now, looking at Vitality, they're going to be in a position where they're looking to attack. It looks like they're getting ready for a reset timer, and more of MimDK actually going to be pushing in that mid lane, taking over bot and starting a siege on the tier 2. What they really want here is just to make sure that the entire blue side jungle is covered in vision so they can shift pressure from mid lane and back into the tier 2 and bot lane.
Yeah, this is about suffocating Vitality out, just taking the one last structure that's actually outside of the base. And then perhaps, I can't recall the timers of the Dragon and the Baron just off the top of my head because we've been in this pause for a little while now. But, you know, they could also try and retreat back to the Dragon as long as they don't expend too many resources on this siege on the bottom side. So, yeah, Mad Lions still in the driver's seat for sure.
Dragon is just spawning, actually.
It's just spawning, actually. There you go. There you go. So,
yeah.
this is going to be about setting up a Dragon. If they want to siege the tier 2 first to try and, you know, poke Vitality out so that they don't actually have an opportunity to trade in, that's also fine. From what I can see, though, our information is a little bit limited. I don't even think Vitality really has any deep wards here available for them either. So this is really a one-sided information battle on the side of Mad 2.
It's gonna take time for them to take some control of the map again.
Yeah, I mean,
if they can do it.
It's just looking
pretty
dire
dire. Yeah.
Because as we already mentioned, right, you're playing into the poke, and I think you're really looking for either a good TP wall for someone to come from there behind as well. But then again, who do you really have TPing in? Actually, no one, because you're looking at an Akshan and a Blanc as well there. So
Dude,
it's
it
not
just
like anyone. It sucks. Like I'm trying to sell the. It's like sell me this pen.
Right.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
And I'm a horrible salesman. So are you a good one?
Am I a good one?
I don't know.
Do you want my autograph? Here's
my signature is dog.
You're stealing one of the segments that I wanted to do.
What was one of the segments?
Oh, wow.
I want to take some really, really bad either drafts or champions poorly drafted or like...
Sell me this draft.
Yeah, sell me this draft or sell me this replay. Why was this the good decision making? We could do this.
Well, this sounds like a great pitch meeting.
Yeah?
Yeah, this
Well,
yeah. Why
producers, this one is coming for next week.
So Jamada, yeah, start. Let's hear it.
What? So you just this draft or
no?
this
Just
pen?
sell me the play.
Oh, the play.
Yeah, sell me the play.
I mean, the play here for Vitality, I'm assuming, or
And it's okay to full copium here. Like just
full
sell me the,
copium?
just sell me the
all
play.
right. All right, I've got it. For the first time this game,
Yeah.
Hylissang will actually hit more than 2 people with an ultimate and a W.
I can feel it.
And it's going to crucially be the bottom lane. It's going to be Super, they're going to catch, and they're going to catch Frescalvi as well. And then Douglas is going to, right over the top with a massive gravity well. And then we're finally going to see damage come out from Kazi because he's finally going to have the space to actually right-click people.
Yeah.
And surely there won't be a Brand ultimate tearing apart Vitality, and surely there won't be a massive Renard ult making them all auto-attack each other. They're just not going to press their buttons.
I like it.
And Vitality will kill all 5 of them.
I'll buy 5
I like
pens.
this pitch.
5 pens?
5 pens, please.
Awesome.
5 RP. Can't buy anything with 5 RP. Anyway. Yeah, it's... honestly, I think it's going to be really difficult for them, especially... The pause is getting longer. That's why I'm getting worried for them as well. But you didn't answer my question. Mad Lions.
Ah.
With the trajectory that they had.
Absolutely.
What is the hope for them in the... I don't know, the continuity of the year.
I
how
mean,
far can they go? Because again, for me, seeing a team like this, that inexperienced in a way, even though they've been used to playing together, showing so much within the span of like 4 weeks.
It's looking pretty good.
It's looking pretty good.
And I think specifically as well, the one main concern I still had going into playoffs for them, because I think all of them had showed really good plays, was actually Frescalvi in the mid lane. But even Frescalvi, I've actually seen been performing a lot, and even in this series as well, his first game on Talia was phenomenal as well. So in that regard, I think that this is a team with a lot of potential, and they're not afraid to limit test. I think because they're so willing to put pedal to the metal, just try out plays, goes all in, sometimes when they shouldn't, it's way easier to figure out your limits than not doing anything at all. So I love the potential they're coming in with, and I think they're doing super solid at being better at a lot of the veterans we have in lead.
And I think it's, and sorry, really bad wordplay here. And I think it's really important, but especially for Yoya, who rebuilt around, again, inexperienced players, if he doesn't like the word rookie, playing against his former coaching staff and his former bot lane for Worlds. You want to win this game.
Yeah, no, of course. There's blood in it for him.
Yeah.
Right? And right now, fantastic position. And no matter what, even if this does end up being some weird, skullduggery game where they end up losing and then it's a 2-1 and they get knocked out, I think no matter what, even though Mad Lions and I feel like Yoya is probably the driving force of such, internal high expectations, even if they do drop out here, they should still feel really proud about breaking down all of these preconceived notions of, okay, you've got 4 lesser experienced than the majority of the league players coming in.
Looking for
dancing around the rookie word. Don't say the rookie word. Yeah, to get to this point, I think they should still be very happy with themselves, and they're on they're on the doorstep of making it past this stage. So, to me, yeah, obviously there's that thought of ex bot lane, ex coaching staff, etc. There's blood in it for him, and he's going to be happy. And as Ender would say, rest in peace, not dead, he's just not here.
He's still alive. He's still alive. It's just in Valorant.
Yeah.
It's the first for Hylissang as well. I think it was OTP who had a graphic earlier today saying that it would be the first time that her team he joins doesn't make it to the next stage. We'll see if he can turn things around. As we are gearing up for the game, not ready yet, but I'm going to send it back to the casters for now. And maybe it comes back to us. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Improvising. That's what we do today.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
What's up, Dracos?
Bye.
Hey, Dracos.
I see game on my screen, so I hope
Oh,
soon we
go.
show people game on their screen. Good pedal to the metal, Goldberg. We're learning all about English phrases today. We're making sure that he's got all of his silly idioms nailed. Speaking of, Supa gonna nail down some damage here as VTO jumps in, just trying to clear the wave. They at least have the little Blanc, and with Baron buff now fading away. Vitality's really only avenue here is to play for the Chemtech Soul, maybe hoping for the 50-50 as Hillesang's gonna get chunked out a little bit here. We were speaking, Rob, and we said ultimate comedy would be coming out of the Chrono Break and Hilly going down anyway.
I would just
die. I don't think we could cash the rest of the game, but Hilly will make it out okay. Photon trying to make a play on the opposite side of the map. It is not Soul for Mad Lions Koi. It is their first of the game, but he's gonna be not in trouble. Everyone's not gonna overcommit for that one.
Yeah, I think they're fine. They just wanted to get the Dragon to get out. I think trying to fight in these little chokes is like great for Mad Lions Koi in one aspect where Alvaro can get a lot of volume and you kind of got a lot of opportunities to like look for, hey, if we can play for big wide angles, maybe we can look for a concave on Vitality, but you do have to just be very careful with Video. There's Video coming over the wall with 10 stack Dark Seal. Oh, that was so close. That was very unfortunate for Douglas because that could have been the swing that they needed.
Wow. Well, that's embarrassing. Flash down. Just F to pay respects there. That could have been. Think of what could have been right there. Hillesang gonna get caught out here. We'll have Douglas to leap back to, but he's just brought the Brand ult with him, and now they're blazing away, and they're both probably dead here, Frescowy ults. Hillesang gonna go down first. Douglas now gonna make it out to safety, and you can break as much chrono as you want, but you can't stop Hilly.
Oh, you know what? Some things are just meant to be, regardless of the amount of retakes that you get. And now you get control over this top side with Baron in 35 seconds. Hilly will be back on the map, but you're, as Vitality, just trying to double up here, Photon and Video, to just try and look for some sort of answer. I mean, you can kind of keep this pressure up. There's a question mark here as to whether you just don't reset here as Photon and you just hide in bush here with Video and you just look for the one shot into threaten base. Well, Photon might be able to do it himself. We'll find out.
He's only got 2.5 items, though. I don't really know what this 1v1 looks like on the all-in. I would assume that Akshan is favored, especially with Frescowy not having ultimate, but Photon will linger in the darkness.
Good discipline from Frescowy there as well. Doesn't overcommit for the wave because he's not entirely sure if Photon is there, but either way, he would have set up a really nice slow push on this bottom side that could have then caused pressure onto the tier 2 if Mad Lions Koi come in this fight. So I like the idea there from Frescowy, but Yoya seeking Hilly.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that one. Anyway, bot side, continued push from Photon. Leveraging that stealth as much as possible, just waiting to see if anyone's there to respond. Baron has now been started. Photon does have the TP. Will need to use it if they want to. They know that this is happening. Douglas can just flip it on the 50-50. He lost the last one. And Photon TPing into his team's side of the map. So Mad Lions Koi, recognizing that, can just back away, knowing that they got the TP advantage. Can look to just play side lanes more now in the meantime, knowing that the relative threat of Photon on side is significantly lower. That said, Frescowy, call out here. Chain's gonna connect, flash back. Hillesang debating if he can really follow up. Ulti has been used, Mad Lions Koi in the meantime. Can pull back to the Baron if they so choose. Vitality really just trying to take control of mid lane. Bit of poke coming in from both Supa and Frescowy.
I was gonna say, as long as Video's visible, Mad Lions Koi feel a little bit more confident, but Frescowy taking a step too far forward. But the poke from Mad Lions Koi, as you can see, is real. Like, you need to find this engage quick. But instead, they're kind of just letting Mad Lions Koi go back to the Baron, because if you look at bot side, Video now has a TP. He's going to be able to kill this structure before he TPs in. So this is where Mad Lions Koi at least will lose a little bit out on the map. But where does he TP to is the next question.
Be tough. They really have any vision in their back pocket. Hillesang has a single control ward. They could look to take it down, but Inhibitor traded for Baron. That was surprisingly bloodless. Neither side looking to take the fight there. But right now, Vitality are the ones who have gained the immediate value. Yes, Baron's going to give you more gold, but to be honest, having that inhibitor is big for the next Drake. That's a single pressure point that's going to be really difficult for Mad Lions Koi to deal with. They're going to have to burn their entire Baron timer just to make sure that they can secure this Chemtech Drake.
I think it's not too bad, because with the being on the bottom side of the map, you can at least put pressure there and still be in the vicinity of Dragon. So it's a little bit easier to defend than, say, it was like a top tower. And the only thing is, though, as you say, the isolated person that is dealing with that bottom wave is always going to be under pressure from BDO. So for Mad Lions Koi, it's about getting pushed mid to now set up this vision on this bottom side jungle. So then whoever is left alone, they can spot out where BDO is. They'll see him here. Maybe try and look from Super.
Follow up with the ulti, dash out to safety, and again, this is the struggle of really doing anything with LeBlanc, but Supa's determined. Flash forward. Bold, aggressive, does not finish the kill, however. VTO able to walk it off. Again, that's the struggle. LeBlanc just has more mobility. You cannot lock her down. Supa committing, almost getting the kill, but means Mad Lions Koi are at least going to have access, knocking down a tier 2, likely to match with an inhibitor of their own. The rest of Vitality looking to make a counterplay here.
I mean, they aren't in position, and look, they're just going to try and go for mid. Mirwin caught.
Mirwin caught out, pull back on the feathers, does not connect. Flash forward from Garzi, determined to get something back, but Mirwin living is a disaster for the Vitality counterpunch here. The rest of the team for Mad Lions Koi can just end the game. Dagos has to move in, they have to delete the wave. VTO ready to give his life to end the wave, but VTO's finally been cut out. He can finally try to step back, but he's been shut down. Dagos gonna drop down as well. The Baron and Power creeps here as well. Mirwin gonna stop the recall coming in, and that's gonna do it. Vitality trying to get too tricky. Karzi doesn't have the resources to turn this one back. The poke now coming in, the feathers fly, the pullback is there, but Elyoya does not burn. Karzi now in trouble. Sky just dives to the backline. Mad Lions Koi have done it. In their first split with 4 rookies, they will secure top 4 in the LEC winter season. Photon does not have the time, the damage. Mad Lions Koi lock the best of 5s, lock top 4, and knock Vitality out of the winter split.
An impressive performance from the Mad Lions Koi. Yes, there were moments where Vitality looked like they had life in that series, but Mad Lions Koi, they play it slow, they play to their strengths, they play for picks, and they play to completely shut down all of Vitality's opportunities. I mean, the weaknesses for Vitality pretty much exposed there by Mad Lions Koi.
Certainly was the case. Both for your key player of the series at LEC on X, Mirwin, Frescowi, or Supa. I mean, that game, I think Supa, like, single-handedly brought the gold back close to the favor, while everyone was able to play that out pretty well. It was Supa in the early game that kept it close when it was the most difficult.
I think, look, Supa has been incredibly impressive for me. Like we even said on day 1 on the Euphoria podcast, like, it feels like he's going to be one of the next great LEC AD carries that we're going to get to see. And I mean, he's definitely made a name for himself in this first split. So I'm very excited to see what the trajectory of not only himself, but this team is going to be now as they have locked top 4.
Certainly exciting to think about. Of course, we're going to head to a quick break. When we return, interview with Supa before our second series, SK Gaming versus Fnatic.
My best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Okay, good, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
is now going back towards the Void Grubs, trying to pick it up, but on the bottom lane.
It's getting run down here. Flash in. Excellent setup now coming in from Carzzy. Trade back from Zuba. Big damage. Hail of Blades. Pretty impossible for Carzzy to do anything. He burned his flash, but BTO now going in. Mirwin again being bullied. This is comeuppance. Vitality. And these extended plays. Another action swing. Photon will not be stopped. Down there. Mirwin now looking to knock back here. Desperate to get a 1v1 back. Carzzy now in trouble. Pascal just dives to the backline. Mad Lions Koi have done it. In their first split with 4 rookies, they will secure top 4.
Welcome back to the LEC. Super, thank you for joining me. Congratulations on a very swift 2-0 win. How does that feel for you?
I think we are pretty happy because I think into Fnatic we saw a phase that is not that, but I think was a really good lose because I think Wake Up, at least in me and in my teammates, I think as well, but in myself, another way to see how I want to be, the player I want to be, how much I improved in this week. So I'm pretty happy that it shows this week.
It absolutely did. Supa, you are 2 best-of-5 series away to making your first finals in your first year of the LEC. Does that feel surreal in terms of what goals you set for yourself and, of course, the team at the very beginning of the split?
I think it does. Not gonna lie, it's not. We expected to be in the top 4 in regular season. I'm not gonna lie, I expect we will go through lower bracket because it's the way our team works, no? So I think I'm pretty happy, but still 3 more best of 5, no? I'm not happy that it's 2. I will be happy when we win finals.
Hey, you know what they say, more practice through the lower bracket, the easier it will be when you make finals. Now, who do you think played the best among your entire team for this series?
I think this series is kind of like a coin flip because I think LGO Jafres played a really good first game, Mirgun as well, but then second game I think they played worse. I played worse the first game, and then I played better this game. So
flip the coin. Who is it?
Yes, flip a coin. No, I think I will be either Alvaro or me.
Oh, well. Well, Fresh was on that side of the coin this time. I'm really sorry. So Fresh is going to be your Kia player of the series. Fantastic performance from him. His Talia was incredible. Now I want to ask you, of course, behind us we do have Fnatic and SK Gaming, and they're going to be your next opponent. Whoever wins this series, who do you think is going to be and why?
I think I will say Fnatic is the favorite, no? I think from what they saw in playoffs, I think they are playing better as a team. They are more a group, let's say, as 5. So I think they have like the advantage from that.
All right, thank you very much, Supa. Congratulations again. We will see you next week for your best of 5. And Lore, over to you on the desk.
Thank you so much, Trouble. Fnatic versus SK is next up, and we wanted to get into the mind of Swiffer, who had a bad time, I think, last week watching his team play. So let's get a reminder of his series versus Team Heretics on Saturday, because he gave us a really memorable, authentic coaching moment during that series.
Well, that headset was obviously too loud.
What do you think he's saying here? Because we're all wondering what goes through a coach's head when something like this happens, guys.
It looks like to me he's got sound issues. You know, he took off the headset, he's putting it back on, still figuring out what the right tone is. I mean, that's he just can't find it. Really,
I should not have had that chicken, man.
Yeah. He forgot it in the oven back at the facility.
Yeah, right?
It's burning, and now he's really sad because he's not going to be able to give it to the players after the series win.
Happy times in the end. No. I left the window open and it's raining now. Sad. I actually think that if I were a coach, this is usually what happens. I defaulted to my native language.
No, I see this
Cursing
as well.
players and their entire families and generations, sadly. But yeah, a roller coaster on the side of Swiffer, who I hope is going to have a most softer road today, watching his team play. That was a mess on the side of SK last week.
Yeah, you often tell us, how would you describe last week's game, or how would you describe the game that happened? I feel like we don't need to do anything. You just put that up there.
Just
show the video. Here's the good
screenshot.
moments, here the bad moments, and you can see the frustration.
Yeah, couple words on what made the series messy on the side of SK. Heretics did not make it easy for them either, but critical mistakes that we do not want to see today because, as Supa said, I think Fnatic has the edge today.
Yeah, I agree, and I actually think that SK made it more messy than Heretics made it hard for them, actually, especially in the late game, because there were so many times where we saw they're in a position where they're sitting up for a siege on a turret, but their ultimates aren't necessarily coordinated for that siege, so they're not fully set out for a fight if it breaks out. They start multiple times to try and get it down, and they don't find it in one footing. It just extends the game a lot of times, and you often see that they want to go mid, they want to go bot, and they just don't find the right setup for the wave states as well.
Yeah, coordination not quite on the same page. I'll also credit Heretics a little bit on how they held out. I think it was in the final game where they really did make a mountain out of a molehill for pretty much just, I feel like it was the experience showing there from Team Heretics, despite being that far back. But yeah, to me, a lot of the onus was still on SK. When you have that big of a lead, you should be closing out. There's not really too much an excuse.
You need to get discipline today. Looking ahead at the matchup against Fnatic, especially, who, I mean, they've performed really, really well against G2 last week when you think of the way they played. And once again, Razork shining in game, but innovating as well with Jax last week.
No, I think he just found a good, I mean, not necessarily found. We all know that Jax is a great counter into the Sin, but he just showed why it's such a high-regarded counter matchup and brought it out here in a game where he completely took over. We've seen Razork with carry performances in the past, but it's the fact that he is ever evolving as a player where he can still be the Poppy, Rel, Maokai, whatever it needs to be, but also the Ons and Sao and Jax that still takes over the games and can carry through the jungle position.
Yeah, we're not really seeing so much innovation in the jungle role, so it's actually quite a unique situation that Fnatic have where they've got this in their back pocket through the Jax, and shutting down, I feel like, someone like Isma in a 1v1 where maybe Jax is a good matchup, even if it isn't specifically the Xin Zhao, is going to pay off pretty heavy dividends, because when we've spoken about SK, that's been their strength, and if Razork are able to Razork and Fnatic are able to leverage something like this Jax, it's really going to be a huge benefit to them.
And another point of tension for me, for Fnatic, we've been heavily critical of them, but the bot lane as a whole finally is awake and performing to the level we expected from them. Noah has been amazing last week.
If we take away the Senna Nautilus at first and then focus on the games that get after that, then it looks a lot better. So when Noah's the AD carry and Jun's the actual bot lane or support, then it's been looking really fantastic. I think they keep stepping up, and they definitely become a pressure point for Fnatic as well that they can actually play through. I think the consistency was really the main concern of this, because we knew the highs that they could have, but sadly we also saw the lows. But coming into playoffs, it feels like they're just hitting a more consistent level.
Yeah, it's just nice to finally see them actually step up to what we kind of expected with our pre-season expectations when it was like Champions Queue, and that was a majority of the data that we had.
They were smashing it back then.
They were smashing it. Every single bot lane was getting absolutely demolished. There was even situations where they were just refusing lobbies if they couldn't duo together. That is how much synergy they had built up. So to finally see that picture of you know, domination finally come through is fantastic, and I'm hoping for them they get to do it into an SK here today.
And before we get into the Rift, let's get to know Jun a bit better, because we have a newcomer interview from him.
My name is Sejun Yoon, age 24, from South Korea. 초등학교 6학년 때부터 롤 시작했고 대학교 1학년 때부터는 프로 시작해서 DRX 팀쳐 들어갔어. 라인전은 세게 하는 거 좋아하는 것 같아.
Any play that you remember you did in pro play?
CL 리신 게임 했을 때 playing 리신. Yeah,
Lee support?
Yeah.
Okay.
세나 리신.
Who are your favorite champions?
Rel and Ashe.
Is there any team or any player in LEC you really want to play against?
Mickey X. So, good player.
What do you like to do in your free time?
I'm watching YouTube. Yeah.
We can all relate with Jun.
I also love
watching YouTube too. I'm Medicus Vedi. Vedius, in fact, to say his legal name. Andreas Vedius Deus III. So full name. We're here for SK versus Fnatic. And what a day it has been so far. Already seen MDK make it through to the next round. Winner of this faces up against them. Winner of that then faces BDS. Winner of that then...
Next Friday.
Friday.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday is our week.
Get your tickets here for Friday.
Yep. So it will be the...
Buy the whole seat, but you will only need the edge of it.
That's true. We're in for a barnstormer of a weekend.
A barnstormer. It's a wild ride here in Berlin, Germany. Look at them. They're so hyped.
Well, Medic's got a lot of energy today.
Jet lag has finally left me.
I'm hoping that the players will bring it on the Rift. Obviously, the Fnatic faithful are strong today. Yeah. But they can't afford to underestimate SK. We We know that the coaches had some serious words in the day break that they've had since Saturday.
Yeah, if Swiffer was 10% as animated as he was on that replay as he was with his team.
That's why I don't think I can make it as a coach. I'm like, guys, right now, we suck. We're not going to suck today, okay?
I mean, sometimes that's what the coach needs. Sometimes you need to be that climbing up a mountain sort of guy. Sometimes you need to be the one getting a belt out and be like, hey guys, here's a cool belt. if you win, I'll give you the belt. You know?
Obviously, it's a gift.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a gift. Yeah. If you win the game, here's a belt that I bought for you guys to share.
Exactly. That's what you mean.
Yeah.
We are going to be jumping into draft. SK on the blue sides, Fnatic on the reds. Let's see what we have in store for us today.
We're going to see.
We're going to see.
And it will be in
the
store.
Suspension is...
The suspension is killing you. You're like a bridge, fully suspended. Brand and Varus banned away by SK. Jax and Maokai removed by Fnatic. No surprises.
Oh, the Jax ban from Fnatic. I mean, so when we think back to their game versus G2 last week, Fnatic found in the game that they won, it was off the back of Razork's Jax.
Also, when SK beat Fnatic in week 1 of the regular season, if you can put your mind all the way 4 weeks ago, it was irrelevant on the Jax.
I mean, it is irrelevant to Jax that is often considered something you can't allow him to have. Something that, last year, I was going to say yesteryear.
You could say yesteryear if you want, we can go full old timing.
Yesteryear, irrelevant. Tales are written of his Jax.
Tapestries sewn.
But we are going to see the Senna response to the Rel. We imagine that this Rel is going to go into the jungle, but of course you can flex it into that support position. I love that we're seeing way more Senna. I think that as a champion, she is very strong. I think that she is very difficult to punish in the laning phase. But Exekik and DOS, they're going to try. Xayah and Rakan in the bot lane, a very powerful 2v2 bot lane, but naturally the response will be the Nautilus to come out from the side of Fnatic. Now I wonder what their priority will be. Do they want to try and give Oscar the can, or do they want to put him on something safe like the Cassante? We know that Irrelevant does have some potential answers. We've been seeing both the Gnar and the Zac from him. We even got to see his Akali come out in the top lane. So blind picking the Zac Cassante may be something dangerous, but it's going to be very indicative in these bans. Are they going to look to try and remove some of these top lane matchups? It looks like mid, this could consider, or suggest rather, that Humanoid is looking for an early Azir rotation. Maybe he wants to go for something a little more aggressive though. LeBlanc paired up alongside the Vi is something that we can often see. Very strong mid-jungle duo.
Gives you a really strong 2v2. The LeBlanc and the Vi, the lockdown is so powerful for you. But having Azir R4, it's Humanoid's most played across the course of the split alongside the Corki. Has only won 1 game on it, but still something that a lot of our mid laners are very comfortable on. Perhaps Humanoid will deliver us an Oscar-worthy performance. Absolute cinema. You've not been following.
I'm sure you can work
that
into a cast. I'm sure you'll find a way.
Is he Timothy Chalamet or is he Marek Brazda? Orianna banned away by SK. Is often seen into the Azir as well.
That is an Azir. That is an Azir.
They've set up for the Azir, but SK are going to ban Azir here.
Unless they have a good answer to it. Let's see.
I mean, Niski has played a lot of different champs. He's only played Azir more than once. 4 games on that, but then Akali, Nico already banned away.
I was going to say, if they did ban the Azir, he may just do Hui. Senna Hui is something that we've seen a lot from G2. I think we also saw it. We saw it recently. I forget who played it, but we saw it somewhere else as well. Oh, it is the Hui. Okay. So they decided to forego the Azir and instead lock this champion in. Niski has played it himself, but I think Senna Hui, so much range at your disposal, and now it does give Oscar Renin the opportunity to counterpick.
Hui also very good when you have that lockdown for you. When you have slows or CC, you can then hit people with the Searing Bolt for free, pretty much, because they're already locked down. Gives you that long-range damage. There's a Cassante, probably going to Irrelevant in the top lane. Can, of course, be flex mid, but it falls a little bit away from Niski's usual champion pool. I expect to see Niski look towards, well, you need some AP, really, if you're going to round out this composition. So a mage in the mid lane would make the most sense.
What are they going to do, though? Will they just pick the Azir themselves? We saw Caps put on a clinic in that matchup. Hui can be hyper-aggressive if he wants to be in the early levels, but he's going to do it. Niski no stranger to the champion, of course. The main reason why I like Fnatic's carries more is just because Hui and Senna, I think, complement each other in terms of how they utilize their range. They can just kind of support each other, sit in the back line, very much rely on their front line, whereas I think Xayah with her short range ideally wants champions to come onto you. It does make Vi's life a little bit harder. Also, Nautilus, if the ultimate is thrown out, can easily force out the ultimate from the Xayah. But when you have a champion like Hui and Senna in the late game fights, they're never going to get in range for that Xayah to hit. Xayah is going to be very reliant on Isma to land that great engage, from DOS being able to find these good flanks, from Irrelevant being able to use his ultimate to break this Fnatic front to back up and create a little bit more chaos. So I think Fnatic's composition is a little easier to execute in that traditional front-to-back sense. But we've seen SK get hyper-aggressive. We've seen Isma make these crazy plays. We've seen Irrelevant be a standout star in the top lane when given the opportunity. So I'm definitely not going to count them out as we head into game.
I think there is a risk as well for Fnatic if Irrelevant gets really big on this Cassante, that they can't really work their way through him that quickly. Senna and Hui do have quite a bit of damage, but it's not as consistent DPS as something like a Jinx that can just rattle through, you know, those tank killers. So if Irrelevant gets into a strong position, he can just frontline, and you still have the range of an Azir, and you still have, as you say, the engage and flank potential of a Rel and a Rakan. I heard the Fnatic fans in quite loud voice as we make our way onto Summoner's Rift for the first game of this series. Just a quick reminder, winner of this plays up against MDK on Friday next week in a best of 5, and the winner of that will play BDS, and then the winner of that will face up against G2 in our finals on Sunday.
Yeah, a lot on the line for these teams. Winter Split is drawing to a close, but the pressure is on. Best of 3, SK versus Fnatic. We're going to be jumping onto the Rift. Let's see how much both these teams have evolved since their game on Saturday.
Evolution usually something that takes place over millennia, so if they've managed to evolve quickly, that would be very impressive.
Really?
Perhaps put in an agar medium, a good substrate for their evolutionary needs.
That sign had an A in Fnatic. It's not how they spell it.
I mean, there is an A in Fnatic, it's just after the N.
I hate you, Medic. You got me on the technically correct
But you
again.
could be a fanatic, in which case there would be 3 A's.
That's true. You'd be right there. Okay, now that I've been mocked successfully, let's look at this early game. So far, just a traditional line of scrimmage. No early wards are going to be invested just yet. We may see the delay invade, which it seems Fnatic are prepared for. They have Jun hovering around the red buff, here to offer protection, deny that early vision on the Raptors, but he said, okay, looks like they're not going to do it, so we'll back away.
I mean, at most, SK would be looking for a ward invade here, really. You can see Exocake and DOS down towards that bottom lane already. There's a ward in the tri-bush that Fnatic placed earlier. Noah using that one to make sure that they weren't going to face check into Xayah Rakan, who can be very strong at level 1, especially if you go WE. You get the W for the Xayah, obviously, and then the E for the Rakan. You get the double shields. You have Guardian as well. You can just trade in with your auto attacks, getting empowered from that Xayah. For the moment, both junglers starting on the top side, neither of them spotted on their route. Oh, actually,
stand correct.
as I live and breathe, there's a ward there. Vedius gone back to yesteryear. Oscar in and walked in and placed that ward, and so they will know. Fnatic at least will know where
If they'd listened to the
Isma
bards,
is.
they would have known. This is a common fable from the legend that is Oscar in it. He who lays the yonder ward.
Alas, we should stop this.
Now, this bot lane from SK should get the level 2 first. Let's see if they can turn it into anything.
And you can see Jun expecting it, places the ward there to spot if DOS did go for something aggressive.
Respect being given. Will we see any form of invade from Isma? Something that we see all the time in Europe is this push-in bot with jungle doing a clear into invades. They're going to keep this pressure up, offer that opportunity for a potential contest. Nice hook coming out from Jun. I think he wanted to try and hook him just as the minion wave died so they could get him underneath the tower, try and get that tower shot in. Doesn't quite work out the way that he wants it, but looks like he's going to play it safe for now. Both junglers just going to do their standard full clear from top through to bot, which means it looks like that it's going to be relatively safe, all things considered. Push in favor of SK on the bot side of the map, push in favor of Fnatic on the top side, but mid looking pretty neutral and even, as you'd very much expect between these two control mages.
Yeah, Humanoid does have relatively good wave clear with his QE, the Molten Fissure, if he wants to use it. But early doors, you are a bit cooldown gated. Obviously, only your disaster abilities, your Q abilities, able to really put damage down on the wave. You can use your fear abilities to put, I think they're called Despair. I might be incorrect, but to put a little bit of damage down as well. But it's a bit trickier.
You weren't studying Hui names while you were in the Maldives?
No.
Oh. Fair enough.
And I don't feel bad about that, I'm going to be honest.
No, you shouldn't.
I can go and dive with Manta Rays, or I can study Hui ability names.
Hysterics had like a book up. He was trying super hard to memorize them all, and he did a pretty good job. But Hui does have a lot of abilities. 10, I think. Yeah, it's 3/3/3 and then plus the ultimate.
11 if you count the cancel ability, but I think that's not really an ability as of.
It's passive.
Right, if you proc up one of your brushes, so if you press Q, you can then press R to cancel, and I think that does have a name.
Oh,
but I don't know the name for it. Yeah.
Fair enough. Now we see Razork hovering around the bot side of the map.
Oh, it's gonna land. DOS jumps in, Jun flashes away. Exakick still has flash here, doesn't invest it as of yet. Exakick instead uses the heal to escape the last embrace. Dodged to the side there by Exakick, so SK's bot lane will escape to the relative safety of their tower. Exakick looking to base here. There will be a cannon wave pushing in, so he's going to lose quite a bit of XP if he does finish that off. Decides against it. We've got 3 summoners left. Have DOS and Exakick to try and survive. Jun tanks the tower. Exakick already down. First blood to Fnatic. Good knock up onto Jun though. Razork won't tank the tower afterwards. Now they can look for the re-engage. Noah and Razork. Do you want more here, or do you just want the play? Waiting for the Bolt Breaker. There it lands. Noah tanked the tower perfectly. Fnatic get out with 2 kills.
They make that look seamless. The initial dive was a little bit scary. They had Jun tank it, but hang on, Oscarinin in the top lane. Very low HP. He gets to level 5 though, so gets a bit of health back.
It should be okay. It looks like Irrelevant just wanted that Demolish proc on the tower.
All right, a bit of a scary situation there. So what was super interesting though is the pathing that Razork took, he actually did red into Krugs into Raptors, and often Isma was waiting so long to steal these reclears of the Raptors, only now does he actually get it. We look back at the dive, it is Jun that tanks it up, which means that he's pretty much guaranteed to lose his life in this exchange, but they deny the wave from the AD carry, and they also guarantee that kill. Meanwhile on the re-engage, they're just waiting for cooldowns. At this point, they're just chipping away at the tower. It's Noah that takes the aggro just because he knows it's easier for him to get out of range, and they get themselves another kill. Very well played from Fnatic. They start the game off with a 700 gold lead.
Really nice flash from Razork as well to dodge away from DOS's knock-up on the initial engage. Flash in, make sure you hit that Bolt Breaker. Don't give Exakick the chance to react. The cancel ability is called Wash Brush, by the way. It washes off the paint, so it's 11 abilities if you want to be really pedantic, and I often do. Disaster, Serenity, and Torment are the different artistic styles he goes for. I feel like if we were more sophisticated, Betty, we would apply an artist to each one. So Serenity would be like Van Gogh. Torment would be, I mean, Torment actually fits more with Van Gogh, but we're going to see another fight down towards the bottom lane as Isma goes in. Jun trying to tank this up, gets hit with the Blade Caller. Humanoid on his way as well. Good shuffle back as Razork's now in the midst of the fray. The Grashing Maw will get 2. SK very low, walking away wounded. Humanoid looking for a little bit more damage. Last Embrace going to hit on Exakick. He does have the flash. Will he get out in time? He escapes for now. Isma has flash, has jump, uses the flash early to escape. The dredge line crossing more, pulling him back, but can Ferromancy crash down for that little bit of extra shielding.
The Severing Bolt almost being enough to actually get the kill onto DOS, but SK, they get away within an inch of their life. Great play from Niski. I believe he committed the TP to get there before Humanoid, which means that they have that initial numbers advantage, and they find themselves a kill. So the Dragon is started off by SK. You can see that Niski TPs towards that bot tower, makes his way up towards the fight, is able to get hit just before Humanoid can. A lot of the initial damage goes down onto Jun, which means that he can't easily re-engage once this ultimate comes through. The ultimate, though, very close to doing an insane amount of damage from Humanoids. Forces SK on the retreat. And while a lot of summoner spells were burnt, Fnatic can't quite trade any kills back. The Scorch doing a lot of work, but not quite enough, and DOS gets away with his life.
SK will take that trade. They were the ones starting up the Dragon. In the end, they burn a couple of summoners as DOS is caught out here by Jun. Good play around the vision, Hex flashing across the wall. It's a luxury the Nautilus can take, though Rakan is not here. And, running that Hex flash himself. Way pushing now for Exakick in the bottom lane. Needs to be a little cautious because Jun and Razork are on their way down here, and if he oversteps, it might cause his death, but Jun and Noah just going to catch the wave. Looks like Isma went for a topside clear, now working his way back down towards this Dragon. A lot of focus on the bottom side of the map rather than the grubs. Haven't seen either of the junglers go up towards that top side for now.
I mean, I can't say I'm surprised from SK's perspective. When you have the Zyra Rakan, you really want to try and get them ahead. Punish the fact that Senna isn't at her strongest at this point in the game. Look will come through from Jun, but he talked about it in that interview. He is naturally an aggressive player. He likes to fight, and he's been finding a lot of great plays. Dragon will be secured by Fnatic. Good secure there by Razork. He makes a beeline towards bot, but respect being shown from Exakick and DOS. Now the grubs are up. This could be a very easy opportunity for Isma to know that he has that window. Move up, Irrelevant also coming down to assist. One grub has already been secured by Razork. At least I believe so.
Yep, you're right.
And this should be an easy exchange for Isma. Still an opportunity for the 5 grubs on SK side, which will help with their sieging. But alright, so these neutrals have fallen in the early game.
And a gold lead overall for Fnatic, about 1,300 gold ahead. Leads in top, leads in jungle. A sizable lead in form of AD carry as well. 700 gold ahead for the Senna, who's sitting at about 30 stacks right now for all of you stack enthusiasts. There's the Molten Fisher for the wave play. Niski looking for Humanoid. No flash on the wave, but manages to fight another day. Just walks away from the fight.
And we are approaching that 10-minute mark, which means the TPs do become unlocked. I'm having a look at Irrelevant, and I'm seeing if there could be an opportunity for him to get involved on the map. When we think of top laners that like to do stuff in the early game, we often think of players like Adam, but I think that there are always some opportunities, especially if you're looking for a potential bot lane dive around the next dragon spawn. There could be windows for you to try and look for some plays. Irrelevant right now, though, being forced underneath this tower, not going to be the easiest of opportunities. Jun looking for a
have to, doesn't early. Last Embrace coming out as well. Uses the ult very late, but he's still rooted up. Trying to trade back in. You can see Noah and Jun respecting the fact they didn't have vision in the tri-bush, so Isma and Dos could have been waiting in the wings. They'll back away and clear out this vision, but they get the ult out of Exa kick. No objective for the next 3 minutes, so if Exa plays safely enough, he should just be able to wait for his ultimate and the heal to come back up.
Yeah, Isma's spending a lot of time hovering around the bot river. You'll notice that Razork has a small experience advantage, also starting to build an even larger gold lead. He's making his way towards bot. They are looking for a play here.
You have cease and desist, right? And you know there's no ultimate for Exa kick. Can't bring that Featherstorm down. Wave vision cleared as well by Jun. Gives Razork that path in.
It looks like that they're stacking this wave, threatening a dive. TP is going to be available for Humanoid as well. Razork naturally going to be spotted.
Niski has no TP. Spiraling Despair. Dodge away by Niski. Dodges forward from the Searing Thought, yeah.
He expected that. He's a way player himself. He knew what was coming. Mindful, you have to be mindful of the fact that the lower HP, the more damage that Severing Bolt can do. So Niski able to get away with his life there.
Also using the dash away at the end of Spiraling Despair means that the mounting slow is a little bit easier to dodge out of at the end.
Sure.
So nicely done, as you say, by Niski.
Now, will they make the dive happen? Isma is obviously here to cover. Humanoid gonna base, has the TP available.
They're gonna look for it. Death charge onto Exa kick. Last Embrace out. Razork diving forward, the Dawning Shadow as well as they just lock up Exa and they take him out of the fight. Isma trying to do everything he can here, but Humanoid tanks the tower perfectly. Jun takes the kill. Razork manages to survive. 100 HP, more than enough for the Fnatic dive.
I mean, another excellent dive onto the bot lane. You talked about how we've been seeing so much action down here. But this was just a great awareness of the fact that Humanoid had his TP up. The second it came off cooldown, they made the bot lane play happen. And even though he didn't have his ultimate, it didn't matter. Jun beautifully tanks the tower long enough for the rest of the team to find the successful dive. They leveraged their numbers advantage, and I thought that the second they saw Isma, they would be dissuaded from the dive, but they have the full wave available. Jun starts off the play with his ultimate. They know that Exa kick doesn't have his ultimate available. The flash Q from Razork, the ultimate follow-up from Noah to provide that shield as well, and Jun casually tanks 3 tower shots. Humanoid the next to tank it, and Razork just barely getting away with his life, but ultimately all calculated from the side of Fnatic.
Really well executed by them as well, because Isma was waiting to try to react to it, but didn't have the opportunity to turn the fight. Dos, I don't think was level 6 there either. He's still got the quickness up, so Dos now at level 6 would have been a lot more powerful for SK. About a minute in the past, a minute in yesteryear, as Vedius would say. Dragon up in 40 seconds. The Void Grubs up in 20, about half of that. Still a strong lead here for Fnatic in the bottom lane. Noah stacking up, must be at about 40 now. Have a look at those center stacks as soon as we get the opportunity. 43.
43.
It did come up on the screen.
I was checking.
I didn't just pick a random number. You know?
I thought you were like, yeah, based on the calculations,
I did my
position
maths,
of the sun.
He was at 27, 8 minutes, 5 minutes extra. You know, that's an extra 16 stacks. And
also, he's playing AD, not support.
Yeah, so. And if we square the hypotenuse of the isosceles triangle, we can work out that.
Yeah. Often get the answer in 5 to 7 business days.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Now the Dragon spawning. Fnatic have priority over it.
All out coming out from Irrelevant.
Looking for a play.
Oscar pops the World Ender. Should just be able to walk away from this one. Does still have the flash, puts the Infernal Chains back, hold back with the Intofos. But it's not going to be enough from Irrelevant. More about forcing Oscar out of the fight. Isma is on his way. Oscar still has TP flash. But he stays around to try and catch the wave, and now with Isma coming in, the Dawning Shadow, well, it will dawn on his death day. Irrelevant takes the kill.
They have brought Exekick up so that he can get some plates in exchange for the pressure that Fnatic is putting in bot lane. Bit of a misstep there from Oscar Redden. He realized that he was on the weak side. Irrelevant did a good job of forcing that fight to set up for the potential dive. Even if he did try to retreat, I think it would have been difficult given that Isra and Exekick were already on their way up there anyway. Regardless, they will lose their top laner, but in exchange, Fnatic get themselves their second dragon of the game and the bot tower. So they are in full control of this early game.
And importantly, the Rift Tower spawned before those extra 2 grubs were picked up by SK. So the grubs died, means that SK only get 3. They won't get the help of the mites, which can be relatively impactful. Small chip damage, always powerful when you have the abilities to siege on these towers. Rift Tower, though, will be picked up by SK. So net gain for Fnatic across the course of the play, but SK getting everything that they can manage on the other side of the map.
They should be able to use this Herald to pressure into mid lane, though. When you're playing against control mages, those mid towers are the most difficult to secure. They have so much wave clear in the early game that it becomes very difficult to chip them down. Azaya, relatively short range compared to other AD carries, which can make it a little harder for her to actually siege against these towers. Contrast that to Senna, whose range only progressively gets stronger. It means that her sieging potential is actually very lethal. But this Herald should be utilized to unlock that mid tower and give SK a little bit more control over the map. And access into the river as well.
It also opens up those flank positions you talked about in draft. DOS being able to step forward past where that tower used to stand.
Speaking of,
means you get extra vision control. Oscar in coming across. We'll see that that ward was just placed. Still clears it out and steps forward. Okay, Oscar, you should have known that that ward just went down. A little bit greedy to step forward towards the Tribush. SK were lying in wait, but Oscar, a bit of a mental misplay there from him.
Fnatic primarily have their members on the top side of the map, so they are looking to try and cross-map. Niski has been kept bot. I like this TP coming out from SK. It means that very minimal damage will be done to their structures. They mitigate the strong side pressure that Fnatic was putting down. A response TP, though, coming out from Humanoid to be able to catch this wave and defend the tower of their own. So SK, they're only going to take the benefit of a single kill. Still something that you'll be happy to have. Largely setting up for a potential play in mid. They know that the TP was invested bot. They have Hisma hovering around mid lane. And I imagine that this Herald will be used to try and unlock this tower in the near future.
Niski did pick up the Herald as well, so he has to be around when they want to use it, obviously, because he has to place it.
Point.
We'll see if they decide to do it in, probably the next 2 minutes, as that's when the Ocean Drake comes up. Fnatic would be on sole point if they manage to secure that next dragon.
That could very well be what they're waiting for, right? Yeah. You use that to guarantee you priority in the mid, and even if you don't have access to the river, the threat of the Herald then gives you the ability to both siege that tier 1 and potentially threaten that tier 2 as well. So,
you know something I haven't seen Herald being used for enough, and I don't actually think it's a good play, but I once killed someone by running through them with Herald, and if you hit people with Herald, it stuns them for a second and knocks them up.
Sure.
So I'm just saying, Yasuo plus Herald comps is something we're not seeing enough of, where you just run the Herald through the entire enemy team, get the knockups, and then you just ult off it, you know?
You're ahead of our time. You're the Genja of 2024.
That's a reference not many people are going to get,
there's going to be a bunch of people like, what? Just goes to show my age.
People that love stacks do like the Jenga as Isma. Blocked up here with the depth charge, Spiraling Despair coming in as well, but he gets the shield. Jun has to flash away. Razzle dashes onto DOS. And in the end, as much ado about nothing as Isma is able to escape, but the Dawning Shadow flashed away. Dragon up in a minute. Isma would no longer have that summoner spell as Niski's locked up the charm on Razzle. He tanks a couple of tower shots, but the heal will be enough to keep him alive. Oscar gets one, though, as Exekick flashes forward. Noah trying to dash away. Humanoid has a flash of his own. DOS dashes away from the Q3. It's a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of SK in the end.
Relevant making its presence known. I like what Razork did, punishing the slight overstep from Niski. He doesn't even get a chance to flash. Razork catching him with just the edge of the flash Q combo to then chain CC him into the ultimate to then find that execution. But the response from Irrelevant and Exekick was swift because Fnatic was forced to retreat. Now Oscar could be overstepping here.
There's the TP. Isma jumps across the wall, misses the knockup. Oscar with the World Ender might actually escape from this. Nisti's going to slide forward. He still has the Emperor's Divide. And I spoke a little bit too hastily saying Oscar had a chance to get away from this because unless he plays this perfectly, there is just no escape. SK get their 7th. The Dragon up in 18 seconds time, though. I think SK have just given up the ghost on that one by investing so much into making sure that Oscar died.
I mean, Herald going to be used top.
Niski has no TP.
Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, Fnatic have clear control around the Dragon for now. DOS going to be zoned away from putting that vision in as well. He is able to get a reset off, and you can already see him making a beeline back out onto the map. Question is, will he get hit in time? Because remember that SK do have the numbers advantage right now. Oscar will have his TP available, but he's up in 8 seconds. Isma feels confident enough to walk into the river. There is no mid-wave to fight over. Fnatic's positioning has now become very awkward as Noah's staying around the mid lane, Humanoid making his way up through bot, and it's SK that have found avenue onto the Dragon.
Oscar TP's to the mid lane tower, SK on the Drake, as you say. Oscar, no world ender on him. Razork, no cease and desist. Noah, no ultimate either. That Dragon already down to 4,500. Isma doesn't have the Magnet Storm, and there's no Emperor's Divide or Quickness, so SK are running short on utility themselves. Oscar steps in. The Dragon secured. There's the knock-up onto Oscar as well. He does still have the flash. Depth charge lands onto the back line. There's the Spying Despair as well. Irrelevant can try to get away from this. Lands the 3-man knock-up. There's the all-out on Razork as well. But the cease and desist comes back off cooldown. Featherstorm out by Exakick. He falls low, but he doesn't quite die as Oscar in and tries to take him. The Searing Bolt going wide as Exakick sidesteps it. And in the end, it's another 2 kills and a Drake over to SK.
SK are navigating these fights very well. Great patient play from them. Ooh, Exakick ends up losing his life. He had no more tools left in the kit to escape from that one. Noah trades back a kill, but the soul point is denied from Fnatic, and SK are rapidly closing that gold gap. Top tower did end up going down. We didn't talk about that. Remember that Niski did drop the Herald top.
And it still charges even if you aren't riding on it. Doesn't need a saddle to charge
So the
forward.
hook goes wide initially from Jun. Remember that the ultimate is used relatively early here as well. Exakick and Niski aren't forced to invest that much, and then it's just a great play from Irrelevant, forcing Fnatic to split apart. The main engage being used haphazardly as Exakick then responds with the ultimate of his own. The damage from Humanoid isn't quite enough to find that kill at the end, and Irrelevant secures a second, and Oscar Ridden tries to support his jungler. Unfortunately for Exakick, he does get spotted out here, gets sniped, ends up being a 2-for-1 overall, but SK is still very happy with that trade. Coach claps of approval, but suspense in his eyes.
I just know whoever's running the coach counts today is like, hey, keep on Swiffer all the time, all the time. We've got to make sure we can watch him every moment. Oscar did burn his flash in that last play, trying to get across the Dragon wall. Isma now here. Irrelevant trading in well, 4-0-2 on the Cassante.
I was just about to say, I feel like we're going to start to feel the consequences of this early game top lane difference. Initially, you'd think that it hasn't been that impactful over the overall game, where Fnatic investing so heavily into the bot side of the map, finding a lot of successful dives. Irrelevant finding the dive, ultimately forcing that solo kill, then Oscar Ridden getting caught out again. Meanwhile, Irrelevant's been involved in 6 of the team's 9 kills. Now, SK taking a page out of G2's book, and they're going to start off this Baron.
Spotted out with a fast side alteration though, and they will back away from it. You can see what they're thinking. You can see Fnatic realizing, hey, you know, we played G2 last week. They do like to do this sort of thing. And they spotted out.
But it's also just one of the things pros will do is you kind of count how many people are on the map, right?
Yeah.
So it gives you information on where you can and cannot go, and so
it's too complicated for me.
As you are,
Six people on the map usually.
I mean, it's better. Most people don't look at the map, Medic.
Jun flashes away. Isma looking for the stun here as well. Magnet Storm lands onto 2. Dawning Shadow across as well. Featherstorm by Exakick, and he's a little bit split from this fight. Isma lands another stun. Irrelevant trying to get into the back line, but he's ceased and desisted by Razork, who does have to flash the wall. In the end, it's a Magnet Storm, a Quickness, and a Featherstorm used by SK. In response, a flash away by Jun and one by Razork.
I will say, though, that Razork saw the threat in that fight, and it was Irrelevant. The moment that he joined, he said, nope, not going to let you get involved, throws the ultimate, and then flashes out instantly. The goal there was not to turn and fight onto Irrelevant, it was to buy time for his team to escape, recognizing they're at a numbers disadvantage. And during the draft, I gave the advantage to Fnatic in terms of the team fight. I felt like that their front to back was easier to play, but we're seeing in these more skirmishes that we're seeing, and the involvement of Irrelevant specifically in these fights is going very favorably for SK.
You even see Noah itemizing towards it. He went for the Lord Dominic's Regard's second item on the center just to try and get through that front line. Baron was started up again by SK, and every time Fnatic go and check it. Noah also apparently a Kansas City Chiefs fan, since he's got those Swifties as his boots of choice for this game.
Only some people are going to get that joke too.
Most of my jokes, only a couple of people get, and I'm one of them. It's like me and those 3 other friends in the bar just like laughing
Well,
along.
you imagine a lot of people would recognize that joke, though. You'd think that it would be fairly...
Oh, we're in Europe now.
True.
The only football I care about is Premier League
One where they
and the
actually use their
Bundesliga.
feet?
Yeah. I mean, they punt in American football.
Okay.
The only football I care about is where Harry Kane still isn't going to get a trophy this year. That's a joke you're definitely not going to get.
No, I get it.
3 German football fans in the audience are giggling along to that one. And the reason we have a moment to joke around.
Dragon in 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason.
Teams resetting out on the map. Fnatic want to clear out the top side. This gives an opportunity for SK to move into the bot side. Look at Irrelevant pushing in the bot lane once again. I like the lane assignments here because SK even have that top wave slowly pushing in their favor. The pressure is fully on to Fnatic right now. Oscarin in 2 full levels behind.
Another stun onto Jun. TP behind by Irrelevant. Jun so low, tries to dredge line forward but can't find anyone. Spiraling Despair on Ismo. Well, Spiraling Despair for Fnatic as they consistently lose their first carry. DOS looking for the engage here, flashes forward, lands the double knock-up, and in goes Niski. Sweeps them back, pops the stopwatch. Irrelevant now tanking the tower. The Dawning Shadow will be enough to help take out Niski, and Noah starts to open up the big guns. Exekick flashes forward though with the Blade Caller. The Feather storms as the feathers fly, and Noah falls. Razork and Oscarinin trying to do everything they can to turn this fight around, and they'll do exactly that. Oscarinin with the World Ender trying to get onto Isma, but can't get close enough. Good knockback by Irrelevant. Dash forward by Razork, dash away from the Cassante.
It ends up being a 3-for-3 overall. SK, they take one step too far. They get in range of the tower, and this crazy combo comes out from Fnatic, giving them enough damage to actually swing the fight into an even state. And they're even going to get the Dragon off the back of it. SK so close to really blowing the game open there. But unfortunately, a small misstep results in Fnatic bouncing back. So it starts off with Jun losing his life, getting eviscerated, and DOS finding a great engage onto the backline. This 2-person ultimate with Niski finding 3. A great combo to take out Humanoid. And it's at this point, Irrelevant tanking the tower, but look at that ultimate coming out from Noah, providing the shield and the damage coming out from Oscarinin. I like the flash here from Exekick. He's forced to use the ultimate out, seeing that both the Vi and the Aatrox are vying for his life. But the root connects from Noah just before he loses his life, allowing Fnatic to trade a 3-for-3. Irrelevant doing a lot of work on what he can in that fight, but you can see how close it is getting. The engage possibilities are very close here from SK. The mobility is something that I didn't initially appreciate. DOS found that great engage. The ways in which Niski can really disrupt the fight as well. I feel like their composition is just great at causing chaos in the fight, and then that really allows Exekick to get in there and do the damage that he needs to do.
Fnatic are continuing to scale up though. 3 items on Noah. We'll have a look at his stacks in a moment. I'm going to guess 78?
86.
86, I was close again. But alongside that, Oscarinin's got 2.5 items. He's got his Profane Hydra and then his Profane accessories alongside it. So SK now trying to push through mid. They do still have that Baron as an option. Oscarinin with that Edge of Night can face check a little bit more easily than he could in the past. No vision at the moment. DOS has the flank. What have we got flash-wise? Razork, Oscarinin, and Jun have theirs. Only Isma on the side of SK has a flash. I haven't seen Irrelevant use his flash all game.
Here comes DOS.
Might be because he's got Ghost, as Isma can go forward. The dash in by Razork, dash away by Isma. Pathmaker, Oscarinin locked in the pit, charmed up. There's the Baron secured by SK. Isma gets it. Oscarinin now in the middle of the pit as Isma flashes away. Irrelevant takes down one. Exekick though so low in the back. DOS trying to do everything he can here. Niski pops a stopwatch for a second, but Humanoid's still alive and he has damn loads of damage to try and dish out. The fear back on Irrelevant. Razork will be locked up with the Pathmaker, and that is a very dead buy. He can try to dash the wall, but Irrelevant gets in his way. In the end, an incredible exchange for SK.
Irrelevant is godlike. SK will lose too, but they get the Baron. An incredibly close affair. Razork makes his way into the pit, and SK, they have to regroup. They're doing their best. Look at this play from Irrelevant here, keeping Razork out of the pit, doing what he can. Oscarinin gets forced very low though. Exekick forced to use the ultimate, but he isn't quite touched. He's still able to do a lot of damage. Niski with a great ultimate as well. So many small things. I would need to go back and watch it again to really highlight all the individual plays. Ultimately though, Irrelevant is the problem. This man just does too much damage, and Fnatic don't have enough to take him out. 3 members still with the Baron buff. SK with another 1 team fight. And the pressure continues to mount for Fnatic.
Jack show now complete on that Cassante as well. Fnatic feeling the consequences?
Consequences.
Consequences?
I like that.
Yeah, you like that? Consequences? Took me a while to get there, but...
3 fully completed items. Has the Warden's Mail as well. He is one chonky top laner.
He really is. It's going to be very hard to get through him. Obviously, Noah can do it if given enough time, and Humanoid will struggle too, as Humanoid lands a great grasping more from across the side. Depth charge down as well, but Dos going to get the knock-up, and Irrelevant is the first top laner to join the fray. Oscar winning coming in from the side. Irrelevant still incredibly tanky.
Is he taking damage?
It's hard to tell sometimes with a Kaenic Rukern. Kind of hides the fact that you are taking a bit of damage underneath that magic damage shield. In the end, though, Exakick was forced away, did have to burn the Feather Storm. Now can heal up a little bit off these minions in the bot lane. Still going to be a 1-4 split. Niski kind of hovering between the two lanes. Irrelevant's now adopted the mid lane position, whilst SK investing 4 players down towards this bottom side. Isma locked up though underneath the tower as he tanks it. The charm onto Jun, not going to be enough for now as he manages to escape. Irrelevant TP's in, and immediately Fnatic are like, nope, don't want any more of that action. Irrelevant, the raid boss, will just force Fnatic to back away.
They still got them in tier 2. Irrelevant did his job, and he did TP into the bot lane to support his team as Humanoid went back to base. Now the Dragon in 28 seconds. This could be Soul for Fnatic and the turnaround play that they need to get a foothold back in this game as it very quickly swings in the favor of SK. Death Cap not quite completed for Niski. He would have loved that item ahead of this fight. Let's have a look as Fnatic trying to gain control over the mid wave. Niski there to push back, Isma there to support. Oscar Rinnan pushed out the bot wave, now making his way back towards the team to offer assistance. It's SK who have entrance to the Dragon.
The risk for SK is they don't have the quickness, they don't have the Magnet Storm, and they don't really have follow-up engage on Isma diving in. Isma falls low, Niski trying to get onto Jun as well, as he will be able to take out the Nautilus with a couple more auto attacks, but he hasn't got them down yet. He shuffles Jun away, and Oscar Rinnan's doing everything he can to help out his support. In the end, a 1-for-1 so far. Irrelevant trying to join the fray from the bottom side. The Vault Breaker charged up by Razok, but Irrelevant with his dancing shoes dodges to the side. Humanoid severing Bolt once again. The chase continues as Oscar Rinnan's knocked back. Dos goes back in. Razok coming in from the side as the Grasping Maw, unable to find something in its teethy clutches. The Dragon started though, and SK won't be able to get into the pit. Fnatic get the soul.
Ends up being a 1-for-1. I think Niski really misplayed that fight.
Yeah.
He tried to go for a play onto the backline. I'm going to have to watch it back and see whether his goal was to get Jun or if he was trying to make a big super play with his ultimate, but he oversteps and he ends up trading his life for the support. The engage comes through from Jun. A lot of damage thrown down by Humanoid from the backline, and they have this front line. Humanoid and Noah are safe on the back. You see Niski going towards Jun, flashes in, and now he's in range of Oscar Rinnan and Humanoid as well. While he does get that kill, he ends up trading his life for Niski. And at this point, just look at the health difference. Fnatic have a huge advantage. Noah also has heals. And it means that SK's just forced to disengage.
It's just an ultimate difference as well. They step too far forward, they get caught in the dredge line. They don't have Magnet Storm, they don't have quickness. Noah's able to flash away from Irrelevant, so he's able to rejoin the fray. And it just felt like SK tried a little bit too hard to force Fnatic out of the river, whereas they could have slow played it and waited until those cooldowns were back up. Isma now needs to jump across this wall. The Ocean Soul will help Fnatic a lot in what have been very extended fights. Obviously, the longer the fight goes on, the more that Ocean Soul can help you, assuming you are putting damage down. Niski goes back. Still doesn't have the Rabadons. Still only sitting on the double needlessly large rod. There it is, completed. Just took a second for our Overlay 2 update. A 2,000 gold lead for SK doesn't matter too much right now as the cease and desist lands onto Dos. Flash forward by Jun, lands the hook as well. The quickness invested by Dos. There's the depth charge. So what do we get out? A cease and desist and a dredge line with a hook from Jun. As you say, here he comes, but there he goes, Vedi. For once living up to his name in the sequence of those events.
5v5 though, the dance over this mid-wave control. The Baron is spawning in about 20 seconds and it's SK who have priority over it. They've done a good job of getting first into the river, but Fnatic keep finding their ways in. The side waves have largely been abandoned for now. The chip damage continues to come out from Humanoid. There is the Baron making its way towards the pit. Fnatic have their eyes set on the mid-tier 1, I imagine. SK, you're going to force this.
They're going to do it so quickly as well. Like, you have Exler and Niski who will just shred through this. It's already down to 13,000. Now down to 8. Fnatic trying to step forward. Dos still no quickness. 5,000 on the Baron. Isma sticking on it for now. Razok charging up the Vault Breaker, looking to get across the wall. Now they'll re-engage on it. Razok does have the flash. He has the blast go. Razok steals it. Dos forced low down towards the bottom side of the fight as Irrelevant tries to keep 4 members of Fnatic away. Maybe SK will want to take a bit more of the battle as the all-out comes out. Exekick flashes forward. SK know they need to find something now as they go in. The Root Caller coming out as Jun falls low, as does Razok. 2 so far. Irrelevant still healthy enough to rejoin if he can. X-Kick forced down towards the bottom side. No flash, no Feather Storm, no hope of him getting away, but a good slide back from Nisqy into the stopwatch, into the quickness, into the charm, into Oscar falling. Nisqy goes down as well. In the end, Fnatic walk away with only one Baron buff.
It's still a great team fight for SK. They played it incredibly well. Yes, they did gamble the Baron, and that allowed Razork to get a steal. But this Irrelevant front line is difficult to get out of the way. Let's look back at the steal. Razork buys his time. There is no one interrupting in this time. Irrelevant looking for him. Can't quite get an angle to take him out of the pit. The feathers, the smite comes out just ahead of Isma's. And then look at Irrelevant on the front line. Buys so much time here. Decides to commit the ultimate. And then Execute flashes in. A nice knock-up from DOS to allow him to get so much damage down. Nisqy on the back line is very safe as well. They trade 1 for 2 initially. But then Execute separates himself from the rest of the team. This then gives Humanoid a window to go for a fight. But Nisqy sees a play of his own. Catches Noah off guard. 80 carry traded for 80 carry. Oscarinin then loses his life. And Humanoid is forced to retreat. 3 for 4, only a single member with the Baron, Elder, in a minute's time.
1 minute to catch your breath for both Fnatic and SK. A spot in the winter playoffs still on the line. Loser of this is out for about 4 weeks. The winner will face up against Mad Lions Koi on Friday next week. Humanoid has gone from absolute cinema to absolute artistry, 2-1-8. Leandri's Crypt Bloom and the Luden's Companion complete. Also has 10 stacks on his Dark Seal. A tortured artist, you might say then. Because it's a Dark Seal.
Oh,
if it was a Light Seal, he'd be a very happy artist.
Once again, we find ourselves in the mid lane, fighting over the wave. Isma tries to land the stun. Execute takes a chip of damage. Here we go.
Jun so low already. Jun almost down as Irrelevant now dashes forward and Fnatic are on the back foot. 4v5, they have to try and find a way to get out of this alive, but Oscarinin has failed in that objective. SK, everyone walks away. The Severing Bolt not going to do enough, especially to Irrelevant, as SK will turn their eyes towards the Elder. Humanoid TPing to the top lane to try and find something out of this Baron buff.
Yeah, he's trying to get something back. The Baron will wear off with the Elder Dragon firmly in the hands of SK. And they just consistently shut down this engage from Fnatic. It's always Jun on the front line, and he just gets melted through in an instant. Irrelevant is acting as such an effective wall for SK to play around. And it's becoming harder and harder to threaten Nisqy, who's only getting stronger. SK with the Elder Dragon. Now they want to force a fight. They know that they are so much stronger with this buff behind them. It's Fnatic who's forced to play defense. SK going toe-to-toe with Fnatic. We had some crazy games from them on Saturday. Very back and forth, very messy.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people coming into this series would have put Fnatic as firm favorites.
Oh, for sure.
Especially having watched how Fnatic played last week against MDK and against G2.
We're getting to see some of the good team fighting, but a lot of credit I really feel needs to go to Irrelevant. Look, they just walked their way in. Exactly what you need to do.
Just tanks for an absolute year. The Elder here as Humanoid's pulled back and exploded by SK. They're not going to be able to win the game off this minion wave, are they? I mean, the cannon's going to die, and then I feel like Fnatic should be able to clear the back
cares about
lane.
Those towers?
The backdoor bonus might be enough, as Irrelevant is still tanking the towers. Jun's going to dredge line away. Nisqy dives forward, but Noah's able to escape. Doesn't even have to burn the flash, and now they're underneath the Nexus towers. And although Irrelevant might not care, Nisqy definitely does. Noah's now going to open up on Irrelevant. He's locked up in the last embrace, and Irrelevant for the first time in 37 minutes falls to the SK's hubris in diving their Nexus towers.
They saw those towers and did not see them as an obstacle. Nisqy blunders his ulti, and it allows Noah to get 2 kills in exchange. Full build now for the Senna, and Fnatic have been given another opportunity at life in this game. Are we getting a coach cam? I feel we're going to get a coach cam. So this initial play was great. They know that Fnatic can't fight them with the Elder Dragon. But look at the rest of the minimap. There are no extra ways for them to play off of. So SK, they get a little desperate here. They try to force the end, and they think if we can just get another fight, this should be doable. Irrelevant tanks up the initial tower. Good hook coming out from Jun. This play from Nisqy, though, was too overzealous. He finds himself underneath the tower. Isma and Irrelevant are now separated. SK become 2 They lose their focus on who they want to try and shut down in this fight. I think we could all understand what he was saying
After
there.
that, he smiles and says, what a great way to continue this game. I'm so happy.
Frustration on the face of Swiffer. But the Fnatic fans, they're loving it.
Yeah.
They know that they still get another chance. Baron, 18 seconds.
Loving the fact that Marek Brazda is at the top of the damage charts as well. Now, Isma has Flash, has the Magnus Storm, and has a window to go in, but Jun, with a perfect dredge line, stops him in his tracks. The cease and desist out by Razork. Isma now on the front line, the Dawning Shadow being used as well. The Redemption will heal SK back up. Spiraling Despair on Irrelevant, and perhaps a bit of desperation for SK.
In these extended fights, though, is where you're going to see the value of the Ocean Soul.
Exekick, no Feather Storm for him, no quickness for DOS, no ultimates apart from Finiski.
Exekick. Oh, he takes a step towards the enemy due to the bolt from Humanoid, and those auto attacks from Noah are lethal. Level 17 on the center, 142 stacks.
We only have 2 ultimates available for this next fight as Irrelevant steps forward. His is one of them, the all-out, still a possibility. The Emperor survived as well. Isma needs to jump away from that, but he doesn't have the time to escape. The Infernal Chain's just short. TP from Niski! TP from Niski! That TP sucked!
What was he doing?
Oh, it's teleporting.
I mean, thank you. Now I understand. I'm still struggling to comprehend what the plan was.
In the end, it doesn't matter too much because he's still able to join up with his team before the Baron begins, but I think perhaps a flank position was what he was aiming for. Noah stepping forward, Dosh dashing away, the TP.
Wait, they can just kill the TP.
Flank. They can look for Irrelevant. It's pretty hard to kill him. I'm going to say he's only died once so far. This game pulled back from the Pathmaker. The Baron will fall, though, as SK secure it. The Blast Cone away by Irrelevant.
Okay.
Killing the TP a little bit more tricky than perhaps was first ideated by Fnatic.
Thumbs up from Niski. All part of the plan. You can see the smile on his face.
All according to Kotaku.
He's going to push his glasses up after that one. I mean,
he needs to.
Yeah. But SK, they get themselves the Baron. A moment of reprieve as they will begin their siege. They have a wave in bot. They need to go and push that top wave out, but they have no teleports available. I was skeptical about that TP. they have no TP on Irrelevant, which he used in that fight. I think Fnatic had a similar idea to me where you just kind of collapse on the TP, but then they quickly realized, oh right, that's Irrelevant, we can't kill him. And then he just acted as a wall to deny access into the Baron pit, and no steal was allowed. Our third Baron of the game. We're approaching the 42-minute mark. The scaling on Fnatic's side should be giving them so many advantages, but Irrelevant is just scaling harder. This front line of Cassante is so difficult to deal with. Now SK pushing in bot. They've sent Niski there. He's got to be careful, though. Fnatic are looking for a numbers advantage fight. They have 5 members, but SK have Avenue into the base.
SK have the
who is shepherding who here?
I mean, Fnatic are trying to shepherd SK, but they're not very good sheep. I'm going to be honest. They kind of just run wherever they damn well please, as the inhibitor tower and the inhibitor will fall. Fnatic now make their way back into the base, but the bound up minions will cause a little bit of consternation, a little bit of concern for them as Razork now steps in. Elder in 2 seconds' time. Exekick still not full build yet, by the way, sitting on a Zeal. He's waiting to complete that into his 5th and final item, 6th if you include the boots, as the Elder is already down to 10,000. Can Razork pull a rabbit out of the proverbial hat? Can he find a steal, or will Irrelevant go for the engage first? Oscar in looking for the flank. Exekick puts the feathers down. The Dawning Shadow will land on a lot as Oscar gets charmed up immediately. The cease and desist on the backline, but Razork just can't put the damage down, and Irrelevant can. He dives into Fnatic's backline as Niski dives forward to help him. It's 4 for 1 so far. The Elder on the menu for SK if they want it, but I think they want a much juicier prize.
That fight was cut and dry, and they're going to add insult to injury and send Noah back to the fountain. 5 members alive. SK will secure the victory here in game 1.
A very back and forth affair between them. Irrelevant, definitely the MVP for SK, carrying them through the game and taking them to 1-0 in the series.
Whew. What a crazy game 1 between SK and Fnatic. These team fights were crazy, but I do think it boiled down to that top diff at the end of the day. Irrelevant was just immovable in so many of these fights, and we saw it in that final one. The front line was just not able to compete.
It was just way too strong for SK. Has been so many times this split. We'll see if it continues in game 2 after this.
Freely using Katarina's cook.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Kindred cautiously cooked Kit Kat cupcake.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Kindred cautiously
cooked Kit Kat cupcakes.
Carefreely using Katarina's cute cookie cutters.
Ooh, I'm on it. I'm ready. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
charge onto Exa kick. Last embrace out, Razzle diving forward, the Dawning Shadow as well as they just lock up Exa and they take him out of the fight. Isma trying to do everything he can here, but Humanoid tanks the tower perfectly. Jun takes the kill.
And guys, this Cassante is never gonna die, okay? Look at that, guys. Look.
Nice. Yeah. Nice one.
Maybe I'm dead.
Oh.
I'm surviving. No flash. No flash. Cassante just appeared here.
Great patient play from them. Ooh, Exakek ends up losing his life.
Look at Joel, look at Joel.
Oh, vai. I will. Not a flash. No flash. Okay, we can go farmer,
No flash.
No flash. Good enough. Well played, boys. I got it, guys.
Nice.
Gets charmed up immediately, the cease and desist on the backline, but Razzle just can't put the damage down, and Irrelevant can. He dives into Fnatic's backline as Nisqy dives forward to help him.
And welcome back to the NLC, that's where we came from the past.
That's retro.
Honestly, that was a crazy game, so I'm not gonna lie to you. Jamada and I, we were sitting out back, we were getting ready to analyze a lot of the early game plays. We wanted to give you guys multiple scenarios where we were actually just breaking the game down. But it ended up being a late game. Do I want to call it Fiesta? I'm not really sure.
No. It was a Fiesta.
Okay, fair enough. A late game Fiesta. But either way, we still have these early game plays that we want to dive through, and then we'll take a look at some of the late game fights. So first, let's dive into some of the bot plays that we've seen, because the SK bot lane has actually been doved quite a bit lately. Even against a series against Vitality, as you can see on your screen right here, they were being doved while Isma was down covering. The problem that they are experiencing is that they're being doved by 4 people while they're only 3 people. So an issue they have is that they're not good enough at defending their bot lane. Well, what do you know? That kind of issue arose today as well against Fnatic, as you can see it here. What are we looking at, Jamada?
Yeah, what we're looking at right here is a 3 effectively versus 2 right now. In a previous exchange, Exakek lost his ultimate. Fnatic know exactly who their target is. Jun is very patiently tanking up the tower, and even though Isma is quite literally right here, like the previous dive, they're still at a disadvantage once that teleport comes through from Humanoid.
So I'm not gonna lie, I was looking at that one, I thought, well, that looks great. Now we're gonna have a bot lane we can build on. We had the first dive come through, we had a second dive come through, as we just saw now here. It looked like they were just gonna go with a repeat dive again and again and again. And you can see it from Razork's bot lane proximity this game. It's almost doubled for what it usually is. What it usually was. So they're a crazy camp in the bot lane.
Yeah, very, very big emphasis on trying to get Noah and Jun ahead, right? We spoke about how they had a very, very successful previous series, and clearly through the gameplay, not only do they want to push forward Jun and Noah into a position where they can carry, but they also want to shut down Exakek and DOS, who very frequently, alongside Irrelevant, are the carry members of SK.
And honestly, in the early game, the bot lane was shut down from SK, but a guy who was not shut down was Irrelevant up in the top side. And not only did he perform individually in the laning phase, it was also at the Baron setup that he's performing. So we have this one specifically that we'd love to hold over as well, which is a play around the Baron where we can talk about the setup initially. What do you think, Jamada?
Actually, so the setup for SK is quite good. They've already burned down the Baron to almost 5k. They've got DOS on a flank, and what they're kind of waiting for is the majority of Fnatic to push forward kind of past where Oscarinin is right now. If you kind of draw a line from the top of the river to the bottom, as soon as that occurs, they're likely gonna try and send DOS forward. Irrelevant's job here is to not only hold the line, but also track Razork, right? Ensure that he doesn't get easy access to the back line of the pit. As you can see here, Fnatic actually take a split approach. Irrelevant very quickly adjusts, and he's able to pull Razork out of the pit. And even though he still gets back in, it's still secured by SK. And then at this point, it's a bit of a cluster, to say the least, in the pit. But as you can see, Irrelevant's health is not going down. He's able to pick off Oscar, who unfortunately went in a little bit too far ahead of his team, wasn't able to actually have any backup. And then Irrelevant just takes over the fight from there.
And I really think that's what made this game so difficult. It was the fact that Irrelevant got as far as he did on a champion like Cassante, where he's able to control the team fights. Multiple times we saw he got the angle on players where he's able to make it a 4 versus 5. And you can see it as well here. He was absolutely performing in this game. Forward percentage on 40. He wanted to be up in their face as well. And I mean, his replay speaks for itself. His stats speaks for itself. This is just the best top laner in the league right now.
Yeah, I think performing, it's very hard to argue, right? There were arguments around Adam. There were arguments perhaps around BB when he's on form, but realistically, Irrelevant, I feel like, is the most consistent performing top laner that we have right now. And this was just another one of those case study games.
Yeah, so let's get into some of the late game team fights, because honestly, then it just started I mean, they got a Soul, they got an Elder, we got a second Elder. What happened in the late game, Jamana?
Man, you're asking a lot of me. It was such an insane game, but so much of it crutched on eventually not just Irrelevant, but SK's ability to come together as 5 and actually pick up key targets. I feel like, you know, Fnatic did a generally good job. I think specifically Humanoid probably dealt a whole bunch of damage, if not the most damage on Fnatic this game. I'm just throwing it out there as a guess. The positioning was great, but again, it was Irrelevant, finding forward plays, Niski occasionally throwing his life away short to get some of these plays.
I mean, Niski had that play where he had to teleport on a minion and SK was playing 4 versus 5
Yeah,
and
exactly.
SK still won the game against the sold up Fnatic.
Yeah, it's really insane that they were kind of that far ahead in game state towards the end of the game, even up against all of those odds. So to me, Fnatic have a lot of soul searching to do in terms of what exactly they want to allow SK to have in picks, because to me, the thing that's going to be screaming in my mind as a player is that Cassante can't go through again.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic's going on to the blue side. Maybe they're looking to take it away from Irrelevant. Maybe they're looking for different counter response. We'll see. Let's see what happens in game 2 as we leave it with Vedi Medi.
Oh,
Vedi Medi.
It's changed.
He understands the hierarchy. He knows how it is.
Vedi Medi. I don't think it works as well. I think the
This is
alphabetical nature of it.
It's like the whole.
Is it John Lennon and the Beatles all over again?
Professors on a paper, you know, at the end where they put their names of all the people that worked on the research paper. And et al. Soon you're going to be
the et al.
You're going to be
It's
Medi et al. Well, anyway, welcome back. We're getting ready for game 2 between Fnatic and SK. The lads at the desk broke down a lot of the crazy fights that we had in game 1.
I actually think there's a small delay because they're waiting for Niski's TP cooldown to come back up so he can teleport into his chair.
Yeah, well, I imagine that this Cassante is going to be a question that we will soon have an answer to. Fnatic making their way over towards the blue sides. Let's see what the priorities will be as we shift on over into our second game of this series. I imagine that the Jax ban will continue to come through towards Irrelevant. He already demonstrated how good of a player he is on not Jax. Let's not give him one of his favorite champions.
I think we'll still see Brandon Varus banned away as well by SK.
Likely.
But very strong, and we will. So there's the Jax Maokai. Will Fnatic ban Cassante, or will they pick it? Because that is always an option.
Well, first picking Cassante, definitely a bit of a dubious choice.
But do you think SK would pick it on 1-2? That's the other question. Because you could pick it on 2-3 if you don't want to first pick it.
I mean, the concern is how scary is Zach?
Very
because we didn't see it as an answer. We saw the Aatrox. I didn't love the Aatrox, but also I just think that Oscarinin didn't have a great game 1. We know that he has shown stronger performances this split, especially during the regular season. But admittedly, he got Cassante a lot during the regular season, so eyes will be on him in this game. What will the priority be? A lot of AD carries are, of course, banned. Will the Senna continue to be the priority for Fnatic?
It's very possible. Like having a long discussion about it. Instead, Karma locked in for them. A 3-way flex. We've seen it top, we've seen it mid, we've seen it support. So still a lot of options for Fnatic there. SK likely look towards their jungler AD. That's often what we see when you just want something safe to pick on your first couple of locks.
Maybe SK just take the Zyra Rakan again.
Yeah. Could try and take away the Senna. Senna Karma, a relatively strong lane. You get good push in that lane.
All right, they're going to lock in the Senna for themselves. They could look to just grab their jungler now. Maybe they want to give Isma the Rel once more if they just want that tanky frontline engage. They could also consider something like the Xin Zhao. They have shown also great proficiency on it.
Yeah.
And they prioritized it a lot more during the regular season compared to what we've seen from them in playoffs. We are going to see the Rel once more from Isma, so he is going for more of that frontline engage. I suppose Xin Zhao also fills that purpose, but either way, Fnatic, how will they now respond? Will they go for something like the Zyra Rakan themselves? Ezreal Karma. Oh, Europe doesn't like Ezreal.
It's the first time we've seen Noah on it this split as well. Let me just have a look at the Ezreal statistics in Europe, because I don't think they're going to be amazing.
We've only seen it twice,
and it's lost both times.
Yeah,
so yeah, they're not amazing.
One of them was in mid lane.
It's still lost.
Yeah.
And it's Perks who's better AD than mid lane anyway. So it's basically like an AD was playing it. There's the Xin Zhao as well for Fnatic. Looks like SK might look towards their support with the Nautilus locked in. So we have AD carry on support expected on both sides. Obviously that Karma can still be flexed mid and top. The Ezreal could still be flexed mid as well.
I mean, I imagine that this is Ezreal Karma bot lane.
Yeah,
One
I agree.
of the most common pairings that we'll see with the Ezreal is the Karma. But you're definitely right, the flexibility.
Ban the Cassante.
Well, because they probably want to give Irrelevant counter pick, right? So from their perspective, they're like, we think Irrelevant is better than Oscar. Game 1, in our opinion, has proven that. So we would much rather just have him have a winning matchup, which means that we want to lock in our mid here. So Fnatic makes sense. Maybe you should get rid of the Azir. They're already getting rid of the Orianna. But I'm sure that Niski's sitting here saying, you can pick me Nico, you can pick me Azir, you can pick me Hui, like all these things. You can pick me whatever. It's fine. Just give Irrelevant what he wants to make sure that he's in the best possible matchup, because so that he can try and carry again. So unsurprisingly, they would want to take one of the safe top lane picks away, and now they're going to remove one of the playmaking mids away in the form of LeBlanc. LeBlanc plus Xin Zhao, a very oppressive mid-jungle duo that they do not want to allow Humanoid to have.
Where will Fnatic go with their final ban? As you said, very possible that this is an Azir ban. I've seen Niski go towards the Corki, could even go towards an AD mid if they wanted a little bit more magic damage in the top lane. Doesn't need to really though, there's the Hui. So likely an Azir here for Niski. Fnatic obviously will have their idea of how they want to counter that. Last time it was the Hui. Worked relatively well, but obviously Irrelevant was a bit of a problem in that last game. Humanoid could look for El Clasico as well. Corki into Azir, Vedius.
He might. He just might. I mean, you look at, they've already got Karma,
They've got
Ezreal.
range Corki.
Yeah, like I'm sitting here thinking like Jace, Corki.
Zach Corki kind of does similar thing as
they're
well.
blind picking the Zach. So I feel like
Ezreal mid.
Okay, so they do actually. That's the problem. They could be Karma mid, Ezreal Ash bot.
I mean, that's true. Ezreal Ash bot into Nautilus Senna though. I'm not a massive fan.
Irrelevant could just slam Darius now.
Yes, he really could.
He's also, Gnar is also perfectly fine. Irrelevant, very good Gnar player. He's got a very long history on it. All the way back to his Misfit days. It was something that he was often going towards and something he's shown great proficiency on.
And there are some relatively low mobility carries on the enemy team. It does look like it's going to be Karma mid with the Ashe as an AD carry or as a support here alongside the Ezreal.
So we saw this from Friscawi. Was it Friscawi? I swear it was
Friscawi. Game 1, MDK versus...
just a lot of push. Push. That's just what Karma mid does very well.
Said by Karma mid players and midwives all around the world.
Correct, yep. Push. And, I mean, it's got a lot of range. I do think Fnatic's damage is a little low.
Yeah.
Like, they've got a lot of good chip damage, but when you're in the thick of the chaos of a fight of what we seen before, I want to give the advantage over towards SK.
I mean, it does feel like Fnatic really want to play arm's length for a very long time.
That's what it feels like, yeah.
And then go in with the Zac eventually, right? Because I guess the other issue is, though, if SK get, say, 60, 100 stacks on Senna, are you going to be able to play arm's length against an Azir and a Senna? Because they have got good range and they've got good poke into you as well. And then you've got slightly easier engage from the Nautilus with the Rel follow-up and the Gnar.
I mean, I will say, if Fnatic can get ahead early, their poke will be really oppressive, right? Sieging onto towers, playing around neutral objectives, it becomes very difficult to walk into this composition.
It really does. It really does. A little bit of balance between the two mid laners as we get on into the game. Winner of this series goes through to play up against MDK. Obviously, Fnatic have already 2-0'd, and SK have not done so. And the winner of that will play BDS, and then the winner of that will play G2 in our finals next Sunday. So it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week, just as a final reminder. And I say next week, it's actually this week, because we are currently on Monday, unless my jet lag is really messing with me.
It's Monday.
Jun going Barrier Ashe, something we do commonly see. You can even go Ghost Ashe as the support Ashe. Halo Blades, you just want to be dashing in and out, but doing as much damage as possible. The risk for Jun is if he gets hooked after the first Barrier and Flash, it's a bit more tricky to escape from a Nautilus and a Senna.
Can we also just, because we're in the early game, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, this is about as early as the game can get.
Can we just talk about the number of people that just run fleet footwork now? Like,
or just generally?
Just generally, but like you look in this game, there's 4 people. 4, 3, right?
There's 3.
Oh, it's 3 because I also counted Grasp, which also...
It's basically fleet footwork.
It's the same thing, just for melee jabs, right? I think especially pros have come to realize the value of just having healing in lane. And like, even though the healing is very minimal, it does have a pretty significant impact, in my opinion.
Niski has basically won the mid lane because he pinged the ward that Humanoid put down, so he has that 5 gold lead.
And then as punishment, Humanoid hit him in the face with the Mantra Q. For those that haven't seen this, Malignance is something that basically Karma got a bunch of buffs to her AP ratios on 14.2. Then a lot of people realized that, hey, Malignance synergizes really well with her mantra, and that made her really oppressive.
Importantly, if you hit people with a mantra'd ability, you get Mantra cooldown back. You get that R cooldown back as well. I think it's 5 seconds per enemy champion hit. So you can basically RQ 3 people in a fight and then RQ 3 people in a fight again after the cooldown does come down.
I mean, also just with abilities.
Yep.
Yeah, so, yeah, Karma is annoying, and she has push, as you can see on your screen right now. This is what she does. She pushes in the wave, she makes it easy, and with the push that they have in bot, we're going to see the thing that we always see, which is invade into enemy bot side jungle. Level 2 for Razork, decided not to start on his Raptors, instead going to make his way towards the Grom. Only level 1 for Exakik and DOS for the time being, but he's got to be fast.
Yet. Will be spotted on the blue if he decides to go across to it. Might look for a bot lane gank first, depending on how that wave state is going. Currently, they're underneath the tower. Noah tried to trade in. Exakik and DOS are, I believe, 3 minions away from hitting that level 2. Oh, it's a cannon wave, actually, so they should be less than that. Razork now steps in, forces Isma away. Exakik and DOS will want level 2 before they look to try and answer this play. Jun comes across, helps out Razork. As you say, push into play is exactly what Fnatic have done. Exakik and DOS about to hit that level 2. There we go. It was about 2-3 minions before they got there. But the Gromp and the blue have been snuck away by Razork.
You may have mentioned this earlier, but the Doran's Blade on Jun there doing a lot of work with the Halo Blades.
I didn't mention that. That's a good pickup.
Yeah, often a lot of supports will start with that support item, but you don't have to in this day and age, right? Double AD carry, just go double AD carry. And it gives you a lot of power in the early laning phase, usually on first base. They can still pick up that support item.
It does mean you need to get to the 400 gold first to get that support item, and you're stacking a little bit slower. You know, DOS will get towards his upgraded ward item a little bit sooner, but it doesn't matter too much because you get stacks relatively quickly.
For sure.
In modern League of Legends. Razork looking for double scuttle here. Won't be able to get it because Isma's already taken one away. But in the end, about a 2-camp lead for Razork. He does still have his entirety of his top side to do as well. So
Razork looking for the respawns, all in from Fnatic's bot side.
Just a bit of a trade. Noah and Jun, I really like how separated they're playing here, because it means if DOS ever hooks in, he can only CC one of them. He can only lock one of them up, which means the other one can just step forward and harass Exakik like this. And you can see the issue for DOS is, well, if you go on Noah, well, Jun just auto-attacks your AD carry.
Here comes Isma, looking to try and punish the aggression. He should be spotted.
He is spotted.
And Noah should be fine.
Yep.
And now they can actually punish Isma here, the slow from Jun. Very well done from the Fnatic bot lane. Who would have thought, you know, I always thought the 180 carry was annoying. Just add a second one.
We saw it at Worlds. 480 carry bot lane is the only way to play.
I remember. Carrier is the one that brought this menace to us all.
Darn Carrier. His good League of Legends again.
Darn him. So, Razork sitting pretty happy right now. You can see the CS, obviously not truly representative, you get full CS per camp that you clear, but the point is advantage in his favor. He effectively has a kill over his jungle counterpart, which is resulting in Fnatic having this early game lead, thanks to the early invade. Now Isma is on his Gromp respawn, but ultimately we're in a very passive and slow early game, and that's just kind of what we expected when you've got Ezreal Ashe. It's an oppressive lane, but you don't have a huge amount of necessarily kill pressure unless you're considering going for the dive and you've done enough chip damage. And the top side of the map, it's a Zac versus a Gnar. These champions can't really kill each other. And in mid, it's Karma clearing waves, while Azir also then clears those waves that have just been pushed underneath his tower. So a lot of wave clear, a lot of slow early game. The only time that we're likely going to see action is around these neutrals, and depending on what the priority is, Fnatic has the advantage over the Dragon for now because of their push in bot and in mid, and that means that Isma will do the cross map, push towards top, and look to secure the grub. So a very standard, steady and simple early game.
Yeah, as to be expected. The only real development was the invade on the blue and the Gromp, which Fnatic managed well. Big wave pushing in here, but Fnatic deciding against diving. You know, you've got a tear and a Doran's Blade on your Ezreal. You're not going to do too much work. Instead, get the objective, get yourself a plate, a little bit more gold in your back pockets. One of the great things about playing a ranged support like the Ashe is you can always argue that you should share the plates. And as a support, getting that 63, you know, to 100 extra gold, it's just so nice. That is.
And I mean, if your AD carry's not there, why don't you just take the plate?
I do, all the time. They get very mad. And then I start taking CS, and my teammates get even more mad. It's optimal gameplay, is the way I'd argue it. Exakik and DOS now forced away. Isma showed on the top side because he was taking those grubs, and obviously when you take all three of them, you get a pop-up for the enemy team. So 2 plates over to the Fnatic bot lane, playing through this early game relatively well, doing everything we expected them to with this composition.
Got any plans for the week?
Going to the dentist tomorrow.
Oh, exciting.
Yeah, also playing some Magic the Gathering.
Oh.
Which I know you love, and you would love to come and join our Magic the Gathering group.
I don't want to buy a deck, Medic.
You don't have to buy a deck.
They're
I can
really
lend you a deck.
expensive.
I can lend you a deck.
Would you give me a blue deck?
I can give you a blue-green deck.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. It's AC. It's all about placing lands on the field.
Oh, lands.
Oh, yeah, now I've ruined it for you. It's true. Darn those
I've
lands.
literally
The
seen
integral part of how you play Magic the
I've
Gathering.
seen you play a game where you just didn't draw any lands, so you didn't play the game.
Yeah, and that is frustrating. But with this deck, you get to draw your lands.
I see.
What about you? Any plans?
No, it's my weekend tomorrow. Starting tomorrow.
Nice.
So I'll probably actually farm a lot of League.
If anyone sees him in Emerald,
yeah,
Emerald 2, Emerald 3, his name is Vedius.
It's my favorite when they always go, "Are you the real Vedius?" And I'm like, I can't.
Who would pretend to be me?
Very true. Oscar in and getting bullied a little bit. Noah
gets hooked. Isma's looking for the flank here as well.
He's
the flash
dead.
away. Noah. Fnatic fans just absolutely cursed him. I've heard of a caster curse. I didn't realize the fan curse was as powerful.
Nice pick there.
Cheer for someone else, Fnatic fans. I want to see more kills.
Oscar in and getting bullied out of lane. But the bot side, Noah just getting punished. Hope we get a replay there and see, was he just standing on a ward and he ended up just getting caught? Because like he used his E into flash, he wasn't expecting Isma to be on the other side of the wall. And it's SK that secured themselves first blood.
Kill going over to Isma, not the place you would put it ideally if you were SK. Obviously, getting that center ahead makes a lot of sense, but still, Isma's gone back, got himself a Barmies, can go back to farming up his camps. Void grubs up in 86 seconds. As Razork steps forward here, we'll have another look at this, Vedi. Yeah, he just walks up to...
Is he there to drop a ward?
Yeah, I think so. But then he gets rooted, caught in the last embrace, and the flash over the wall, if Isma wasn't there, would have been enough to keep him alive.
I guess my question is, what is he warding for? If his plan is to base afterwards?
So often you do want to use your trinket ward before you base, but the positioning was quite aggressive. As we see the arrow come through in the mid lane, hits onto Niski. Humanoid's going to land the chains as well. The true shot barrage is enough, and Niski doesn't get a chance to move.
Look at Niski's face there.
Just absolutely plucked Pule there in the mid lane.
He's like, what? I mean, I guess I was outplayed. Really nice arrow comes out from Jun. The chain CC makes it a clean kill. Ends up being a trade back for Fnatic, now 1-to-1 in kills. The gold returns to dead even. And Humanoid going to have to push another wave in here so that he can get a nice base off. So far, very slow early game, very much as we expected. The next dragon spawning in about a minute and a half. The grubs are going to be up soon. We'll see if Razork decides to try and test them this time around.
I have seen Oscar in and go back and get a Barmies and plated steel caps. We'll help him out in the lane a little bit. Executioner's first for Irrelevant, but he hasn't based in a while. I think he's probably sitting on about 1,000, 1,200 gold or so. Then he can check on our little... Oh, 2,000 gold, in fact. So he will want to back before they fight around the grubs, especially if Razork is going to try and play towards that. Could just look for the Infernal Drake up in 53 seconds, as you said, Vedi. Isma's actually pathing down towards bot side, so might be looking to make a play through bot into the Drake, knowing that Razork could play on the top side. He'll be spotted, I think, with that ward. Yep, that Irrelevant's just placed across the wall, so might end up being a bot side control trade. It's not going to be the Drake yet, though, because there's still 30 seconds before that's up, Vedi.
Isma's getting this deep vision, looking for a potential dive. Noah recognizes he's on the weak side. Going to use his ultimate to thin out the wave.
Noah has no flash.
Dangerously
DOS
close.
has ult. Yeah, this is not the easiest from Noah as the stun lands, but a good enchanted crystal arrow means that Noah gets a sidestep. The arrow from Jun saving his AD carry's life, delayed enough time so that Isma could not land the follow-up CC.
Now the question is, do SK feel strong enough to force this dragon? Noah and Jun, yes, they lost the heal, but they're actually very healthy. Humanoid has the push in mid, and Razork's making a beeline towards it. I think this is a great opportunity for Fnatic to actually get the dragon here. Irrelevant, finding another nice trades. They're gonna... No, decided not to go for any crazy play. But that was a big window for Humanoid. He's gonna get another big chunk taken away from Niski's health bar. When Niski tried to roam, Humanoid was very quick to follow him, and he was harassing him all his way towards the bot side of the map.
Good wallop. Knock into the wall there for Oscar. Irrelevant goes mini. Oscar.
Very close. Of course, he would still have the passive, but if Irrelevant could proc that, he'd be pretty happy. Razok, though, sitting pretty comfy right now.
I was wondering if Irrelevant stopped the recall with the boomerang. Looks like he didn't. Oscar just decided to stay around. Another plate goes over to Irrelevant, but a good sequence for Fnatic. They get the grubs, they get the Drake, and they manage to get the flash out of Isma as well, and Dos. Dos's flash. Still on that Hex flash right now. Plates in the mid lane as well for Humanoid. Although the Karma is not the most explosive of picks, it still does do a lot of damage and a lot of work with that Malignance build, which looks like he has gone back, picked up right now. There it is. 30 ultimate haste and those, the little puddles of extra damage.
I always think it's fire for some reason, but it's supposed to be blood.
Is it blood?
I believe so. That's what Draco's told me.
It says burns the ground on the thing I'm looking at, but
maybe I actually did it. Maybe I thought it was blood, and Draco's like, no, it's fire. Maybe that's what happened. That actually sounds way more realistic. Sorry, Draco. Don't mean to throw you under the bus like that. Herald going to be spawning in about 45 seconds. Plate's being chipped away at. Bot side, Fnatic, that's their third plate. Noah can easily eat away to safety.
I mean, technically it just says a scorched zone on the official tooltip.
So it's just uncomfortably warm.
I mean, blood can scorch, I guess.
True. I mean, anything can scorch if it's hot enough, no?
Yeah. Although if blood got to a scorching level, would it be like steam blood?
You're the medicine.
I'll be honest, not often in medicine do we say how hot does blood need to get before it turns into steam blood. I assume it would be about water level.
Isn't that just body temperature, though?
Body temperature is 38 degrees Celsius.
Celsius, you've got to clarify
I mean,
that.
37 point or something. But like, even then, I don't think your blood boils at 37 degrees, otherwise we'd all be dead, Betty. Isma looking to take us out of our misery with this conversation. Going for that fight. Blue buff secured by Isma, I believe. Razok chases him away, though, and there's the kill. Fnatic get their second on the board. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Irrelevant continues to harass and harangue. Oscar in.
Nice trade once again from Irrelevant. Isma sacrificed his life for a blue buff. I think Fnatic will be pretty happy with that trade. They're continuing to mount advantages. Tower going to be secured in bot lane. That tower is getting very low in mid as well. They're looking for the dive.
Where are you going, Niski? Emperor's Divide, flash away initially. Razok dashes forward. The Emperor's Divide comes back. The Dawning Shadow shield, not enough. As Humanoid and Razok able to tank up both the towers and escape.
Nice movement from Fnatic from bot into mid. They find another pick, but Irrelevant still standing strong in the top lane in game one. He was a massive contributor to the win for SK. Let's see if he can do the same thing again this time around, because Fnatic's mid lane building a big advantage. Jungle, big advantage. Things are all looking up for Fnatic here.
TP invested as well to make sure they can fight around this Rift Herald. Isma backs away from it. Irrelevant looks like he's going down towards the bottom lane to catch that wave. Does have a TP coming up in about 30 seconds or so. For the moment, it is all Fnatic, 2,000 gold lead developing for them. We did see this a little bit in game one as well until Irrelevant was able to join up with his team. I expect we'll see him joining up with his team in about a minute 30 time, as that is when the next Drake is up. It's another Ocean Soul for us, Fetty.
But Fnatic going to move their pressure up towards the top lane. They've already unlocked the bot tower. The mid tower is basically a light breeze away from falling. So the pressure being put down here. Humanoid, though, has been left by his jungler.
No tower here for him. Isma might just use the Magnet Storm initially. There's the slide forward, the arrow going wide. Humanoid tries to survive, but doesn't really have anywhere to go. Niski takes the kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Noah takes the tower.
Yeah, I will say, that was probably a mistake on Humanoid's part. The rest of his team did choose to back away.
I'm just saying, in yesteryear, there was a tome written about Humanoid dying in side lanes.
That there
Feels
was.
like we've just gone back to those days for a second there.
Gives away a kill to SK, which they'll be happy to claim. They do, of course, lose their mid tower, but the Dragon now, 45 seconds away. Humanoid going to be alive for that. Noah has the push in mid. The only problem is it's going to be harder for Oscar Rinnin to be able to push that wave in. Admittedly, though, he's uncontested on this wave for now, so it shouldn't be a problem for him.
I feel like we want to do a stack check soon, Betty, but first I want to ask you, how many stacks do you think the center has? Don't click. I'm looking at you. Don't click on that screen.
I'm going to say 42.
Yeah, I don't think it's that high. I think around 38 to 40. I would agree with you. 40, exactly.
I was 2 off.
It's a bit harder to get stacks when you're playing into double ranged, obviously, and Exakick has struggled to get as many stacks as we saw Noah acquiring in game 1. Dragon now spawned though. Razork coming in from the side does have that Rift held in
Here
pocket.
we go. Right, get ready, audience. This is the moment we've been waiting for. 3rd Dragon of the game.
No, Razork's just going to put Rift held down and
here
charge
we go.
through mid.
I'm ready for the fight.
Okay. Build it up, Betty. Come on.
Oscarinin coming in from the flank.
Doss looking for him. Oscarinin caught. Razork might just look for the Drake here. Oscarin's going to take a long time to kill. Niski now stepping back. Oscarinin already low. Exakick with the dawning shadow. The Drake secured by Noah. Oscarinin dies. No fight ensues. But the Dragon goes over to Fnatic.
So, okay, it's a kill for Drake, but I really think that's worth for Fnatic. They now find themselves at Soul Point. They have control over the mid wave. They can actually move this towards the top lane and start threatening that tower as well. You can already see Niski committing to the bot tower.
Herald not actually put down.
Ooh,
Niski's fine. It's fine.
That was close. Here comes Humanoids.
There's the arrow.
Arrow. Ooh, Niski won't fall for the same trick twice.
Herald not invested by Razork in the mid lane to charge towards that tower, instead saving it. Obviously can't save it for the next Drake. It will expire before then, will be automatically placed.
I mean, I do think that there was a window for them to push in that mid wave and then immediately move to top and then push that wave in and then secure a tower. Maybe they were concerned that they'd be a little bit behind on tempo though, as Niski would have been able to back first after securing the bot TP. Regardless, Jun and Irrelevant will now go face to face. Naturally, you give the advantage to Irrelevant.
I think Irrelevant wins these. Yep, Irrelevant wins these. Isma here to back him up. And
Irrelevant will just be like, all right, we'll have a nice Monday. I'll take that kill and go back to my lane, push this one out.
Jun just typing in chat, you had to use your ultimate to kill me.
Kind of cringe, bro.
Cringe. That is the weakness, obviously, of playing these range supports. Or AD carry
That they're
supports.
really squishy.
Yeah, really squishy.
Also, top laners are often designed to kill you, regardless of whether they're tank or not.
It's a 1,600 gold lead for Irrelevant in the top lane. Evens out the gold between the two teams with Noah, Razork and Jun leading the charge here for Fnatic. TP's behind, there's 2 invested. That second one will be seen because it's on a control ward. The arrow does land onto Exakick, who's now trying to get away. Hook from Doss as well. Oscarinin tries to get on the back line, but misses the stretching strike. The investment from Doss was a deadly one as he sacrifices himself to get the rest of the team out, and Niski should be able to walk away as well. Oscarinin could look for another elastic slingshot, but instead decides it would not be a shot that he desires to take.
Immediately, Razork moves towards the bot side. Thought he was hunting his former teammate. Instead, he has his eyes on the jungle.
I think he's hunting his former teammate. Flash!
Oh! Misplay there from Razork. Tries to flash over the Emperor's Divide, but misses it up slightly. Niski gets away to safety. He still keeps his flash. Blue buff. If they wait 4 more seconds, the whole team can get it. Why did that just... Did it level up? Maybe at 20 minutes, because the Baron spawned, it leveled up, maybe?
That's what we'll say, Betty.
Yeah.
We'll go with that one.
But yeah, now the whole team
yeah,
gets
because the 20-minute ones have more health, right? They're tankier. So it evolved. Real-time evolution in front of our eyes, Betty. It's a scientific marvel.
Yeah.
Vedius et al. Releases their paper.
I'm curious that Razork doesn't have the blue buff, though.
Vedius et al. Releases his paper. I don't know, man.
I'm gonna
Everyone
move
else
that.
has one.
No, he does have it, though. Look, it's on his bar. It's at the bottom left. Just a visual
Okay, just
bar.
a visual
It's
bar.
fine. So he does
Nice.
have it.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, okay. We're cool. We're cool.
Yeah, nice.
Herald dropped in mids. What are they going to use this for? Oh, they're going for top lane.
I think it would be funnier if you had to do a QTE event as you were riding the Rift Out. And the longer you go, the harder it becomes.
You mean like Osu?
Yeah, like Osu. Or eventually it just becomes Wordles or Rollers, right? It's like, if you don't guess the champ action, I'm just going to run back and hit your tower. You get the Rift Out in. Isma has to flash away here as Razork was on the way. The Enchanted Crystal Ammo dodged away from him as well. Doss, Hex flashing away. Isma doesn't really have a place to go here. The Magnet Storm still locking Razork against the wall, but with the TP coming in from Niski, Irrelevant's looking for that Mega Gnar. Bar building up, Humanoid keeping them so far at bay though. Irrelevant has the Megas charged up. Now Chun flashes forward. Irrelevant goes in for the Mega Gnar, but it only lands onto 2. Is that enough? Irrelevant then dashes away. Niski slides in though. Perfectly played by Niski as SK managed to find 2. They lose their support for it. Niski trying to kill off Razzle, but can't quite get the damage down. In the end, a 3 for 2 in favor of Fnatic. Make it 4 perhaps as Extra Kick tries to run from the Karma, but it's out to get him. Can't quite find it as now Humanoid has overstepped. Will be a 3 for 3 in the end. He has, Vedi.
Yep,
he has.
The heal from the Mantra W looked close there for Humanoid, but it wasn't quite enough. 3 for 3. If Humanoid hadn't greeded for that extra kill, they would have had the kill advantage, but Isma gets caught out here, sitting in the top lane, doesn't have any way to get over the wall, tries to turn it into a potential fight as the TP is starting to come through from Niski, but he loses his life too quickly. Good ulti there from Razork to mitigate a lot of damage. Irrelevant's trying to build up the meter, but they are getting chipped away at. This is the poke that we were talking about from Fnatic. Nice ultimate from Irrelevant. Gives an opportunity for Niski to make the play happen. 3-man ultimate. Brilliantly done. But now we go back to live. Ends up being a 3 for 3 in that top side. The kills are even. The gold is pretty much dead even. But remember, this is Soul on the line for Fnatic.
No depth charge for DOS. Ultimates across the board for Fnatic. Niski doesn't have his ult either yet. 9,000 on the Drake. Humanoid TP's in. Noah trying to put the chip damage down. Irrelevant building up that Mega Gnar. No flash for him. Makes it harder for him to get access that back line. Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits Isma. They're looking to burst him down. Oscarinin dives forward and the smite secured by Razork. And now the fight perhaps secured by Fnatic. Irrelevant trying to get towards that damage, but he just can't get enough down. Execute caught out by Razork. And DOS and SK now starting to retreat. The death charge comes out at the end of the fight. And once again, it's a cooldown diff here for Fnatic.
They can make a beeline towards the Baron. SK struggling to find these good fights. Fnatic constantly just playing at range, chipping away at the HP bars from SK. And then the moment that SK's on the retreat, that's when Fnatic pounce and find themselves the kills they need to secure the objective. Soul secured, Baron going to be secured. Fnatic looking to bring us to game 3.
And a date with Mad Lions Koi awaits them Friday of next week. 24 minutes in, there's the Baron, 1,000 gold lead for them as well. Let's have another look at this fight, Vedi.
So the arrow comes through, connects onto Isma. That's Razork's window to start, and then Oscarinin gets interrupted by the hook from DOS. But you can see how split up SK already are. Exakick stuck in the pit, left in a 1v1 against Razork that he's happy to take. Irrelevant can't really find a way to land a good ultimate, but the poke damage is just too strong from the side of Fnatic. I was a little bit concerned about their damage, but if they're given the freedom to land all this poke, there's nothing that you can really do about it. So great utilization of the Karma, the Ezreal, and the Ashe to just constantly harass their opposition down, slowly chip away at their HP bars. And then SK, they feel too hesitant and too, well, unhealthy to really turn a fight in their favor.
And part of the issue, as you said, is that Ashe arrow. If that lands, you can't engage, so Fnatic get the window to step forward and try and put some extra damage down onto you. Isma has been caught by that a couple of times in the last couple of fights. It makes it very hard for SK to actually ever find that full-on engage they were looking for. Irrelevant splitting off in the top lane. We'll be able to get a tier 2 here, but they're sacking 2 tier 2s for it. Obviously a net gain for Fnatic. Niski tries to clear out the wave, or at least chunk away at Oscarinin. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going wide there. Isma dashes back with a wave. State in mid lane, very healthy for Fnatic. They'll get an inhibitor tower out of this. TP behind by Irrelevant. He's built up that Mega Gnar bar. Now Razork's gone a little bit too deep. Rooted up, locked up. Irrelevant trying to run away from the rest of Fnatic. Razork locked up with a depth charge as well. Should fall here, but the heal gets him out in time. Irrelevant goes into Mega. Does not have the flash, but he has the dash to only bring back Humanoid, and now SK are on the back foot, forced away. As Noah gets a shutdown, Niski puts the Emperor's Divide up, but those bodyguards aren't saving anyone. Fnatic looking for the win.
SK just can't find a good engage. Fnatic used their range beautifully, and they're going to look to end this game in 26 minutes.
Exakick, DOS, and Isma. It's all on them to try and defend the Nexus, but Oscarin's tanking the Nexus towers. We saw SK overstep a little bit in this position in game 1, but Fnatic do not do the same. The Nexus in their eyes, they don't care about the kills. Give them game 3.
Really well played poke comp from Fnatic. It was a slow early game, but they knew what their win conditions were. The way they played around the objectives, a lot of credit to Razork in securing those early objectives. Overall, great game and a great bounce back from Fnatic.
Really well played by Fnatic. We'll be back for game 3 right after this. but positioning was quite aggressive. As we see the arrow come through in the mid lane, hits onto Niski. Humanoid's going to land the chains as well. The true shot barrage is enough, and Niski doesn't get a chance to move.
No Q. I will go base after this. No flash. Oh, nice.
Goes into Mega. Does not have the flash, but he has the dash to only bring back Humanoid, and now SK are on the back foot, forced away. As Noah gets a shutdown, Niski puts the Emperor's Divide up for those bodyguards.
And welcome back here in the LEC as Fnatic strikes back here in Game 2 and takes down SK. I did not expect us to have 3 games here because we set the stage for Fnatic to have the edge here on the SK lineup. Tell me about the way they managed to come back here, Jamada.
I mean, to me, for Fnatic, this game was all about the dragons, right?
Yeah.
They ended up with a 4-dragon soul. There was a lot of cross-mapping in the early stages between the grubs and the dragon. And then eventually, it just kind of turned into a SK had, in a way, almost accidentally neglected the fact that they'd allow Fnatic to pick up so many dragons, and it also bled into a couple of roams, also from the bottom side, which they necessarily weren't prepared for.
But it's been the same for both games so far in the series, actually. Like, Razork's bot lane productivity has been really high. He's been really good at picking up the Drakes. Both games, they had the Soul. This game, though, they managed to close it out without multiple Elder Dragons and then losing the game. So Razork here has been pivotal for Fnatic the entire series.
And I feel like Razork, we know that when he was popping off, he was really popping off, but he had some off games as well. I feel like he's been feeling it since the beginning of the season, and even in difficult situations, he manages to come back and drive his team to victory.
Yeah, completely locked in so far today, I have to say. It's my favorite phrase.
It is, really.
And yeah, it seems like Fnatic as a whole are taking on his confidence to advance forward when it makes sense and to not necessarily overstep. Fnatic have been, for the most part, pretty disciplined, especially this game too was
it's so typical Fnatic as well in this fashion. We saw it against G2 too, where they dropped the first game, they look completely lost.
Yeah.
And the same can kind of be said about the first game. Then they managed to bring it back into a game 2, and it just feels like they have instantly gotten the feedback that they need, and they're just ready to apply it on the Rift.
Or they're downloading the opponent.
Yeah, that too, because there was a lot of download here.
But yeah, honestly, when you look at the setups like this, especially around objectives, I feel like this is where Fnatic has been the cleanest in the early game, actually.
SK were either on the back foot this game because of their setup, or Fnatic were just so proactive that there was no real catching up to it. Except here, where maybe...
about this, shall we?
Yeah, I mean, that goes down to the fact that it's never really a fully clean game as well, but also to the fact that there is still step-up members on SK. Irrelevant is still being the best top laner right now and just absolutely having a monster performance on the Na, but it's the setup as well after this Na with Niski that comes in, so we still see the lights of why SK's roster can be so good, but in a game like this, it was just Fnatic running away with it, and one team fight that goes well is not enough for SK to win it.
Exactly. SK's team play is still present here in this series, even though the game 1 was a little bit sloppy. This game a little bit put out of the game perhaps because of those objectives. In this game 3, I kind of want to see them double down on it, and for me it's a bit of a weird call, I think, especially because of how messy the bot lane fight is. Maybe actually put some resources into Irrelevant in the early game. I think he's actually performing well enough that this could be an angle you could look at to at the very least try and answer out what's going on the bottom side of the map.
I agree, but we said the same thing the previous series for SK, and it feels like they have a different vision on how they want to play the game, but it's game 3 now, guys. It's all or nothing. Go hard or go home, and come back next split. Who is taking the next one when you look at the draft that both teams have played here, leading into this game 3, this final game for both teams? Who's got the momentum? Who showed the most interesting League of Legends coming here today, GB?
Yeah, I mean, unquestionably, Fnatic has the momentum coming into it, and I think it goes to show that you need to stop them on that dragon taking, because even when they lost the game 1, that was still something they were so prevalent at doing. I might have a different take on it. I think Irrelevant is so good, he doesn't necessarily need resources, but right now you have a part of the map that's bleeding, and that is that dragon area. I think you need the bot lane ahead in a position where they're actually allowed to have priority early game, so they can match Fnatic, not so much only about the Drake, but also so we don't see the move as we saw from June, moving into mid lane, making sure Humanoid gets ahead. The bot lane of Fnatic, when they get unleashed, there's just too many things they can do when they team up with Razork.
And then for me, I guess that probably starts trying to get Niski in a prio lane as opposed to like a necessarily a winning matchup, just something that actually allows him to shove out the wave for free, try and keep Humanoid down, or at the very least tied up so he has to catch waves or miss waves if he tries to match Niski on her own. And perhaps, again, I feel like the strongest parts of SK that we've seen throughout the year so far was Isma and Niski pairing up together. So if that's maybe an answer, I feel like that's an avenue they could explore.
And that's the issue. I don't see the fire that I've seen from Niski and Isma in the regular season so far in playoffs. I'm just wondering what has been going wrong. We heard Swiffer in pregame interview last week saying that there were some disagreements in the way to see the game in SK. I'm just wondering if it's something that carried through this series or if they're on the same page here, because when I look at game 1, this was SK's game to lose.
It's a good question, right? Because I also think that as a foreman unit, disregarding the top lane as well, we're talking about the mid jungle.
Yes, we don't care about top lane.
We don't. But the mid jungle and the support and AD carry, we often see so many bot lane dives in the beginning, and so far it has been SK who's been the recipient of these dives too, not so much Fnatic on the other hand. So I think having them four actually team up, which was something they were really good at doing. We saw DOS the boss rather, on the bot in the regular season, where he teams up with Isma quite often. That is something we haven't seen too often right now, and I wish we saw a bit more of it when Niski also gets incorporated.
Yeah, it's just strange because we've seen the ceilings that SK can very clearly hit, and this series, absolute cinema. It's such a great meme.
It is the best meme we have of Humanoid this year. But yeah, Humanoid has been playing fantastic as well. So focus on this mid lane matchup as well. Him and Razork doing God's work right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to me, like I kind of mentioned earlier, it's another avenue they could look to potentially explore. For me, try and keep Razork down. By having mid lane priority, it also kind of enables the fact that Humanoid is going to have to just stay in the mid lane and farm away and maybe get some pushback waves. That's going to be the best case scenario, and then SK, like we saw in the regular season, look to be proactive on the side lanes.
It is do or die for both teams. Game 3, elimination on the line here for either of these teams that we will see in spring. We have one last game to decide the final team for next week, as SK Gaming and Fnatic are fighting for their lives in the winter playoffs. Let's hit the rift for Game 3.
Let's hit it hard. I want to see kills before 10 minutes. I want to see good smites. I want to see fun compositions as well. Like, Fnatic's composition worked really well, and the Ocean Soul definitely helped them out a lot with the amount of sustain it gave them. But it wasn't the most explosive of comps, right? No. It was kind of a walk at them menacingly. And then they had to try.
It was kind of this idea of just like throwing a lot of rocks at them, and then when a rock connected, then they threw a giant blob of goo at them.
Actually, a really fun Magic the Gathering deck, by the way.
Oh, stop. We're playing a different game, Medic. This is a different game.
I'm just trying to get him into Magic, guys. If you want Vedius to join us on our Magic escapades.
We're going into Game 3 now. We're going into Game 3.
Is that Vedius, right?
Game 3. Let's see what the draft entails.
SK on the blue side. Ban, Brand. A Jax ban.
Will it be Varus? Will it be Maokai?
Probably be Varus and Maokai. For the next two bans, there we go.
Will it be Draven, perhaps? Or will it be Callista?
Could be either of those two.
Could be.
Do they prioritize the Senna again? Or Karma band away?
Karma band away. That means that AD carries are up. So how will Fnatic respond?
Just saying, Senna has 100% loss rate
so far
in this tournament.
Now we have also seen
this series,
SK play. Well, they're going to prioritize the Rel. They value that a lot. Makes sense. You can also still flex it into support, but we assume it's going to be for Isma. It's a bit of a one-trick this series, but he's playing his role well. Are they still interested in the Ezreal? Of course, the Ezreal-Ashe was still a powerful duo.
Instead here, the Ezreal Vi locked in for Fnatic. Give Razork something.
Zyrakan.
Really well in the 2v2. Zyrakan, a possibility. Could Poppy flex the Rel? You can always play Poppy support or top as well.
A lot of contemplation here from the side of SK. We talked about the Draven being left open. Are they going to look to lock it in?
Plus something that has CC for the Ezreal. Maybe a Nautilus, perhaps, Vedius.
The question is, will they prioritize the Nautilus? They could always look to try and get their mid laner here if they want something like the Orianna instead. It's been denied away from them so far this entire series. But it also makes sense for them to lock in their support if they want to. Remember that Renata is still up. We've been seeing her as like a priority ban, and there she is. All right. So this is a very powerful 2v2 bot lane.
Yeah.
Draven Renata, double ranged, great setup from the Renata, and just a lot of damage. Also great disengage thanks to her ultimate. The moment that Vi goes in, you can just chuck the ultimate down, and any follow-up becomes that much harder.
And the risk remains for the Ezreal-Ashe bot lane. If you do get caught out, you're going to die very quickly against the Draven.
Very true. So, with the Akali being banned away, Fnatic definitely hinting towards an Azir. But we saw that cheeky Corki hover from Niski. And I'm wondering if that is something that Humanoid goes for. With the Karma gone away, do they want to just run it back with the poke composition again? Draven is naturally very short-ranged. And I think the problem with when playing into a poke comps is that you need good engage.
Yeah.
And I think that relying on Isma wasn't enough in the previous game. The Nautilus also wasn't really working out the way that they wanted it to. So maybe they need to go for something stronger, maybe something like an Ornn or a Scion or something that can just...
Malphite.
Malphite, another great option. Into Ez, I like it less so.
Yeah, I like it into the Ashe though. And anyone that plays Ashe support kind of deserves to be the key focus of the opposition. Kazante banned away, but from Fnatic, obviously Irrelevant showed just how powerful he can be on that.
It's a common red side ban, because it's how safe of a champion he is to pick on this 4-5 blue. So will SK look to ban away into the mid laner? Will they narrow that pool down? Do they consider the Corki a threat or not?
Hwei also an option in terms of bans.
Another great poke champ.
Yeah, exactly, right? Does exactly the same thing as, or a very similar thing to the Corki.
He does a bit of everything, if we're being really honest. That is kind of his role as an invoker, enchanter. I forget the official title.
I don't know, man.
But a man with a lot of spells, basically. So how will Fnatic round this one out? What mid laner are they looking at? And
there we are.
Looking like it's going to be the Corki.
Will
we get the official Corki Azir? I don't know if I like Azir into this. Because again, you're looking at a Fnatic comp that had an insane amount of poke, and you have to think back to last game, what was the problem? That they could never really get a good fight off.
Yeah.
So now they need to draft in a way that gives them an ability to close that gap against Ezreal Corki, have that dash.
I was going to ask how you feel about TF early on, because obviously can still be flex, but TF mid for Niski is one of his most well-known picks across the years.
True.
Even played it a lot when he was on Fnatic. If you remember those good old days.
I recall those days.
And it gives you another avenue to attack bot lane. And if you can constantly be ulting down there with the Destiny, lock out the Ashe from fights.
Well, the question is this TF even mid? Is it top? What are SK cooking right now?
Pick another champion here that you can flex.
Rumble. We know exactly where that TF is going.
Less flexible. Yeah, it's less flexible.
So again, a lot of the engage falls on the responsibility of Isma. And Fnatic have just said, okay, we'll go on.
You hear the cheers as well from the Fnatic fans. He's like, you can't lose lane on this one as well.
It's the great thing about Ornn is it just helps create more space for your poke, but it does the exact same thing that Zach did in the previous game, which is once the poke has landed, now we have a tool to start the fight. You can easily follow up on those Vi engages. Fnatic has basically rang back the draft that they did in game 2, and SK have gone for, well, an effective side lane composition. They have a bit of team fighting in there. They have decent disengage. But I think it's very difficult to find those initiations into Fnatic's composition because of how reliant they are on Isma. So we will have to see. I think range is a big deal in this game. And we'll see how SK can navigate the shortcoming of their composition.
It is comfort champs for SK though. Isma on his most played. Niski, we talked about his TF Exakick. Even when he was on in the LFL, Draven was what he was known for. It was what he always brought out in the big games. Played it against, who did SK beat in their last series? Jetlag kicking my butt slightly. Yeah, neither of us know.
Heretics?
Heretics, yeah. Played against Heretics in game 3 as well, so just trying to pull out all the stops to make it through to the next round. Winner of this plays up against MDK on Friday. And then obviously BDS await and the final boss G2 will await in the finals on Sunday.
Here we are though.
Taking to the Rift in game 3 of this best of 3.
All or nothing. One of these teams goes on to fight Mad Lions Koi. The other will end their winter split, will return in spring. There we go, our final game of the best of 3. Week 5 is about to end. Niski using the limited edition pack skin.
That's a flex right there.
That's a flex. We won't tell everyone that you have access to all the skins. And
no, he was there, man. He was at PAX. He bought some packs. It's a Magic the Gathering player.
God damn it,
Exakick as well on the Draven, undefeated in the LEC, 4-0. Wanting to keep that streak going. Obviously can apply a lot of pressure onto Jun and Noah. You see Noah going cleanse with the heal on Jun this time instead of the barrier and the heal on Noah, as we saw in game number 2.
I think I like this more, personally. just because it kind of gives Noah 2 summoner spells.
Yeah.
He doesn't get the full value out of the heal, right? But
and in game 2, he had to deal with a hook, but you can buffer E out of the hook. Whereas if you buffer E out of a stun, you still get stunned by the gold card. And the handshake obviously can pull you back, and then there's the hostile takeover for the Berserk. Niski tried to trade in here. He's got fleet footwork. Humanoid with a Gatling gun trying to rattle through, but the red card from Niski means that he's winning out on this trade so far.
I mean, the first strike, getting him a decent amount of gold there. And Humanoid with a very nice trade.
Dawson Exekick already feeling the brunt here.
ADTF Niski?
Fleet footwork, I think you take relatively commonly with a Dawn's Blade start in lane just for the extra harass with your autos.
Just throwing the idea out there.
I mean, it definitely could be because you have the AP threat from top, right? So if you have Irrelevant as your only AP threat, then it means that his damage will stick even more, and he has been consistently getting leads in these games, so having him
Also, I just think ADTF is such a nuisance. We got to see it from the Fnatic game yesterday. I think over in North America, they even played it in the actual AD carry position. But as a champion, it's very obnoxious to deal with.
Really good hawk shot there, because not only does it spot the fact that the bot side start happened from Isma, it also spots the fact he hasn't started pathing over to his top side. So they know Isma is looking at something on this bot side of the map.
Razork will be spotted on a wards. He has his eyes set on a dive bot lane. They demonstrated this in game 1. They're looking to make the same play happen, but this time Isma's in a position to answer.
How quickly can he get there? He's going to mount up, try to get across in time. Dive hasn't started yet. Irrelevant winning out on this trade. Oscar in it. Being burnt down as Razork turns his attention over to the Rel.
There's not much for Razork to take here, though. The person who's in most danger right now is Niski. You'll see him hovering around the top half of the lane. He's cautious of the fact of a potential gank, but also acknowledges there's a big wave that Humanoid needs to catch, so the likelihood of him getting ganked here is very low. In a comfortable spot right now. I was also just thinking more about it. You know, the Twisted Fate passive, we've seen how impactful it is, specifically on ADTF, and how much extra gold you generate. I wonder if the first strike was in part to try and match some of that additional gold that the Twisted Fate also generates passively.
Oscar in it. What's he building? What's he crafting?
Looks like he's going to cancel it.
Ruby Crystal gets it.
I think he's dead here, Medic.
I think he might be as well. Now, he does have tools to escape. He puts down the pillar. He'll flash forward, land a double knocker, but no one tanking the tower yet. And now, Isma dives in to tank the turret. Oscar is dead. Burnt his flash through it as well, whereas SK didn't have to use a single summoner to get that kill.
The idea was really good there from Oscar. I think it was just a little too early, right? You highlighted it. It was the fact that no one actually had the aggro yet. Even though he gets a 2-man knockup, no one's in any real danger. So they wait, and they make the play happen. First blood over to SK. Now Doss is tiered just to be a nuisance, likely helping Niski push this wave out so he can get a comfortable base. Doss may even use his stack. Oh, no, he's not going to.
Depends on how you want to play the wave there, right? You don't really want to push it in too far. Niski can hold this wave a little bit closer to his turret, adds a little bit of safety to him. The stack would have pushed it back out. Importantly, while the kill happened in the top lane, Razork went in, stole a blue, stole that topside Scuttle Crab, or at least secured it, and so that means he gets double Scuttle. Isma will realize that as he passes down towards this bottom lane, but he might just look for Humanoid. Niski steps forward. Humanoid has the Valkyrie, and he'll use it to escape.
So no one in any real danger. The waves will continue to farm. Isma is looking for something. He's spending a lot of time wandering the map. Perhaps he can get this Gromp respawn. Definitely be valuable in terms of experience, but instead... Okay, no, he's committing to it.
Try and pull it down away from where Razork would be.
Does, of course, have the smite as well. But here's Razork looking for his own Gromp. He's like, hang on a minute.
The problem for Razork is that Doss and Exekick have the push in the bottom lane right now, so they can both react, whereas only Jun could come across. Isma will realize there are no wolves to be poached, and so should just work his way back down. Maybe goes for his Krugs. His topside camps haven't really been farmed at all. His Gromp and his Wolves still available to him, but it'll only be level 1. They're going to try and dive.
Isma is really committing to this bot side of the map. Twisted Fate of level 6, that's what they're looking for. The level 6 has been hit. Here comes the ult, here comes the dive.
So Razork's on his way. They'll go for Jun because he doesn't have cleanse. There's the gold card, there's the lockup. Exekick running past as well, and Jun falls first. Doss tanking the tower. Razork joins up with his teammates. Humanoid on his way with the level 6 as well. They lock up Niski for a second, but the stun card into the handshake, into the pool, back into Razork. Falling again. Exa dies to the tower. Doss dies to the auto. Niski almost falls to a missile barrage from the side. In the end, a 2 for 2.
The good news for SK is that Exakick gets one of the kills, so he is able to take advantage of the cash stack. The bad news is that Exakick also ends up losing his life, and the people that got the kills...
Really bad news for Oscar in here, by the way. The equalizer's down and Irrelevant's going to burn him out.
Solo kill.
Yeah.
Irrelevant has just had Oscar Rinnen's number in this series, and he's doing it again here in Game 3 with the Rumble advantage. 1k gold lead now for the top laner of SK, but we look back at this play. Very well executed overall from SK. You called it, Medic. The focus onto the support because there's lack of cleanse gets that initial cash out. Great start for SK. Now they need to get out. DOS tanked a lot of tower shots. He can't really offer that much more assistance, but you can see Razok just trying to buy time as SK is able to get a kill back. Humanoid and Noah able to secure that kill onto Exakick, with DOS only buying a little bit more time with his skills.
Oh, fight in the mid lane happening right now. DOS getting chunked away. Handshake out. Humanoid running low on mana. Won't have too many missiles in the chamber. Niski falling short here, though. The gold card into the bailout. Will it be enough? Isma flashes for it. Razok flashes for another kill. 1-for-1 so far, but now Jun is in the midst of SK and he'll fall. Irrelevant coming in from the side as well. No equalizer for him. Razok, no flash with Exakick on his way. There's the gold card, and Razok will burn. They'll give it to Exa if they can. SK now 7-3 up.
What should have been a favorable skirmish for Fnatic ends in disaster immediately into the replay. Humanoid trying to catch DOS and Niski. Look at the initial damage that comes out. The first stun card to buy a little bit of time. Then Jun and Humanoid turn their attention onto Niski, but the bailout buys them enough time with the arrival of Isma to actually get the kill and bring Niski back to life. While Razok does get that kill onto DOS, they realize with the numbers advantage of Irrelevant joining the fray, they're forced to run away. And it's all things up SK. Exakick even being hand-delivered a kill. 7 kills to 3, a 2.5k gold lead. A round of applause from Niski. A great early game start for SK.
And one from Swiffer earlier as well. He's very happy with how this has gone. 2,000 gold lead now for SK. He didn't get the first Drake. Irrelevant realizing that he does not have control of this side of the map right now. He just equalizes the wave. Will go back. His first item, Razok on the grubs. So objectively, as in terms of objectives, Fnatic ever so slightly ahead because they're 1 grump to 0 and there's no Drakes taken yet for SK. But in terms of gold, I think SK are sitting pretty right now.
This Draven is super strong as well. Hasn't quite yet completed an item, but no one has. Sitting on the highest amount of gold so far in this game. The Fnatic faithful still stand strong. But you can see how this early game is getting very scary for them. They're relying on their scaling. The range is the big thing that we talked about.
Noah has cleanse, but Jun does not. Exa puts the whirling death down, and Jun is meeting his maker. Call of the Forge God from Oscar in, and he's low, though. Humanoid trying to join the fray as Isma lands the stun. Niski sacrifices himself once again for the good of the team. Isma's trying to jump away. The cease and desist into Magnet Storm will end this up being a 2-for-1. In favor of Fnatic.
A TP from Oscar means that he's able to help Fnatic get kills back, but it means more gold for Irrelevant in the top lane. This Rumble is getting very scary very quickly, but Fnatic have to focus on the positives. They'll secure themselves a dragon. And in terms of objectives, they're in a good spot. Noah gonna grab himself a plate as well. You look at the gold difference between the 80 carries. It's 3-3 in kills, only an 83 difference. So Fnatic definitely not down and out just yet. The only real problem is this Rumble in the top lane in the immediate future.
Noah might be a little bit of a sticky situation as Isma looks for the chase. Noah will hold the E for as long as possible, still get stuns. There's a knock-up. There's this gold card as well. Noah flashes away. Gets to the safety of his tower. Burns the summoner to do so.
Not ideal. Overstays a little bit longer than he should have. SK can't quite find the kill, but as you rightly said, they get themselves a summoner. No one else on the map for Fnatic to allow for any other play to happen. Exakick has been sent over to mid. Twisted Fate hangs around the bot side of the map. It looks like it will be this AD Twisted Fate based on his build path.
You're right.
I mean, that does also kind of reinforce the Rumble top being the AP damage, right?
Such a strong
spotted
position.
here. Humanoid, is he gonna...
One towards him? No. Didn't have the vision on him, so just allows Niski to base there. Importantly for Fnatic, they did pick up that Ocean Dragon, which stops SK's scaling in its tracks in terms of, getting towards the soul a little bit quicker. We saw Isma trying to get that dragon earlier on and wasn't able to secure it because of the fight in mid.
Now, if you are a Fnatic fan, The good news for you is that your comp is supposed to be weak at this point in the game.
Sure.
To be at a deficit shouldn't come as too much of a surprise. It's all about mitigating that deficit as much as possible. And to Fnatic's credit, they've done just that. You look at the mid lane, you look at the bot lane, they're in very comfortable positions. They're keeping on par in terms of the itemization and pace. They're matching in terms of kills. They've had very similar impacts. Humanoid has been able to roam alongside Niski every time he's tried to make a play in bot. As we mentioned, the only big problem is Irrelevant in the top lane.
Isma's going to get arrowed. Tries to mount up and get away. Niski's here, though. Flash from Isma. Call of the Forge God still connects. Jun trying to put the damage in from the side, and now the collapse does begin. Irrelevant does have TP as well, and there we go. Stun card immediately onto Noah. No cleanse available for him right now. The Whirling Death landing onto all four members. Exit kick falls low. Will they bring it back in time? They just had to kill Razork, but they do it a second too late. They still find two. There's three. As Irrelevant starts to open up, the flames spitting and SK's engine purring. As Fnatic have already lost 4 of their players, and the flash from Humanoid won't come out. He knows he's done for.
That's an ace! 12 minutes into the game, a triple kill secured for Irrelevant. And the play out we were just talking about that Fnatic wanted to avoid, they run headfirst into. They tried to make a dive happen on the top side of the map. SK's bot lane is already on the rotation up. Look at your minimap. They're sitting in the mid lane. They're making their way up towards the top side river, and Irrelevant is just waiting for the TP play. Does he commit to it or not? Debating. The ward comes through, then they commit. Razork is doing what he can to buy time for his team to disengage. Oscarinin gets a nice knockup, but all of this is onto Exekick when the real threat is Irrelevant. A great equalizer across the back line. The initial upfront damage. Fnatic get a few picks back, but the Rumble gets a triple kill.
Just gets stronger and stronger. You could see Noah was trying to get back into the fight and accidentally stepped on the equalizer, slowing him, allowing the chase to continue for SK. And now 3,000 gold ahead. And look for these grubs, will be 3 apiece between the two teams. Drake up in a minute 30. But Irrelevant has a needlessly large rod and a Leandries. He is absolutely shredding through Fnatic. They don't have a dedicated tank outside of Oscarinin, and Oscarinin fell so far behind in the lane that he's not going to be tanky for a while. Arrow comes out, goes wide as Niski dodges away. Razork should be able to steal this. Does so with the smite.
Buff secured. Second dragon hasn't fallen just yet, which means that that ore isn't available for someone else to pick it up as well. SK have control over the mid wave. They've even brought Irrelevant down from top lane into mid. Looks like he's stealing away Raptors and setting up for a potential dive onto Judd. No flash, remember, on this support.
No, will come across as well. Now, Fnatic should be very verbal in their comms right now, saying, hey guys, we haven't seen Irrelevant in a good 45 seconds.
That's correct.
So they wait until there's not too much of a minion wave left, and then they clear it out. The Dragon up in 30 seconds time. The resets begin for SK. Bot support going to back away. Irrelevant's TP still half the way off cooldown, so he'll start to walk his way back down. Might do the Gromp. I wonder if SK don't really care too much about this Drake if Irrelevant goes back up towards top.
The problem for SK with losing that early Drake is if Fnatic also get this one, they can then just abandon the next 2 Drakes.
Yeah. I mean, they can abandon the next 4 if they really want to, or 3 at least, right?
Yeah.
You give them sole point.
So it's one of those things where by Fnatic securing this one, it just gives them a lot of time to scale, which SK don't want.
Yeah.
They want to force Fnatic into these fights now. This is where they have this massive lead. They know that they are way stronger, but they're going to concede it. They're going to use this Herald, which I definitely don't think is a bad trade by all means. You can use this Herald to open up mid lane and start forcing more of these mid-game plays. Just a little worried for SK in terms of being able to force the fights that they want now that Fnatic find themselves with 2 dragons. We'll see how it goes though. Fnatic will also secure that bot tier 1. The Herald now unlocked for SK.
Humanoid also had the passive through that whole sequence of events, just used it in the bottom lane after the tower went down, so maybe SK just respecting the fact that they didn't really want to fight into the package on Corki. Rift Herald, though, as you say, was picked up. Isma and Dos working their way up towards the top side. Extra kick on his way as well. Oscarinin, if he stays around, might be in for a world of hurt, but does already have the Kaenic Rukern.
He's quite tanky already.
Yeah, Razork's here as well. With extra kick,
There's 4 people
becomes
now.
a little bit less tanky. There's the TP, Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming down as well, and Isma's tanking the tower. He's locked up for days. Isma will fall. Fnatic react perfectly in the top lane. Razor can look for more cease and desist, the possibility. Go for Irrelevant, you have to feel the call. He flashes early, knows that he would have been a key target there for Fnatic.
Fnatic overstacking on top means that Nisqy can secure a mid-tier 1, but that arrow from Jun was crucial. CCing Isma underneath the tower sets up Oscarinin very nicely to follow up with the ultimate of his own. And Fnatic, they dissuade the dive, they buy themselves a little bit more time. SK, they're gonna have to be careful with how they translate this lead that they have. We look back at it, you can see the arrow coming out from Jun. Oscar knows what's about to happen. And the turret aggro does connect onto Isma. Really nice ultimate comes through from Oscarinin as well. And they just push them away from the dive. Getting the flash out from Relevant is huge as well. If Baron was up, would have been a great window for Fnatic to start that one off, but we're still a ways away from that.
Still 3 minutes before Baron does spawn. Both the teams still butting heads in this series. 2,500 gold lead for SK. They are in the driver's seat of this game, but I won't say all the seatbelts are fastened. Still a little bit precarious for them if things continue on their current trajectory. Winner of this obviously plays up against Mad Lions Koi on Friday. Friday, as we keep trying to remind you.
Yeah, you got to get down on Friday. You got to remember that.
It's Friday, then Saturday, Sunday.
Monday.
True. But we do also play on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, not on Monday. Very crucial. We do play on Friday next week. And that will be Mad Lions Koi versus the winner of this series.
Yes.
Yeah. Dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes, which primarily means the teams are just going to be catching waves for the time being. Irrelevant continues his presence in top lane. The big thing about that last play that happened is obviously Oscarinin is behind in gold.
Yes.
But I feel like he's very close to his second item. And then at that point, he can just be a nullifier, you know? That the magic penetration that Irrelevant has is just, well, I know its whole purpose is to shred through armor. But the flat
magic penetration is through magic, it's not armor, but yes.
That's what, yes,
yeah.
Okay, I meant magic armor. I meant the magical kind.
Yes.
Wait, hang on. Isma face checks.
Arrow goes wide. Isma has flash, can dash this wall, but the cease and desist will lock him up. The flash comes out. The true shot barrage will be enough to get the kill. Call of the Forge God as Fnatic start to pray for a good fight today. Irrelevant puts the equalizer down. Oscarinin diving forward. Hostile takeover, not enough, but extra kick might be as Humanoid falls low. Noah and Humanoid blinking health bars. DOS falls first though. Irrelevant unable to get further into this play as Razork steps a little bit too far and he's down. Good knock up from Oscarinin though, and now all that front line dead for SK. Fnatic find 3.
You feel the momentum shifting, Medic. Fnatic find another favorable fight. Exakick struggling to get involved as Isma was caught off right from the get-go. He face checks this burst, but Humanoid is lying in wait. Good burst damage to start off the fight. The arrow doesn't quite connect, but the TP immediately from Oscarinin. A good ultimate from Noah to secure that kill is all Fnatic need to start off this fight. DOS gets chain CC'd. A nice Rumble ultimate, but it's only connecting onto the front line. The back line feels very safe. The Renata ultimate actually ended up doing a lot of work on the back line, but it wasn't quite enough. Razork oversteps just a little bit, but it doesn't matter because they end up getting a trade kill onto Irrelevant, a shutdown onto the Rumble, his first death of the game. A huge team fight win for Fnatic. The gold gap is very quickly closing.
And just much more of a death ball coming out from Fnatic than SK. SK was split to the winds. And that gold lead beginning to shrink a little bit, down to 1,500. Fnatic can give this, Drake. It's up in 13 seconds, but they don't really care. They've already got to their names. SK, you know, you'll try and set something up around here in case Fnatic decide that they want to pay a little bit of attention to the Dragon spawning, but Fnatic can just play through mid, catch that next mid wave, look for the tower. Noah's starting to do exactly that. Razork's had a couple of steals already. Humanoid
has the package,
has the TP.
Here he comes.
There it is, TP's forward.
Yeah, Fnatic want to fight this, they feel strong.
DOS's hostile takeover not up yet. Isma on the front line, big damage from the whirling death. Isma lands the stun onto Razork. Irrelevant trying to find a good equalizer. The arrow going down once again. The equalizer comes out and Jun will burn. Isma now in the midst of 3. The hostile takeover finds 2 as Noah has to dash away across the wall. Razork caught in the middle as Isma's brought back to life by the bailout. The Cloud Drake secured for Fnatic at the cost of 2 lives.
So still a 1 fight for SK. You can see the damage is still very much real on the side of SK. Fnatic feeling confident after that play, can't quite find the fight that they want, but they get the objective. They find themselves now at Soul Point. They would love to unlock this tower, but they're a little skeptical about overstaying. They know that Nisqy still has his ultimate. And so they're going to choose to back away. TP invested from Irrelevant.
The thing is, they saw that Humanoid and Noah didn't like instant reset after the Drake. So maybe they're thinking, hey, they're not on their reset. Can we just really rush this Baron down? We're going to do a lot of damage to it. Exakick's strong, Irrelevant's strong as soon as he joins the fight.
He has to be suspicious.
Jun steps forward. Obviously he's suspicious, but SK are doing their best job at not being suspicious here. As the Destiny comes out, Razor's going to try and get into steal, but he's only got the Blast Cone and Nisqy's there to stop him. The True Shot Barrage will not be enough. Nisqy's going to get locked up, but he can Destiny gate out. And a beautiful little sneak steal there by SK.
Great awareness, all from the fact that Humanoid and Noah choosing to stay in mid to go for that extra presence. And it's just a great timing, as you highlighted. People on Fnatic still need to respawn, need to come back out onto the map. We go all the way back to the fight. And it's this chain CC that connects onto Isma, but look at the damage that still comes out from the Draven. Great chip to start things off. At this point, Fnatic say go, 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 but that re-engage onto the backline is fantastic when paired with the Rumble ultimate. So many members of Fnatic have taken so much damage before even committing to the fight. Noah's forced one way, Humanoid's forced another, while SK still remains strong as a 5-man unit, allowing them to hit the person in front of them. Well-played fight from SK. And again, like, we're constantly seeing the impact of Irrelevant in these fights. I cannot sing his praises enough. Throughout this series, you've felt his presence.
You really have.
You can't, incredible performance this split. On the Rumble, he is the big carry.
It's like a kid at Christmas. He's felt his presence.
That's true.
Shaking them, trying to find out what's inside as Dots lands the handshake onto Razork, the gold card to the follow-up, and Razork's locked up, Equalizer down, hostile takeover used, a lot invested by SK to kill the enemy jungler. And they have a wave pushing in mid.
Now they can siege. They're gonna melt through this tower. The stun comes on to Exakick, but he has his team to defend him. Another tower gets unlocked. SK now playing it safe, choosing to reset. This is looking fantastic for SK.
It does feel a little bit like they need to get quite a lot out of this Baron, though. You know, they have a minute and a half left on it. They've broken a tier 2 in the mid lane. They snuck it away. They have 2,000 gold out of it right now, but if we get towards the next Drake, well, then they kind of have to fight that because it's soul for Fnatic. And then even if they steal that one away, that's another 5 minutes that Fnatic get to scale, and they'll be at 4 items on Noah instead of just the 3 where he currently resides. So they're going to go for this top lane tier 2. True Shot Barrage out again, and Exakick's low. Call to the Forge God being brought down. A prayer sent up by Fnatic as Exakick falls lower. Malignant's ticking away on him. Nisqy with the gold card lands onto Razor with the flash forward into the double stun. Irrelevant, no equalizer for him. The chase continues here from Fnatic. A good handshake will pull them back. Razor falls first. Arrow onto Isma. The re-engage a possibility. Irrelevant. Look at that equalizer time of Eddie. Top left corner, it's almost back up, and there it goes! The whirling death on 2! As Irrelevant flashes forward, pops a stopwatch, and pops Fnatic where they stand! A beautiful re-engage from SK as they wipe away Fnatic! And is that enough to close out this game?
With the Baron buff and an ace, they can look to try and break into the base of Fnatic. All 5 members dead. Razork going to be alive in 10 seconds. These health bars are blinking from SK. It's going to be a close one. I think it's just going to be it's just going to be an inhibitor and a back away. But we were just singing his praises, and typically it's a caster curse, but it was a blessing in disguise as Irrelevant lands an incredible equalizer across all the Fnatic members. He melts them where they stand, and SK found an ace. The dragon respawning 35 seconds. Fnatic need to make their way towards it, because the number of options that they have left.
Stop the recall.
The fans still showing their support, still believing in their squad. But we have the pro view from Irrelevant. He realizes that his team is in danger. Great ultimate from Isma to lock down Razork. And then watch this play from Irrelevant here. Waits for the right time. The pings to go in, coming through. He's saying, hang on, I see an angle, I see the angle, and he finds it onto the backline. The whirling death from the Draven as well. The flash in along with the stopwatch. And SK find themselves the ace. Very well played team fight from SK.
Nisqy finding the place to recall and then TP back in as well, meaning that Humanoid was not able to escape. Dragon up. An 8,000 gold lead now for SK. They've reset 3 items complete on Irrelevant. He has the equalizer back. Isma on the front line. The Magnet Storm off cooldown as well. There's the arrow onto Isma. Razok stepping forward, Bolt Breaker out, Isma low. Goes in, tries to steal it, but Noah secures it. The call of the Forge God comes out, and even with the hostile takeover, Fnatic have already taken over the fight. They found one. X-Kick forced around the bottom side of the fight. Humanoid still has the package if they want a little bit more.
Poke is good. The stun connects onto Noah, does have the cleanse, chooses not to use it. The top wave, someone needs to go and catch. Humanoid is responsible. A bit of a misstep there from SK. They couldn't quite get back out onto the map fast enough. It was Fnatic that was first to the objective, but have they found a pick here?
It's Oscar winning.
He flashes
pretty
away.
hard to kill.
He's going to lose that summoner spell.
Oh, Noah has the cleanse still here. Will use it immediately as Nisqy thinks he can take him on in an ADC battle. And Noah very happily accepts your donation.
The Fnatic fans erupt with Nisqy dead. It just continues to buy more time for Fnatic. Crucially, Baron 40 seconds, Nisqy 33. A slight disconnect, but it should be enough for Nisqy to arrive in time. The question is, what can Fnatic do in that window? They're pushing out top. Humanoid looks like he wants to base, spend some of the money that he's picked up. But look at these items from Fnatic. Humanoid and Noah are not weak. They just need the right fight. The question is, can they find it with this fire-breathing monster that is irrelevant?
Still no flash on the Rumble, nor Isma, nor Nisqy. No cleanse for Noah, but he still has flash E, so very safe on the Ezreal. Even if he does get caught out. A ward in the back of the pit will give Fnatic enough vision. They're not going to get caught out by the same trick twice from SK. Now cleared with that control. Nisqy's Destiny, about half the way off its cooldown, will give them extra vision when he gets that back up. How will SK approach this? So far, we've seen a lot of try to gain mid-prio into push towards the dark side of the map. That's what happens, but Fnatic match with 4.
Ooh, that's a scary brush. Fnatic know it. They have a lot of poke to check it, though.
Double supers in the top lane. In about 25 seconds, someone's going to have to answer that.
I mean,
likely
Oscar
Humanoid
Rennet
or Oscar. Yeah, Oscar because of the TP. You're right, Betty, but Humanoid might do it because he's just quick.
He also doesn't have the package. I'm curious as to when that comes off cooldown. Regardless, Baron is alive. SK can look to force it. The top wave being cleared out. Level 16 for Humanoid is big. 3 points down, his ultimate. The Baron begins.
Package still 3 minutes away for Humanoid as well, so it's going to be a very long dance. A tango to end all tangos. He's going to have that back up in time. Baron down to 10,000.
Could very well be it.
Puts a little bit more damage on it. Irrelevant looking for that
Keep
flank
your eyes
position.
on
No
Isma.
flash for him. Isma goes in, only finds one. Noah still has the flash. The equalizer lands on 2, but Isma falls low. Redemption will bring it back up a little bit, but he's getting chunked. The big one from Humanoid alongside Noah. Enough, and now Irrelevant is in the wrong side of the rift. He's burnt out by Fnatic. Nisqy chipped away at as well as Humanoid flashes. Exa blocks him. Humanoid finds one. Exa flashes away.
Noah goes for
Noah's
it.
looking for more. Noah doesn't want it to end here. Exa can't find the damage. Stun card from Nisqy. The misses the wild cards wouldn't done enough. In the end, a 4-for-1 in favor of Fnatic, the Baron in their eyes.
But they found the fight that they were looking for. The engage was good from Isma, but it wasn't good enough.
Nisqy's TPing, Nisqy's TPing.
Is he going to try and end the
Super is going to
game?
look for the end. They don't have Baron and Power recalls yet. There's the TP.
Oh,
Can he
the
take it in time?
TP.
It's ADTF. Will he get it in time? Oscar's going to get back. Nisqy gets one Nexus Tower. The stun card, not enough. The Inferno Crystal Arrow coming out as well. But Nisqy won't be able to do this. He'll take 2 Nexus Towers, but the recalls come out in time. He tries to get away, but he can't escape today.
Ooh.
Double Nexus Towers down as the inhib in top lane respawns.
I do like the play from Nisqy. It gives SK a win condition. If they can't win these fights anymore, they've always got to be scared of this Twisted Fate going for the back door. Look at this engage from Isma, but look at the positioning of Irrelevant. The Rumble ultimate doesn't quite come through until now. It doesn't connect onto Noah. It does good damage onto Humanoid, but the front line is still strong for Fnatic, so they can go for the re-engage. Good poke lands from both Humanoid and Noah. Irrelevant is separated from his team. DOS gets picked off, and Humanoid goes to the flash. He gets the flash out from Nisqy. He does give a lot of gold over to Exa Kick. But in the end, it is a victorious fight for Fnatic. And look at this, 30 seconds on the Elder. Fnatic are paranoid about the base. They have the inhibitor.
And there's no TP for Nisqy.
Has Oscar Rennet put a ward down? Yes, that's it. So he just went back to put a ward down so that there is a TP possibility for Humanoid. He now needs to hold on to this, given that Nisqy could show up at their back door at any moment. Fnatic have control over the mid wave. And here we go. Isma being chipped away at. This is where Fnatic feels the most comfortable. Their poke damage doing good work. Arrow.
Onto Niski. Isma going in. Equalizer laid down by Irrelevant. They're putting so much damage down with a hostile takeover as well. 1-for-1 so far as Oscar in and flashes away. Noah trying to do everything he can. Irrelevant on the backline though. Humanoid burning. Humanoid ticking down and he'll fall. John low as well. Irrelevant goes out. Now Noah in a 2v1 trying to do it all for Fnatic. He's the highest health in the game, but he can't quite get the kills. Elder is up, and there's no jungler for Fnatic, but Noah, Jun, and Oscar in
Two
can
for
defend.
two. Irrelevant's damage is terrifying. Very close to the death cap now as well. Noah knows that he can't start the Elder, but SK think that they might be able to.
Noah just wants to chip here. True shot barrage dodge.
Oh, he's playing at the edge.
Goes forward, the arrow onto DOS. Isma can block. He doesn't though. Isma just lets DOS take the damage, maybe thinking he was in the way of the Mystic shot. Isma down to half as well.
Noah will not let them anywhere near this Elder. Jungler up in 3 seconds time. Maybe they just start this one off.
They're gonna do it. We've worked out how to get past the curse of EU Ezreal, Betty. Just have a Korean player. It's worked for Fnatic so far. Noah can dive back in, chips away at Isma. They're holding the Elder until Razork is in the vicinity. Humanoid has TP, he's got the package as well. Isma has to pull off a steal to end all steals here because it's already down to 3,000. He backs away, Elder secured the whirling death. Not enough, the ammo dodged to the side of, but the cease and desist onto Irrelevant will burn him down. Niski's in the base, the TP from Humanoid. Exekick can stop it, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have the blood rush to stop it. He can't stand him to the side, but Jun's down. Noah can open up now as Exekick will fall. Humanoid kills off Niski, and that's it. That's game. Fnatic will make their way to a match with MDK.
Fnatic are able to find the fights that they need to turn this game around. It's heartbreak for SK, but it is nothing but cheers from the arena as the Fnatic fans erupt.
Noah once saved the entire animal population of the world, and here he has saved the Fnatic faithful on his back. Fnatic will make it through to the final weekend of winter.
An incredibly close game. It felt like that it was over for Fnatic so many times. Irrelevant was an incredible series, just was not enough. Fnatic, they weathered the storm. They found good fight multiple times. And at the very end, it came down to that Elder. They were able to secure it, and they won out. Well played to Fnatic. A hard-fought series. Credit to SK. They showed some fantastic stuff today, but it wasn't quite enough. It will be Fnatic moving on to our finals weekend to fight MDK on Friday.
Banger of a series, to be honest. Very back and forth. Key highlights for both the teams. Irrelevant on form today as well. SK will come back fighting, I'm sure, in spring, but for now, we will say adieu to them. And we'll see Fnatic in the next round. We'll see Swiffer consoling his fans. Well, Fnatic live to fight another day. Absolute cinema from Fnatic fans. Although I don't think, maybe game 2, the Karma game was a little bit about Humanoid. This game much more the Noah story.
Noah definitely showed up in that final game. His Ezreal. We were skeptical.
Yeah.
2 wins on the champion, though.
He's 100% of the LEC wins
yes, he is.
on Ezreal in 2024.
Yep. Very well played from him.
Single-handedly bringing the win rate up to 50%.
Yeah, and Fnatic game's always close. They went the full series all the way against G2. Doing the same thing again here against SK. Their games are often nail-biters.
It's true.
And we're going to get... So Fnatic versus Mad games are also always crazy. So we're going to get to see that next week as well. What a fantastic series.
Yeah. Well, an incredible series all around. I believe I see Noah standing behind us with Troubling Oscars there as well. Let's hand it over to them. Take it away.
Thank you, Mehdi. What an incredible atmosphere for you guys here. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining, Noah. Such a close series. I had such a series of questions, but I'm gonna come to you first, Oscarinin. You were on tank duty, 07 again, for this particular series. How did it feel for you, specifically in that last game where Rumble got completely out of control?
I mean, it felt pretty bad, obviously, because Rumble was kind of 1v9 in fact. But I think we had a really good comp against him. I think we could play kind of easily if we teamfighted well. So, yeah, we just played our comp and he couldn't really play really well, I think.
Noah, from your perspective, how does it feel as an AD carry to play into such a fed Rumble?
I know Rumble can easy carry, but I played easier, so I knew I can carry this game.
So you were just better?
Yes.
Thank you so much, guys, for all the cheers. Now, Oscarinin, the series versus G2 was also very close. Was there something that you guys learned from that series that you implemented to win this one?
I think we changed like a lot of things, but not in-game, I would say, more outside. For sure, we learned in-game things and we focused on more things. But I think we just tried to improve our habits and our outside game, I guess. And yeah, I think that's what we're working on.
Now, I want to ask you a question because I love Ezreal so much. But we know, same as Fiora's and Camille's, the Western world, not very good on Ezreal. Let's face it. But you're not from the Western world, so what are your views and opinions on Ezreal as a champion right now after the buffs?
I think Ezreal is strong champion, but it needs like strong support too. If you don't have like passive support, if you have passive support, you can't do anything much. So if you pick strong support, I think Ezreal is good.
What would you say is a very strong support for Ezreal?
Like Ashe, Karma, like Leona, or like something like this. Not Yumi.
No Yumi, okay, got it. No Yumi with Ezreal. Now, Oscar, coming onto the top side meta, it feels like it's pretty wide open. There's a bunch of carries you can play. ADTF was added into the pool as well, so there's a lot of ranged champions too. What are your views on the top side meta right now?
Yeah, I think it's super open, and I think you can even play more champions than what we're seeing right now. So, yeah, I mean, I'm happy with the top lane meta right now. I think it's super fun, for sure.
Noah, who do you think played the best this series in your team?
Me.
Well, congratulations, you are the Kia player of the series.
I know I'm best. It is Chris.
You deserve this, Noah. It was a fantastic series from you. I'm going to come to you, Oscarinin. You are playing a best-of-5 versus McCoy. Seeing them play today, is there anything concerning moving into that best-of?
I don't think so. I think we just will play the same as before. Like I think we already beat them to 0. The second game was a bit shaky, but I think if we draft well, I think we should win easily too.
I love how you bring up draft. Draft is a bit... it's a little bit of 50-50 when you go up against McCoy, because they have this huge champion pool, especially Merwin. He can bring so many weird picks. Are you prepared for all of them?
I'm prepared for sure. I know what he can play because I know him from Spain, so I'm really prepared for it, yeah.
Awesome. And Noah, do you have anything to say to your jungler who's waiting over on PGL?
You mean Ivan?
Razok.
Today, Ivan's condition not good, he said, but he played really well, so I want to say him good job.
Awesome, thank you very much. And for all the fans here, Razork is going to be joining PGL, so you guys can also move over to the fan zone if you want to join him and cheer for him as well. Thank you so much from our side. Lord, take it away.
Thank you.
Hello, and welcome back to the fan area for this post-game lobby with Razork and Jamada. Thank you so much, Razork.
Thank you.
Your AD carry wanting you favors here, saying that you did a good job, maybe hoping for some ganks in the next series? This is how it goes. Are they polite to you?
For sure.
Yeah?
He wants more gank. I think lately we have been ganking a lot bot, and we have been diving and giving a lot of pressure, and Noah is like playing really good lately. I feel like he has a lot of confidence right now in himself, and he's like saying, "Don't worry, guys, I carry, you know," and this stuff. So
yeah, the confidence shows. It took some time, though, Jamada, for the bot lane of Fnatic. We've been talking about this. The association of June in the bot lane as well. It feels like they're finding their groove now in the LEC, finally.
Yeah, it definitely is. And even though it took some time, and even though we had pretty high expectations of your guys' bot lane, it's nice to finally see them, you know, kind of meet them. And I kind of want to also ask and pass on the question to you. Was that sort of a change that you guys wanted to push forward to try and put Jun and Noah in positions more frequently where they can actually take over the game, you know, before the G2 series, and of course, you know, adaptations from G2 to here today?
For sure. I mean, we felt like Jun and Noah were like very strong duo, but I don't know why we felt like since 2 weeks ago, they were like not feeling good together, and they were doing like some mechanical mistakes, and they lost a bit confidence, especially Noah. And I feel like right now, by playing a bit more through bot, you know, and he actually feels like he's a good player, he's good mechanically, so he can like shine there. And yeah, I think something that has been working decently.
Something that I always say and that I've been saying for years about Fnatic is that you guys never make it easy for your fans and for yourselves. And today was a prime example of this as well. I think that people can agree here. But we came into today thinking that it would be a rather one-sided series. Really wasn't in the end. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, this last game was a bit crazy, not gonna lie. I think we didn't understand well our comp. I feel like we have to use everything that we have on the rail. Is the only frontline they have, and we one-shot it. We don't have to go backline, and enemies can't really hit us because we have more range with the Corki and Estral. So we did like really troll fights, and then we got into really hard position. That, I don't know, it was very crazy. But the first game, for example, I think we played well.
Yeah.
But I feel like we got a bit outscaled. We didn't like... I don't know, we got like Soul 2 games in a row, and we still lost with Soul and stuff, so it was kind of crazy.
With that mix of kind of like perhaps drafts that are hard to play out inside of the game, was there anything that SK brought draft side that kind of caught you off guard, or was it like prep you felt like hit the mark and they didn't really give you any trouble on that side of the game?
No, I think they were really predictable. I think they did the same bans kind of against us than they did against the Heretics. So we kind of knew what was going to happen. It's just like, yeah, we maybe underestimated the power that they can bring, and I think we just lost the first game, and then we have to like come back from there. Yeah.
We see a lot of smiles and relief, of course, on the side of the Fnatic coaching staff. You were telling me that you were stressed. You've been to Worlds a couple of times. You've been in stressful situations. What made it specifically stressful for you today?
I mean, it's not like stress too much, you know. I was just like with the adrenaline still in the body, and I don't know why I ate so much before playing. The potatoes here in the LEC were insanely good, so I ate a lot. And then I didn't feel too good. My stomach was a bit full. And yeah, the first game I wasn't feeling great, but yeah, props to the chef. The potatoes were insane, not gonna lie.
Thank you to catering. Don't eat so much carbs before going on stage.
Makes you sleepy. I troll.
Yeah, performance coach is not gonna be happy about this. We'll get this discussion later, but first we have another interview at the BSI area. Niski wanted to share some words about getting eliminated today, and he's standing by with trouble right now. Take it away.
Thank you, Laure, Niski. Thank you so much for joining me, especially after you guys just go out by Fnatic. Any words about this particular series? Because it looked so close up to the very ending.
Yeah, I mean, I think today was very close. I feel like we kind of gave it all, to be fair, so I'm not too sad about this loss. I would feel like if we knew we were the better team and we lost, I would feel very sad, but I feel like today they were kind of just better, I would say, in not most games, but I think game 3 at least. I feel like they felt more experienced, I guess, in some way. And I feel like for us, it's our first best of 3 or like second best of 3, I guess. We're still a new team, and I feel like Fnatic has more basics. Like they have 4 out of 5 players, I believe. So yeah, I think it's a good loss for us in the end, but yeah, it still sucks to lose.
Talking about a lot of the experience that you get through the best of 3s, was the Team Heretics a pivotal moment to try and practice hard? And what did you take away from that best of series?
Yeah, I mean, I would say Heretics, it was kind of more stable games. I think Fnatic fought way more in early game compared to Heretics, where I feel like they were kind of letting us do what we wanted and they were scaling. But yeah, I think the experience we got from Heretics, we saw it today as well. I think we played a better mid-game compared to Heretics. But yeah, sadly, it wasn't enough.
Niski, I'm not going to hold you any longer. I'm losing my breath. Laura, we're back to you. Thank you, Niski.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Niski. Merci beaucoup. Et on te reverra au Spring, évidemment. And thank you so much, Trouble, for sharing Niski's journey and adventure here. Unfortunately, it stops. We have 4 teams left for next week. Your next opponent is going to be Mad Lions Koi. Let's take a look at the bracket here and see where we leave things as we're going to enter best of 5. Best of 3 was messy enough. What is the first thing you guys need to work on to be ready for whatever Mad Lions Koi is going to throw at you? Because when it comes to the draft and how they play in game, this team is new, but they bring the craziness to the table.
I think we have to work in a lot of stuff, honestly. I think we are not playing too good right now. I feel like we are not playing bad either, but I think like we can do much more as a team, and I feel like yeah, we are not like even 50% of what we are capable of, and yeah, we just need to keep getting time and working on what we are doing bad right now, and that there are many things, honestly. We have 3 days or 4 days before we play, so don't think we can like completely change the way we play, but I feel like we can beat Mad Lions for sure, yeah.
What is your first, I don't know, impression of this matchup, Jamada? Where do you think it's gonna?
I mean, I feel like for Mad, it's been such a consistent rise, right? Because I think for a lot of people, maybe outside, I'm not sure how scrim bubbles work and how you guys felt internally about Mad, but let's be honest, everyone thought this was like 10th, 9th, 8th team top.
Yeah.
So for them to make top 4, it's insane. I think in terms of the matchup, it's kind of, with you also sitting next to me, it's hard to ignore the jungle matchup after how you've played recently. I feel like, to me, a lot of it is going to be about shot calling, the macro level. After seeing the series today, after seeing Mad as well, there was a lot more map play overall this weekend. So I think it's going to be a lot less about how the teams actually directly interact with one another in fights, though that's still going to be important, and it's going to be a lot more about cross-mapping and actually trying to up-trading gold in some of these more, macro senses.
Matchup in the jungle is going to be interesting, and you versus Yoya is always a great matchup. Are you going to do the eye contest once again? You lost last one. What happened?
Not again.
Not again.
2 times is too much.
All right. Find another concept, though, because I want to see this matchup in the jungle. But more globally, the amount of Spanish players that we have in the 4 teams we have left and representation from the Spanish league. Of course, you're one of the veterans we have now, but how proud are you to see so many Spanish players?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very proud. I mean, you said that most of us thought that they were going to be 8 of 9. I wasn't personally one of them. I thought that they were not going to do that good. I thought that they were going to be middle table, and with time they will get better and better. But I know for sure that these players are capable of winning. And yeah, I think all of them are very skilled, and I'm really proud that there is a lot of Spanish players right now in the LEC.
Something that I think is important with Mad Lions Koi is the guidance that Yoya has been able to give to the rest of the player. And I know that when I talked to Oscar last week, he was telling me that this Fnatic lineup, there's so much trust within you guys. You guys are honest, and this is why things are clicking from the get-go. Can you tell me about this iteration of Fnatic? Because you've been with them for a while, and when you look at last year, you guys made 5 roster changes within a year. It feels like this one is here to stay, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal, right? We are like staying with 4 players from last year. We only add June, and I feel like we are improving a lot in mid-game, and I think our weakest point right now might be communication. We are getting slowly better and better on it, and I feel like, honestly, our mid-game moves and how we set up vision and do the cross-map plays are way better than last year, I have to say. And right now, I feel like I take the leadership in the early mid-game, and then Humanoid jumps in and he starts to sort call more about silent management and objectives. And I honestly think we are doing a decent job at it. So I think this roster can be doing troubles.
Yeah.
In the later phases of the split.
For sure.
Maybe in spring split, or right now, we actually feel like we can beat anyone, not gonna lie. I think the series against G2 were like very close. And I'm not personally afraid of anyone. I think we just need time. and just see how far we can get.
I feel like you're getting there. How would you rate Fnatic, Chamara?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree wholeheartedly with you guys. I think there's been a very clear level up. And to me, I think, yeah, the sky is kind of the limit as long as you guys stick to your fundamentals. You mentioned what, you feel like some of your weak points were as a team. What would you say your strongest point is so far?
I feel like we are a team that's very good mechanically. When we feel like we have the day, right? I feel like all of us can carry games, personally. And I actually feel like laning phase-wise, I have really strong laners. That's why sometimes it feels like maybe Bolden's getting too behind or Oscar is getting too behind, because I feel like sometimes we don't respect too much jungler, or like we get, yeah, you know what I mean, by enemy jungle. And yeah, I think our mid game, as I said, is very good, and how we play for enemy camps and like dry enemy jungler camps, I think it's very good right now. We are all on the same page, and when we're ahead, I think we know how to end the game easily or like snowball the game properly.
We'll see how far you guys can make it next week, because a lot of things can change in the patch, evolve and everything. So best of 5, I think, is going to be interesting. I see a lot of dragons who sticked around tonight to hear what you had to say, Razork. Anything you want to tell your fans who've been screaming for you all day until you made it?
I saw.
Heart attacks and everything.
It was crazy, honestly. I didn't expect so much people and so many Fnatic fans to come today to watch us. It was a pleasure. And yeah, in comms, even in draft, it was hard to listen to our coach because they were screaming Fnatic. I didn't know what I had to pick sometimes because, yeah, there's too much noise in the headset, but that's really hype. And just hearing my teammates' names when we are in a do-or-die fight in Elder, like screaming, people screaming Noah, 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 when he's like performing good. For sure, it helps him to believe in himself.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think maybe it was one of the reasons why he played so well. So thank you, guys.
The 6th player. The 6th player of Fnatic was definitely the fans today. Razork, thank you so much for sticking around in PGN and Jamara. Great job. Thank you for the help, as always. Thank you to the fans who sticked around here. And for you guys watching at home, we'll see you next week for the last week of LEC Winter and the best of 5. Cheers.
Bye.
So many people, no?
I know.
Yeah, I know. It's so many.
Pullback is there, though. Carzzy coming in. Nice little rain of arrows. Good follow-up. Level 6, not enough to maybe hope to block it. It's successful. Frescowi, that's a clean setup. Flick back onto Carzzy is nasty.
I think Fred will win this. Yes, he does, he does. Nice, Fres.
Let's go ahead, let's go ahead. Getting run down here. Flash in. Excellent setup now coming in from Carzzy. Trade back. Zuma, big damage. Hail of Blades. Pretty impossible for Carzzy to do anything. Burned his flash, but BTO now going in. Mirwin again being bullied. This is comeuppance. Vitality and these extended plays. Another action swing. Photon will not be stopped. Mirwin now looking to knock back here. Desperate to get a 1v1 back. Oh! Carzzy now in trouble. Frescowi just dives to the backline. Mad Lions Koi have done it.
They're going to look for a death charge onto Exa kick. Last embrace out. Razork diving forward to joining Shadow as well as they just lock up Exa.
Great patient play from them. Ooh, Exa ends up losing in life.
Look at Joel, look at Joel. Oh, bye. I will. Not a flash. No flash. No flash. Okay. I got it, guys. Nice.
TP from Niski! That TP sucked!
The positioning was quite aggressive. As we see the arrow come through in the mid lane, hits onto Niski. Humanoid's going to land the chains as well. The true shot barrage is enough, and Niski doesn't get a chance.
Okay.
I will go base after this.
No flash.
Oh, nice.
And the people that got the
Really bad
kills.
news for Oscar winning here, by the way. The equalizer's down, and Irrelevant's going to burn him out.
Solo kill.
Yeah.
Irrelevant has just had Oscar Rinnen's number.
Win. Come on. What?
Let's go! Oh my fucking god, bro. I can't believe we won this game.
Nice.
Good job, boys.